Okay then, looks like we are up and moving. Gonna check the usual stuff, as we do, all the fun technical bits. And then we will get going. Welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you. Alright, should be good there. Close this down. Alrighty. Hey guys, Ripper the Rager. Hope you're having a fantastic day, and welcome back to more Techtonica! We're back, boys. We are expanding our copper production so that we'll have enough to do blue core research now. And then, let's see, after we get that going, probably start on components like iron components and iron frames, which we'll have some excess iron for anyway, so that works. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll get there when we get there, but for the moment, we are setting up a new copper mine, and that's going to feed into what will be our blue core production. And the blue core is what we really need to start advancing to the fun stuff, getting upgrades for like our batteries and, faster smelting and things. Because the more smelting ratios you add up, if I upgrade my, smelting ratios, my mining ratios, etc., that's more that I can get out of the systems we already have established. So that's just more stuff we get to use, which is fun. Eventually, when the game wants to start. I really love the Techtonica logo, though. I'd say it's a great logo. Not only is the font kind of heavy impact squared off, I like that, but the T in the middle being like a drill bit is really funny. I like when logos have fun stuff like that. It's not just the word, It's like Planet Crafter's banner image that they have is the astronaut, and behind him it's this desert Mars red world. There's nothing there, but in the visor of the helmet is this lush green paradise oasis. I love that shit. That's where the art really comes in. That's the design part of art of, what are you trying to convey? Got my calculator loaded up because we're gonna need it. We always do. We always do. Now, let me check the overlay here. Well, once we get on the load screen, I'll check the overlay. Right now it's like fully opaque. I don't think it's supposed to be doing that, but it'll probably fix itself once the game loads. Right? If not, yeah, I'll fix it. Oh, wait, I gotta change the thing on OBS over to live chat because YouTube are a bunch of idiots. And they think that I want some kind of thing. There we go. Yeah, so go shift tab. There we go. Got that fixed. Alright. So this is our current setup for copper, just so that we could get something going. What were we doing? What were we currently feeding? Right, we were doing this so that we could get chips going. Use chips for things. So that'll go in the background while I set up the rest of it. Might have to cut off this line though, but I don't think I'll need to. I think these miners are set up where I would have them anyway. I just need to add them to the rest of it later. I'll have to change the belt up, but other than that, yeah. Nope, that's on iron. There you go. I want to see the copper. I want to dig it all out. Okay. See, there's like some underneath, but this part's raised up. That's why I built the platform out like this. Like that, maybe. And then... Oh wait, we gotta do the 5x9 mode. Try and open that up a little. Over a smidge. Come down, idiot. There we go. It's not wanting to come down to my level. Yep, we're gonna expand our copper production. Main reason for that is so that we can do chips, so we can make blast miners and replace our current miners with blast miners, figure that whole system out. Still not sure how I'm supposed to do that. I guess I'll just need to make... I mean, there's two options. We can oversaturate the hell out of the belt so that the mining charges are always at maximum capacity. But they pop every 12 seconds. It's like, you gotta stagger that somehow. I'm sure I could with belts. If I wound the belts in a certain way, it would make them carry, you know, insert them into storage, then pull them out of storage, which takes a certain, you know, rate. But, yeah. Kind of have some intermediaries there. Could do that. Alright, a little more here. Grab it off the top. Okay, I'm trying to trim this one square actually. There you go. Need to get up higher so I can cut the top off. How am I going to do that? Like this maybe? And then, yep, there we go. Where's the top? That's that top chunk, that's that top chunk, so we want to go above this square. Like, that is the flattest part, yeah? Well, we're going to find out. There we go. Ah, no, don't take resources. But, oh, my fingers were... my fingers were off on the side. My fingers skipped over one, so I was hitting E instead of W. Funny. Okay. I just really like trimming everything off. Makes it nice and clean, so I know what I'm working with. Okay, got that going. Is my thing working right? Hold on. Let me check my synapse, because it doesn't sound like I have the THX on. I like the THX to be on. Come on, fucking work. Give me the right click, you ass. Hate that about Windows, man. Well, Windows was great until, like, Windows... They didn't have a Windows 9. They just kind of skipped straight to 10. They had Windows 7, and then, like, 8, 9, 10... Like, yeah, Windows 8 wasn't even Windows 8. It was, like, Windows XP or something? What? God, fucking morons. I gotta... Look at this. It's supposed to be like, oh, here's a cool taskbar for all your apps. Right, I'm right-clicking, and it's not letting me open the fucking thing. That's crazy how Windows sucks dick. Like, I can't even left-click just to make it open. What's weird is I have two of them. I have this one and I have this one. Oh, now there's not two of them. What happened to the second one? Was the second one a ghost one? I don't know. I don't know, man. Hang on, let me check. There's a light on here. Let me know, but... Yeah, the light should mean it's on. Because it's a thing with Razer, is they can do like a bass boosted filter thing that makes it sound clearer. You're like, hang on, let me look up horror about it. If Windows... Oh, now it's opening. Now you wanted to open. Fuck you. And see, now it's going to get in the way. Bravo, Windows! Oh my god. Fuck off, Microsoft. Okay, need that going. Because I guess I clicked it a million times. Go away. Thank you. Okay, Windows... What would I even say? Windows software in order, I guess, would be like the list of them, how they released. Yeah. Okay, so they started with Windows 1, 2, 3, whatever, way back in the day. Yeah, that was like the 80s Windows, and then Windows 95 was released in 1995, so they call it 95. Windows 98. Let's see. Windows 2000. That was the one I think I started with, actually. That was the one that was on my computer. And then it got updated later to be Windows XP. So there's Windows, yeah, Windows 2000 was like the really early stuff. There's Windows Me, which is, I don't even know why there's two of them, but sure. I guess it's the Millennium Edition. They had to switch over. Let's see, Windows XP, which includes all these different ones. Windows XP is the most based one. I miss Windows XP. It had such a nice interface. Windows Vista. Windows Vista wasn't bad, but nobody liked it. Like, okay, people preferred Windows XP, and then Windows Vista came out, and the problem with Windows Vista is it was cleaning up, and it was trying to be more like Apple. And of course, as somebody buys a Windows PC, and they want Microsoft, like they don't want Apple. So why would they want that? Yeah, that was called Longhorn at the time. Basically all the updates for Windows XP that was going to make it even cooler was supposed to be Longhorn, and then Longhorn is just, that's why Windows Vista isn't as good. Nobody really likes it. It's like a half-finished update to Windows Vista that they just kind of said fuck it throughout. Yeah, then we get Windows 7. Windows 7 was okay because it was still the same type of thing. Windows 8 was where everything went wrong. Hey, geez, look at that. Windows 8 released in 2012. I swear to God, 2012 is the year everything went wrong. And that's not for any like particular political reason or anything. It's just, I don't know what it is. Our timeline got fucked around 2012. 2012 was like the last year for things to be, it was like the transition point. It was where all the shit started getting worse, but we didn't notice it gets worse until like 2015, 2016. Like that 4-year span, 2012 to 2016, is like one long, slow transition of like the stupid stuff started in 2012. It got worse in 13 and 14. It got really bad in 15. Like 15 was like last gasp type shit for anything decent. And then 16 was like, it's over. It's fucked. Like we are in this new awful timeline, essentially. And I mean that in a general sense, not in like a political sense or a software. Like literally everything. The entire world, like everything we interact with started sucking more. Just because, you know. Again, I feel like somebody had to have done a documentary on this by now, like the rise of social media and smartphones in relation, like the interconnectivity of the world in relation to the worsening of economics and shit. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so Windows 7 was like, all right, people like Windows 7, and then Windows 8 came out, and everybody collectively shat on Windows 8. I remember Windows 8, everybody was so fucking against it. Windows 10, people were also against that, and so we're kind of stuck on Windows 10 right now. Like Windows 11 is the newest thing, but again, Windows 11 is literally not different from Windows 10. There is nothing new and significant about it. We've hit the point where software has been saturated, and there is nothing your software needs to actually do anymore. There's no problem for it to solve. So now they're just coming up with an excuse to have you pay for new software when the software we have already works. It's the same thing as video games. Like, there's no reason for us to really push more on graphics. We should just be making tools that help refine the artistic process of game development. But instead, they're just pushing more and more things to justify the cost, like GPUs and shit. There we go. Okay, so it was the THX thing wasn't on Synapse. It wasn't firing correctly. I was wondering, because it felt kind of muted. It felt kind of down. But I did check before stream. I made sure to check what my audio levels were at, because I haven't checked that for a while. Usually I'll go back and make sure audio levels aren't that bad. They are, like, I thought they were balanced in OBS, and they are, in fact, balanced. Okay, there's some over there, but none over here. Where does this one stop? Like, right after that, actually, so we could just go down one. Down one. It wants to go down two. I want to go down one. Here, like that. Yeah. I mean, I don't see. This thing is, it might be with the way it stacks. I might be able to get up to this one, so I don't want to shave it off completely. Even though I could probably just get away with it just fine. But just like to shave off the top so I can go up here if necessary. Okay, let's start expanding this. You guys are working away. Okay, I shaved everything off the sides. Got a big chunk of bullshit in the way if I want to get at the ore on the side here, though. I gotta cut a few more bits. Yeah, it's like that up there-ish. Again, getting this to hit just one side is a pain in the ass. I could take the pick out, but the pick is actually a little less clean when I try to cut with it. Okay. I could probably just shave this back corner down one. Even though we're going to lose a little, it exposes more. It makes it more nice and squared off for us, so... Yeah, this one's fine. Again, this top chunk, I'm trying to get it to... We could build some on it. If we build like a platform, it might help even it out. Because we're going to build a platform eventually anyway. Here, I'm going to build like a little step so I can fly in from this side. I don't have to go around to the front. There you go. Because then I get up here, and I can fly up again. And then the game decides to have my jetpack stop for no reason. There we go. It's like trying to get at this with just the one. You have to like stand parallel to where you're sitting and then go forward a certain amount. Like I'm trying to shave what part? Just this block in here is what I'm trying to shave off. That. Here we go. Yeah, this one's so... Ugh. I wish there'd be an upgrade for the mole where you can just blast through this, but it will only affect the dirt and not the ore. That'd be really helpful. Yeah, I don't think I need this chunk. Get rid of that. Maybe we just get rid of that one too. Because you gotta make sure it's open enough or else it won't, the damn thing won't catch the ore. The miners are very finicky. I have to give them every opportunity. The back is beautiful. This is really nice back here. Yeah, I'm just like trying to get this chunk there off, maybe. Again, this is where some of it, to make it more mineable and make it more accessible, you might just have to lose some of the overall structure. Because it's not enough to warrant actually mining that. When there's, if you cut that part off, it might make it easier to mine the rest of it. Like this right here, like there's this weird chunk in here. Gotta try and get this out of here. But it's like the whole top chunk here you don't want to get rid of. Yeah, I think we're good. I think that's as shaved as I can get this whole structure down to. And then, go from there. I don't like that part. Let's go with the pick. There's this little lip here I want to get rid of. And, like, take this little corner off by hand. I just don't like the way it looks. It's pissing me off. Alright, I think we're good. There's this huge chunk here. I would love to shave this down to just one square, but I don't want to lose this chunk. We can always move, like, that's the fun thing is the miners have a piston, so if we push this up against here, and then it mines that out eventually, which it probably won't, but even if it does, the thing will just, the drill head will push forward with the piston. And so we actually don't have to worry about coming back and pushing the miner forward, which I think that's a thing in inventory that people do sometimes where they'll make a blueprint for like the mining ore patch, and since it's a weird shape, they'll have the miners start at the top and they'll make it to where it like waits and then it deconstructs it. Like this is late game shit where they'll like make a blueprint where it'll mine out the resource, and when it stops and it's no longer mining and it can't, there's nothing there, the ore patch is gone, it'll deconstruct it and move it down a level so that you're at like constant, you know, I don't know, something like that. It'll clean itself up essentially. But that's sort of the same idea here. As you can see, like it has this little piston on the inside and it'll push forward to get what it needs, so you don't have to actually manually readjust your miners all the time if they happen to break through an outer layer. Which is cool. Okay. Let's see. Can I squeeze a miner in on this side? Honestly, I might take these down a notch, because they're... See, that's the thing, is there's no ore down here. It's on this level, so you need to be up there. That needs to be the start. But there's ore on this level that I want to get at. So we gotta make some miners. How much are we looking at here? Gonna be a little haphazard because you guys are starting there, so this side's gonna be taller than the other side. The other side's gonna have like starting here going up, whereas this is starting one block off. Gonna be a little awkward, but we'll make it work. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of all this. We don't need this anymore. I'm not shaving it off. Yeah, like this. This side part is raised off the ground, so we could actually take this, do it up like this, around to the side. Definitely gonna need to make some room back here though, because the miners are 3 deep, and then the conveyor setup is gonna be like 2 deep, so we're pushed right back to the wall. Need this wall going. Again, this is another reason I need to get the cores active so that I can keep upgrading my mole so I can dig faster and dig better. Makes it a lot easier to do higher level expansion like this if I can dig the whole thing in like 3 seconds as opposed to... Like, look at this. I just have to go bing, 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 and I just have to wait. Okay, so that's shaved off. And then... we got plenty of room on the side here. This one's gonna need a little... I'm gonna make a little more room here just to be on the safe side. Where do you go? Oh, you're the iron patch. That's... okay, that's what that is. Alright. We'll just shave this down by 3. Get the first 3 bits here. You just want to always have ample room around your ore patch. Come on. Come on. We'll get there, boys. We'll get there. Eventually. I just figure if I might as well mine an entire corridor out rather than stopping and making... There you go. Gonna empty that out. I like these plants here. I'm gonna keep these. I don't want to mine those out right now. And how we're gonna need to flatten this. Make sure there's no little holes or anything weird about it. I'll flatten the whole region back here. That way we don't have any weird things getting in the way. Okay, and that's gotta go. There's some upper parts, but they're not gonna get in the way, it'll be fine. I don't like this little lip though, this thing's gotta get out of here. Like that. Alright, cool. Then, we'll just loop this out. Something like that. That'll work. Okay, so that's that. And then the miners here, we don't even need to put any platforms down. So that's helpful. So we'll probably get like 1 here. And then 3 here, 2 here, 1 there if I can help it. But basically we're going to have 2, 4, 2. Alright, we got to go like up. So we got to set 1 miner first. So we know what our ground level is. Because we already know what this level is. We already know how tall this needs to be for the next level. Actually, I don't know why I'm doing that. I can just build right on top of the miner. We figured that out last stream. You can build right on top of things. You don't have to have a supporting section. I mean, we'll have to connect the block so that the power goes up, but we'll just stick a, beam on the side, and that'll be good enough. Okay, so for this section's gonna be on this side. Honestly, I feel like this is close enough to the ground, though, right? No, see, the first ore chunk starts at the top here, so if I want to do this, it has to be minimum here. There's nothing on the ground. Okay. Let's check our miner. So if we put the miner down here, then we want to go on top of that. So basically we have 2 setups. We have the back right angle. Everything behind there is going to be on its own level, and this is going to be on a different level. And we'll just connect the belts as we can, as we do. Okay, we'll just connect it after there. And then that. And this. Cool. And then around the side to there. There we got that going on. Problem with this game is there's no like crouch thing like in Minecraft where you can hold shift to crouch and it'll be in safe mode so you don't fall off the ledge, but you can see the exact side of the block. Not that it's really necessary. It's not that hard to aim at the corner of these blocks. But still. Okay, I think that's good, yeah. Okay, little tight in here. Might want to make it 1 block higher. Because I remember that's what I did with the smelters. I made it a little tight. But again, I'm not going to be walking through here, so it's not really that big a deal. I just gotta... Yeah, it's... Well, would raising it 1 block actually help? Let's see. So, this is our tester miner. We're going to use that to check our heights. Because if I had another one here, I think I could get at this top like this. Yeah, so if I raised it up 1, it would probably not be able to do that. So we do this. That miner can sit there at the perfect height. It could probably go up 1 more, but I don't want to chance it. It's already dubious right now anyway. So we'll just go this height. I mean, I got a little headroom here. It's not as bad as the smelters, but kind of annoying still. Okay, so that's set that way. We gotta do it on the next level. Gotta fill in all the little holes so they don't fall in. Okay, I'm gonna do this. We're gonna go around in a circle here and go this way back to it. And we can just zoop this through to my foot. Just making sure there's not like a double block there for some reason. Alright, so that's first level set. And then we'll be able to count sort of which mines will work and which ones won't later on. And this one, we set this on the ground here. So... Shit. Ah, shit. Oh. Oh, it's all going to shit. Can't aim. There we go. So, like, that's where the miner is. That's 2 for the conveyors, so we'll go, like, 5 out. Gonna be a little weird in here. Not gonna lie to you boys. It's gonna get weird with this design. Because it's not an equal distance between this and that and a third, you know? It's all... Like, this goes here. So then the conveyors will maybe have to come off the side to link both lines back together. So I'll probably just make one line that goes here, one fuel loop, one ore loop on this back side. And then the same with these. And then they'll run down, connect to each other, and then both lines can merge out here and go to the factory. Or go to the smelter. I'll probably put a smelter array. To save room on the factory, I'll probably build this out and put a smelter array in here. I also did say I need a thresher thing, so I think I'm going to put the thresher thing here. And then maybe the smelters off this back side. That'd be a good space for the smelter stack. Could be. Could be. Could be. Yeah, but possibly. Who knows? Yep. Alright. So I got this going on. Take that out. That's what I'm working with. Okay, I'm gonna do this because I sprint faster than I fly. Yeah, just zoop it that way. Clean up later. Better than walking, that's for sure. Alright, let's go over here and clean this up a little. Save that one. There you go. So now it's like from the point of contact, 3 and then 4 behind that. So 3 and 4 behind that. So we need like one more row. Just so I have a little bit of walking room around it as well. And I gotta clear that out. Like this little chunk right here is pissing me off. There we go. Go nice and clean there. When we go up another level, we're gonna have to clear it out again. Too close to the walls here. Yeah, like this whole chunk's gotta go, but I'll wait till I get to the next level for that. Alright. So then contact point. You'll all probably put this way instead of that way, but we'll see if it were to go this way. Yeah, it's lined up with this one, so we have like 2 on the back side for that. And once we clear that, we can put 2 more rows, kind of connect those. Alright, come here, miner. You can help me set up another layer here. Okay. Now you gotta fill her all in. And we're actually gonna run out of these. I'm gonna need to go get some material to make more. Might kick the limestone thing back on, make a couple of these in my spare time. Nah, because I'll take ingots anyway. I'll just use the copper and the iron. Because I have iron ingots left over. I could switch the processors over from what they're currently doing. Probably turn them into power block makers. Because the power blocks are the same thing. They're 1x1s that also carry power. They just have a different look to them. And again, I can come back in here and replace all of this with platforms later, when I get platform production in the late game. Pretty it up, you know. But it needs to be, but It is what it is. Ah, try to get up and over this. Yes. Get. Work with me. There we go. There you go. I love that it lights up beneath it. That's a great bit of the UI. That we can see that it lines up perfectly to the next thing, so you don't have to like eyeball it and guess. It's like, oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and bing, 10. You know exactly where it's gonna go, which is nice. I'm just cording that off. We're making a framework around the whole thing right now. Trying to square it where I can. Okay, we're out. I need power. So I'll use the last few blocks I have and then switch over to power blocks. And then we'll worry about setting up more of these later. I'll have to go look at my ratios for iron ingots. But again, I'd rather make these because, look, you can put up a whole platform. You don't have to do it piece by piece like with these guys. Which again makes you question why these are even in the game. They're literally more expensive to make than the power blocks. Like the power floors. I guess it's just aesthetics. These are supposed to be decor. They're like concrete blocks, whereas this is, you know, it's just metal grate over and over and over again. So maybe some people don't want to see that. I don't know. There's a bit up on top here. I might be able to put a miner on too, but we'll see. See if that's possible. Ooh. Hungry. I didn't have breakfast because I woke up so late. I might as well wait for dinner. That'll be in like half an hour. There were some snacks on the counter, but I'm like, I don't need to be eating that right now. No. Bad for the teeth, bad for the waist. It's just not good for anybody. It's not fun for anybody. Coming off the side here, so I got room for up and down. There we go. Okay. Got all that? Yeah. I don't like this little lip hanging here. Get out of there. All these little damn stalactites in my way. Stalagmite or stalactite? I think it's a stalactite because they hold tight to the ceiling. Right? Let's get these backwards. I don't know what asshole named them the same thing. It's like stalagmite, stalactite, it's one letter off. Like, you could have just called it something else if it was on the bottom. Stalagmite. Okay, stalagmite is mineral deposit that grows upward from the floor. Yes. So, I remember that right, yes. The stalactite is the thing that it's on the ceiling, and you know because it hangs tight to the ceiling. It's clinging on tight. It's holding it tight. I remember that from, like, 4th grade science. That's how they taught it to us, the difference. The fact they have to teach the difference is annoying. It's like, look, stalagmite comes from the floor, stalactite comes from the top. Okay, so why don't we just call the stalagmite something different? That way we can easily remember the word for stalactite means it hangs tightly. But it's one of those things where it's like 6 in one, a half dozen the other. It doesn't really matter. But, I don't know. We really should be speaking Latin. Latin is more direct language. Like, if you take out the tenses. You know, like it's the problem is it has the same problem with like the Romance languages, the possessives, and that's why English doesn't really do possessives. We do his, hers, ours, but we have different words for that. We don't change the word based on the context. So like in Latin, you might have a word's suffix will change based on who you're talking about, rather than that's why English has its own distinct words, like his shoes. Like in Latin, it would be the shoes that belong to him. So the word for shoes, off the top of my head, just a random word. This isn't the actual word, but like if the word for shoes was something like salamus, let's say, if that was salamus, if that was shoe, then the us at the end, if the standard word is salamus, meaning shoes, as in non-possessive, then if it's his shoes, it would be something like salamis, or a TV. TV is you or yours, like TV placet, you like. That's an actual Latin thing. TV placet. Because the word placatne is, it sounds like placate. And because placate comes from that, and to placate someone is to please them, right? Placate is, placatne is please, and I've been back in my Latin lately, that's why I'm bringing all this up. I don't know, languages are interesting. On the one hand, it's like, wow, cool languages. On the other hand, it's like, Jesus Christ, can we just pick one, Like, the Koreans were smart. They had an emperor dude a couple, like, centuries ago. He was like, hey, this shit sucks, fix it. Like, their shit was too complicated. They were like, just make it as simple as possible to learn this. Because kids are having a problem learning this. And so, and the byproduct of that is now, if you want to learn an Asian language, Korean is like the easiest one to learn because it's simplified. It's, it still works. It still works just fine, There was supposed to be a language they worked on in I think it was in the 90s. It was like 80s, 90s or something. When was it? When was Esperanto come up? Like, Esperanto was supposed to be the official second language of the entire world. So the idea... Oh, wow, actually, this came from Poland, and this is actually older than I thought. So, it was actually 1887. Wow. I think it was like this guy came up with it in 1887, and then the idea was to push it on people as the official second language of all humanity, so that could be like, no matter where you go in the world, if everybody is required to learn Esperanto in their education, then you have a chance of everybody understanding you, Like, you don't have a problem of, oh, I go to Japan and some of the Japanese people I talk to might not know English, right? But English sort of became the second, like, the idea for Esperanto was because you had England, the empire was falling, right? And so America, where they still spoke English, it was still, yeah. So England was still big. That's probably why it was like, well, if the Americans take over the business affairs of the world, which is what happened in the 20th century, and they speak English and we want to do business with them, well, our business guys need to learn English so that we can converse directly with them and not have problems. It's fascinating. Let's see. So this guy's goal was to, I'm gonna go to Wikipedia because Wikipedia's there. Let's see. So 1887 by created by L.L. Zamenhof, maybe. It's Polish. It's supposed to be the international language, La Lingua Internacia, right? Intended to be a universal second language for international communication, described the language in Dr. Esperanto's International Language, which he published under the pseudonym Doctoro Esperanto. Nice. It's actually funny, in Red Dwarf, it's like, a British comedy set in like a sci-fi future spaceship, and the ship, like there's only Lister, the hologram, and the cat. They're the last things on the ship, and so the hologram of Rimmer is, it's a hologram of a guy, so it's basically the guy, but he's a hologram, so he can't touch anything, but he's still alive as a hologram, and so he learns Esperanto in the show, or at least he tries to, so he can, better himself. He's like the most nepotist, like he's anti-nepotism in that his father was like it's a whole thing where like Rimmer's character tries so hard to follow regulations and be super proper, and yet he gets absolutely nowhere because he doesn't actually learn anything from the regulations he's quoting. he tries to follow the rules without actually understanding them. So it's like he doesn't understand the basis of how to be a good person and learn things. It's fucking funny. His whole attitude. He's so narcissistic. Anyway, so yeah, he made Esperanto. So the word early adopters of the language liked the name Esperanto, and they soon used it to describe the language. So the word itself translates into English as one who hopes. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice word for. So it's literally the language of hope. It is a hopeful language. That's fun. Okay. So yeah, when was it supposed to be, like, he created for that to be the second language, and then the idea later was to have it be the second language, and in the 20th century people started to do it, but then yeah. So yeah, like the 1920s, there were a lot of guys that were thinking Esperanto would be great. Many people see the 1920s as the heyday of the Esperanto movement, right? Because it's about 30 or 40 years on at that point. So it's like, yeah, it's starting to permeate. During this time, anarchism as a political movement was very supportive of both and nationalism and the Esperanto language, because anarchy is anti-authority, right? So it's anti-system. It's about removing government systems. And so if you're an anarchist, the best way for your movement to thrive would be to adopt a language that everybody can learn. And if everybody learns that language, then you can unite, the common man in one common thing, which is language, and there's no more barriers, right? So that you can communicate the idea of systemic abuse between, a Frenchman, a Spaniard, and, an American all at the same time. You could put all three of those guys in the same room, and they could hold a conversation in Esperanto. Which, that just makes sense. That's pretty cool. We're learning languages while mining. It's a thing. It's a thing we're doing. So, in 1920s Korea, socialist thinkers pushed for the use of Esperanto through a series of columns in the Dongaibo. I assume that's how you say that. I'm bad with pronunciations, but yeah. As resistance to both Japanese occupation as well as a counter to the growing nationalist movement for the Korean language standardization. Wow. This lasted until the Mukden incident in 1931, when changing colonial policy led to an outright ban on Esperanto education. Wow. Imagine that. It's like, no, you cannot learn this. Fuck you. No learning this language. Duolingo would be pissed. Like, imagine. Alright, so official representation, or official repression, actually. Esperanto attracted the suspicion of many states. Repression was especially pronounced in Nazi Germany, of course it was, Franquist Spain, up until the 1950s, and the Soviet Union under Stalin from 37 to 56. Holy shit. So, like, there was an you have to wonder, like, oh, why aren't we all speaking Esperanto? It's because there was a literal active desire from most of the world to not learn it. Like, most regimes did not want people learning this language. I mean, Nazis and, Stalinists, that makes sense. It's like, they don't want people communicating. They are authoritarian regimes. Which is why the anarchists latched on to Esperanto. Oh, it's a fun history. Because, like, when I hear Esperanto, I hear it referenced in, like, the 60s and on, something like that. Maybe that's why, because it, like, and the repression era of it ended after the 50s. So the development of Esperanto has continued unabated into the 21st century. The advent of the internet has had a significant impact on the language, as learning it has become increasingly accessible on platforms such as Duolingo. And as speakers have increasingly networked on platforms such as Amikumu? Okay. Up to 2 million speakers, it is the most widely spoken constructed language in the world. Although no country has adopted Esperanto officially, Esperanto land is the name given to the collection of places where it is spoken. So there is no official country that supports Esperanto, but all of the places where people speak it, where they live and they speak Esperanto, any landmass where people do that is lumped together as sort of a pseudo-continent of, Esperantujo. What is Amikumu? Amikumu is a cross-platform app for smartphones, which is used to find people nearby who speak or learn the same. Oh, I might need to get that. Because, like, that's the problem with learning on Duolingo. You can learn the languages, but becoming conversational in it is harder if you don't actually speak it with someone who is either learning it like you are or is a native speaker. But even though the native speakers, I know Germans have a problem with other people learning German. They hate that, so they're like they'll just switch to the language. Like especially with English, they'll be like, oh yeah, UK people that learn German, no, just don't even try it, bro. I'll talk to you in English because I know English better than you know German. It always makes you think of the scene from Wolfenstein where the Nazi like SS fucking soldier dude in his soldier outfit and all that, and there's like the two redneck Klansmen that come walking by, and he asks them if they practice their German today, and he's like, oh yeah, and they fuck it up, and he's like, please stop, you are butchering my beautiful language. Like he would prefer them to shut up and learn the language properly, and he will just speak to them in English, which he sees as a lower tongue. It's actually funny because when you look at sci-fi, a lot of the time English is used, and English is what represents Earth. And it's funny to me that that's what represents Earth, because most of the media for sci-fi comes from the Western world, so a lot of it is written by English speakers. And so in a lot of science fiction, it's referred to as Earthling, Terran, common is usually the word for it, because it explains why, like, oh, you have aliens here that are speaking English. Well, they're speaking that because it's the common tongue. It's that their languages are so crazily different to Earth that it would not make sense for them to try to converse with you in their language or expect you to learn it. Klingon is a fun example of that, where in Star Trek, you can actually hear the Klingons say Klingon things. So it shows that the Klingons, most of the time, are actively choosing to speak in Klingon, or it's being translated. So the Klingons are like actively in that moment choosing to say something in such a way that it does not register in the translator. So the translator defaults to the nearest word. Like anytime they say like, patak, right? There is like no real insult. Like you watch Star Trek and listen to how many times a Klingon actually says something as an English insult or as an Earth insult. So the translator doesn't say things like, like, do Klingons say the word bastard? No, they don't have a word for that. So they don't really say it. Their language is structured differently. Again, if you really want a fun look into languages and how they realistically would work when encountering someone who speaks a very, very different language to you, who is an alien, like a real outer space alien, please go watch Stargate. Go watch Stargate SG-1. There's the... what are the episodes called? There's 3 episodes that all are part of one arc for an alien character, where Daniel, the archaeologist on team, learns the language. Stargate episodes. So there's like the first ones. That's when Daniel encounters who he starts referring to as Chaka, which is one of the Unas aliens. And they, Daniel being he's an archaeologist, so part of that is being a linguist, and he picks up a few of the words that Chaka's using while he's talking out loud, and Chaka of course doesn't understand English, but eventually so you see that in the first ones, and then the next one would be what? SG1 Unas Slave. What's the Unas Slave episode? Beast of Burden. So it starts with the first ones, and then it goes to Beast of Burden. Beast of Burden takes place on a world where the Unas of that world are actually enslaved as like chattel slavery, and Chaka at this point Daniel's been like trying to understand more of his language, so Chaka gets captured basically. Let's just say that. You watch the episode, you'll get the details. Chaka gets captured by the slavers, and whatever, to introduce flesh blood to the breeding pool, right? That's what they capture him for. And Daniel comes to recover Chaka, and Daniel at this point has learned a few more words and can kind of converse with Chaka on a very basic level, to the hell, and things like no danger, no, can't stay, things like that. You see that throughout the episode. And again, Chaka never speaks a word of English. He I think in all of his screen time, the alien Chaka in Enemy Mine is the third episode where they encounter another tribe of Unas on a different planet, and they're having a territorial dispute with them. And Chaka comes in as a liaison, so to go between Daniel and the leader of the Unas, Chaka's there to kind of bridge the gap. And at that point, Chaka has learned enough of English to understand it, but he doesn't really speak it. So he understands half of what Daniel's saying, and Daniel understands most of what he's saying, but neither one of them can really converse too well in the other language. So I think he says Danielle, which a lot of the aliens in in Star Trek in Stargate actually get Daniel's name wrong. They say Danelle, right? Because they don't know how to say Danielle. They don't put the Y in there. They go Danelle, you know. And so he calls him, he refers to himself as Chaka. He refers to Daniel as Danelle, and then that's about it. He only speaks like those two words. Maybe he doesn't really say anything else in English because he doesn't feel the need to, because he only talks to Daniel, and Daniel talks to him in Unas, in whatever their language is. Unasian, I guess, would be what you might refer to that language as, the language of the Unas, Anyway, let's get back to mining here, because we're off on a tangent on language. But I think Duolingo does teach people Esperanto. Maybe I'll throw that on. Maybe I'll start learning Esperanto. Because I'm kind of learning Esperanto in a broken way, because I'm learning German, Latin, and Irish all at the same time. So, in a way, that's like mixing a bunch of languages, which is the point of Esperanto. It mixes, it basically reunifies the languages. So, the Romance languages, the Germanic languages, and the English, they crams it all back together to where it, actually works. Alright, let's start putting these down. I think I'm good. I think I got all the platforms ready. We just gotta slap these down now. And then link them together. You should work. Yeah, this is a weird edge case, so I just want to make sure this works. Okay, that works. So, probably get 3 in here, 2 in here, so we need 5 at least. And then another one here, so 2 more, so we'll just make the full amount. And what am I missing? I need more iron. I need to also drop off this limestone that's on me. If I walk on the belt, I go a little faster. That's why I'm walking on the belt. God, yeah, I might get full sprint. Jesus Christ. Okay, we're here. What is this box? Okay, your process. Wow, that's a lot of processor we made. Cool. Yeah, I think I might convert this to making... What am I converting here? What was the idea? I don't know. There was something I was saying a minute ago. I was, going to convert this setup to doing something else, because we don't really need the processor bits right now. Something, I don't know. I'm out of my mind. We'll go over here and grab some iron. Go check the storage. Get a chunk out of there. Wow, are we full? Holy shit, we did it. We filled the box. That's wild. Okay. I think I'm going to redo this to where advanced goes one way and this just stays filled with these. Because I think an entire box of conveyors is just fine. Thank you very much. Let's see. Go to storage, grab this. Okay. Okay, we got enough for a few more. So yeah, we'll just make that amount. There you go. We'll just make we made 9 and 9. That'll be 20. That should be enough. We'll just make that in our back pocket while we're doing some other stuff. Yeah, I was thinking about doing bricks. Yeah, that's what it was. Power relays. That's what it was. We were doing power floor. Because making a calcite platform needs limestone and plant matter. Which is actually not too bad. But compare that to but it also takes copper wire anyway. And it only makes 5. and this makes 5. So it's like, well, they're both the same thing, really. And this takes copper wire, but it only takes 2 iron ingots. So it's far simpler to make this than it is to make the calcite platform. The calcite platform, you have to do limestone in a certain amount, you have to do plant matter in a certain amount, and that's just ridiculous. You know. Although we do have some. We could manually make these, but yeah. We need to set up for copper wire and iron ingots. So I think I'm making copper wire already, yeah? Yeah, this one's making copper and iron ingots, so all we have to do is switch this to being power instead. Where's the power thing? And then that'll make 10 of them at a time. So yeah, that'll work. So it's not going to go full bore because I'd need another one of these to do it, but it'll work. It'll be cool. And then this, we could just delete this and then put a storage bit right here. And then, yeah, we'll just put a storage box right in front of it so we can start storing up platforms. So that way we have conveyors and platforms automated. Okay, output's full. What's your output, actually? Your output's going to be a lot, so let's just throw some fast inserters on there. We can at least get 80 a minute going. Not too bad. Because even if your output is at half, it's even an output of about half is still 100 a minute, so it's like the conveyors. Even if it's not at full bore amount, it still makes a crazy amount. Okay, cool. So now platforms are going in the background, and we have a nice chest full of chips here to work with. We'll just delete it. I'll take the chips with me. So now we have a bunch of chips on us we can do stuff with. A bunch of processor units for various things. You know, Great. What is that? Oh, it's a monorail pole. Okay. Yeah, I need to look into monorails. That'd be pretty cool. Eventually. Oh, Victor wants conveyor bits, so we could throw that in there because we have a ton of Mark II conveyor belts. We can definitely use some of those for Victor. Here you go, Victor. There you go. How many ingots? You want 20? Okay, I only have 5. I want to save those 5 ingots I have for the Atlantum. In case there's something I want to make real quick. This music reminds me so much of Free-to-Play, the Dota 2 documentary. Because in there, it's got there's a bit in there where... Hang on, I'll just show you guys the bit. Because it's easier to show you than to describe the sound. The music transitions is do and it goes in like some kind of soft rock. It's a great fucking this is honestly sometimes I'll still watch this here or there if I'm like just doing if I'm writing something or if I'm need something on the second monitor I'll throw Free-to-Play on, or if I'm like grinding in BattleBit I'll throw something like Free-to-Play on where it's just background noise really. Okay, hang on. So you can already hear it there. That's the thing. That's the thing it reminds me of. It's that same key, right? It's a great documentary. But in a way, it's sort of a documentary about Dendy more than anything because this is Free-to-Play is about the Dota 2 International for the first ever esport tournament to be worth $1 million. Like the first, so is a feature-length documentary that follows the professional gamers. This is made by Valve, by the way, but Valve paid to have this documentary made. Like it actually is a promotional thing for them. So it's essentially an ad for Dota 2, but this was back in way back in this was posted in 2014, but it was about the 2012 International. The International is the big Dota 2 tournament they have every year. Anyway, and the reason it's so significant is that up to that point, the guys that were winning it were always the Asians, because Asians are way more into esports than Westerners are, and so they go really hard on it. Specifically, it was the Chinese that were winning a lot of the time. And the whole thing covers how Dendy and Na'Vi were the first team not only to win this $1 million tournament, this is the first $1 million tournament they did, but they also, on top of that, they were the first Western team, because Dendy comes from the Ukraine. That's why if you look at Navi's colors, it's blue and yellow. And Dendy and his team, and I say Dendy because he was making big plays. He was like team captain, and Navi took it away from the Chinese. They were like in the final rounds, and Dendy was making absurd fucking plays that the Chinese weren't even expecting. They were like, and that's what his teammates say is like that's Dendy's. He does big risky moves, and they might not pay off, but if they pay off huge, and you're not expecting them, because he plays like so different. But yeah, he's cool. I don't think he's been competing like the last couple of years, but I think he's getting older. That's the thing with esports is you age out really, really fast in esports. Is you got to keep up, But yeah, it's they compete for the $1 million prize, right? So it was like first place was $1 million. Obviously I think that's split. That's to the team, and then it's split between the 5 team members. So still $250,000 win one tournament. I mean, after taxes, you're still looking at you're still pulling 6 figures minimum in pure profit off of just you win one video game tournament over one weekend, or over 1 week rather, because that's how many competitors they had. It took them a week. But no, that's that sound, right? So listen to the sound. Ding 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 ding. Now listen to Techtonica. Okay, it's not this track. There's another track where it's like it's closer to that. It always reminds me of that. Christian Garcia says, I saw a Mario Kart World Tour video, and I saw a cow, whack-a-mole, a cheap fish in a cart, and a Goomba in a cart. Like, they really have no arms. Like, yeah, how the fuck you gonna put a Goomba and a fish in Mario Kart? Shit cannot drive. Like, what do you mean? Like, none of these characters have arms. What are you talking about? Okay. How are we doing on platforms? Oh, yeah, we're getting a good bit already. Sweet. I'm gonna go ahead and put the limestone down, because limestone's heavy. And then I'm gonna change up the storage for my conveyors. Because I'm gonna keep this set up for as long as possible. And then, because this is just fine right where it is. So we're sort of building the factory out. And then again, like, even if we fill this level, we can just build another level higher, like above the, whatever height. And then, there you go, second floor. Which would be cool. Okay, we got some plant matter too, so we'll go dump that off over here, which this thing should have been burning through the plant matter the whole time, but might not have room. Oh yeah, we got room. That works. Cool. Still got some room there. Alright, good there. So we're back to running at full speed. And we're going to change up this while I'm letting that saturate some floors. Letting it build up some floors for me. Okay, so we're just going to put it over on this side. And what's our output of this? 75 a minute? Yeah, so we just need 2 of these to do that. And that's only on that belt. And then you guys, we're just going to not do that. And actually what we could do is just rotate these and not do that. So like, delete this one. We don't need it. And then we just rotate these around. And then, there we go. That works. But technically I could just stick the box there, but I like seeing them on the belt. Lets me know it's working right. Okay, so we're going to take all those out and put all these in here. We're going to take a little stack for myself. Cool. So now we have dedicated storage for one type of conveyor and dedicated storage for another type of conveyor. So the worst case scenario is this box fills up and then it just, whatever. We could actually run this around to make that go faster. What is your rate on these belts? 225? Yeah, so that's all together, we like 300. So yeah, we could do that actually. Let's do that. No, other way. There we go. So now, if anything gets past that, so some of it's going that way, some of it's coming this way. So if it backs up from here, it'll eventually saturate this way. Okay, what's your in rate on those? 75? Yeah, so you're good there. Your out rate's fine. There's actually a Dead Space movie. Well, there is a Dead Space movie. Or a Red Dead Reception movie. Reception. Red Dead Reception. Just like, it's Arthur Morgan just answering a fucking telephone. You know? You rang. Like, just some fucking hard-ass cowboy at a receptionist desk. Imagine. Red Dead Reception. That has to be a thing, right? Somebody had to have made that joke already. There's no fucking way. But yeah, no. Dead Space. But no, Dead Space does have a movie. There is an animated movie of Dead Space. And it goes hard as fuck. It's about the events on the Ishimura before Isaac Clarke arrives. So it's like a prequel. Since obviously you already know what happened in Dead Space, there's really no point in making a Dead Space movie. So they made Dead Space... What was the Dead Space movie called? It was Dead Space Downfall. So it's an entire anime movie. And I say anime because the style of animation is, you know, Japanese animation. Yeah, it's funny because there was already a movie called Dead Space, so I guess they couldn't just call this one Dead Space because it would have confused people. Even though sometimes movies just have the same name, even though they're completely different. So yeah, there's Dead Space. Yeah, it's like... Dead Space is its own movie. So, like, there's Dead Space Downfall, which is what everybody means when they say the Dead Space movie. But if you look up Dead Space, if you look up specifically 1991, you get the Dead Space 1991 movie, which is a different movie entirely. What the fuck is Philo? Why are there, like, new free streaming services all the time? What is Philo now? I don't know what Philo is. What the hell is Philo? Hit shows, blockbuster movies, live TV, and classic collections. A better way, $28 a month. Okay, so some of them are free, or it's a free trial. I'm sorry, did you say $28 a month for basically off-brand crap? So there's, like, free channels that you can watch, and then there's, like... Yeah, you have, like, some free stuff you can do. So it's different, because Pluto TV and Tubi, they're completely free. There is no way to pay them for better access. Everybody is on equal footing there. It's just Pluto acts like classic TV, and then Tubi is more the on-demand stuff. Even though Tubi does have their own TV channels as well that they do. But yeah, this is an astronaut helps a scientist fight a metaphoric virus at her space lab. Yeah, basically. That's the description for it. Mark Singer, by the way, because great actor. I like Mark Singer. Well, he wasn't in a ton of stuff, but when he does show up, he does some really neat roles. Not a super big actor, but he's fun. Anyway, so yeah, no, there is a Dead Space movie. I recommend it. Dead Space Downfall. It's actually quite a good book. I mean, you already know the ending. You already know the Ishimura is fucked, but it's just kind of cool because you get to see how the last survivors of that were coping and how they were reacting to the whole thing, how it all happened. Alright, let's see. Need some more platforms. Thank you. So this thing's going at a pretty good rate. I'm up to like 1,000 platforms. Our conveyors are going good. Now we just need to get back to doing this. We have 16 miners we can put down, and then we're going to have to build some more. I need iron components. I need to build enough iron components. Did I not just pick up a whole stack of iron? I guess I didn't. I guess I put the iron in somewhere. What did I just do? Oh, I think maybe the stuff I built. Like, no, because I already had the storage and stuff on me. That has nothing to do with it. Wait, did I put it in with the limestone by accident? No. Where's that stack of 500 I picked up? Was it back in here? Because I picked it up. What? Okay, maybe I... Oh, that's right. I picked up the stack, and then I made 9 more, and then it... Okay, there we go. It was because it had picked that up, and then... okay, got it. Understood. Picking up what you're putting down. Can't get a perfect rate going there. Red Dead Redemption movie would go hard. I mean, we don't really need Red Dead... Like, it would be cool, but as, like, a fan movie, kind of like how Fallout, like... Until we had the Fallout TV show, there were always people making fan projects for Fallout. Which, okay, big props, actually, to Bethesda, I have to say. Like, They could, on a technicality, do takedowns of fan animations and fan movies for Fallout if they really want to be big dicks about it, but they're not. Meanwhile, GW just hit another fan animator with a copyright strike and made them like delete their channel and not post any more animated stuff. I'm like, come the fuck on, GW. Why are you such a dick? You know? Don't be a dick. Don't be a menace to South Central. Like, bro, what is wrong with you? What is your actual fucking problem? What is your malfunction, numbnuts? Like, it's free advertising, and they're not bad animations. They're not doing anything that's not canon. Everything they do is canon shit. They're showing off your canon, your lore. Why are you a dick about it? Okay, that one is working. Good. And that one's working. Good. God damn it, GW. Like, I literally have a Cadia Stan script that I wrote out. I storyboarded it. I know exactly what the shots are going to be. I know all the stuff. I have, like, an assets list of what things I'll need, what characters, what setting, right? Everything. Like you know, here's the props. Here's... I know what I'm going to need. I have a whole breakdown of that, right? And yet, like, I have a spec script. I have a full script of, you know, I have a storyboard for this fan animation, and it wouldn't be very long. It'd only be like a fucking 3 or 4 minute animation. It'd be like a little simple thing. It's just, you know, like, as the name suggests, it's about the fall of Cadia. Like, and I want to make it, but I'm not going to put a bunch of effort into learning all that to be like, okay, let's do all this. And it's, would it be good to learn all that stuff? Yes. But if the end product can't even be shared with people, then there's no point in learning it through that project. I have more incentive to do other projects. Let's see if we can sneak this one in here. Like, I fucking hate that. So yes, props to Bethesda for allowing things like, you know, Operation Sunburst to be a thing, being made by Sodaz. Who, by the way, Sodaz was a Warhammer animator. And then Warhammer said, fuck you, no more Warhammer. No more fan animations. And guess what? Sodaz said, fine, fuck it, and took all of his energy and is now putting it behind... Like, he was already doing other stuff, but he took down all his GW videos and was like, all right, fine, none of that. I mean, look at Hell's Reach, though, bro. Like, let's talk about fan animations and the disrespect from fucking companies that think that they have an iron grip over their own IPs. Their IP should be taken away from them when they're, you know, like, if you can't play with your toys correctly, GW, then you can't have them, right? They need to go to somebody more deserving. You know, it's like spoiled fucking rich kids. That's what I hate about GW. They are the spoiled rich kids who don't understand the value of the thing they actually have. They treat it like they don't treat it right, so you need to like give it away. It's like if you bought your kid a car and they didn't maintain it, they scratched they dinged the door, they scratched the paint constantly, they just didn't care because they assume you'll just fix it for them. And then, you know, they're just like, I'll just get another one because I have money. Like, and then you take the nice thing away, and next time it's like, oh, what you should be doing is like buy that car, have it in the driveway, and be like, hey, I bought a new car. It's like, oh, thanks, Dad. It's like, no, not for you. I'm taking your car away because you can't appreciate it. I'm giving it to somebody else, and this new car is going to somebody else. I just wanted you to see it so you know you fucked up. Like, that's that level. That's the type of parenting that we really need in the world, is to humble people. Because you can tell the guys that work at GW, like all the higher up, the marketing managers and shit, all those greedy motherfuckers, they have never been humbled in their entire life. You can just tell they're middle class, fucking upper middle class assholes who went for a business degree and don't even care about the product they're shilling. They're just jackasses. Anywho, but no, like, Hell's Reach is this fucking movie. So this was a thing, and I've talked about this before. This was put together over several years by a fan animator. He animated each like separate part slowly, and then when they were all complete, he put together a 2.5 hour fan movie. Not an animation. This was a movie. It tells the story of Grimaldus on Hell's Reach, right? So it's Hell's Reach. It's based on the book from GW. GW wrote a book about, you know, Armageddon, the planet Armageddon, Hell's Reach being the city. I don't know the whole lore bit there for what Hell's Reach is supposed to be, but what that name is. But it's about the Black Templar Space Marine, this guy right here, that's Grimaldus, and he is going in with his boys to go help fight back an orc horde that is attacking the world of Armageddon. Armageddon is a world in 40k that is like basically constantly attacked by orcs every like century. There's like one big wall every century, and it always comes after them. Don't know why. They just want to crump. It's so weird. It's like Armageddon gets fucked over so much constantly, from what I understand of the lore. But Hell's Reach, fantastic movie. Like if you ever want to know the vibe of the Black Templars and just start getting into GW stuff, Hell's Reach is beautiful. It's this whole thing shot mostly in black and white, and then it gets colored later. So like the full thing is this awesome stylistic monochromatic look, and he just keeps getting better and better with his animations. And then eventually, like an hour into the film, then one of the next scenes just swaps it into this desaturated color palette, but it's still got that sketchy style to it, but he's using different Photoshop techniques instead of hand draw rotoscoping it like he used to. So he kind of drops that part of the aesthetic eventually, and because it's just so much work for so little reward. And so you can see the later episodes that he did were different, but it's still all one cohesive story, which actually kind of adds to the idea of it. Like the opening is all black and white, like the Templars. That's their morality, is good, evil, emperor, heresy, right? And then you can see maybe later on, as the battles go on and everything's getting worse, you can kind of view that as Grimaldus is starting to see the world not in black and white, but in shades of gray. Desaturated color, yes, but maybe a bit of color. But then there's like flashback moments where he's talking to his captain and all that, and then it's so good. And then you get to the end and he goes back to black and white because he leaves the world of Armageddon. And now after that, he returns to the simplicity of his mission, which is to serve the Emperor. And it was only when he was in the trenches that he started to see the full world and breadth of life in Armageddon among the Cadian troops. Fantastic movie! If this cannot be made now, you are not allowed to do this according to GW. And it makes me so fucking mad. Fan animations are protected by copyright laws. You have fair use. They are 100% protected by fair use laws. They are, because they are a transformation. They are for the use of parody, satire, criticism, whatever. You're allowed to use it in that way. You are, legally speaking. But again, the problem is that the justice system does not serve for justice. It serves money. So what happens is, if you go to court, if an animator was put his foot down and say, fuck you, I'm taking you to court, you go to court, GW is going to use its massive dragon hoard of wealth to basically make the trial go on so long that you cannot continue. Which is fucking bullshit. Anyway, Christian Garcia says, I would love a Skyrim movie. They make Alduin the big bad boss, and then they could do a second movie where Mirak is the main threat. I don't know who the fuck Mirak is, but okay, yeah. Yeah, do Skyrim, do the whole, like, let's kill the dragon bit, Personally, I would go with a show. I think the Fallout show is proving that you can do long-form storytelling of, RPGs, and I would actually like a Skyrim. I mean, you look like the Vikings show that everybody was into, like Vikings, Game of Thrones, that type of thing. People are really into that. You might as well just make a fucking Skyrim show, and I think it would go hard. Okay, are you close enough? Are you in the thing? Do you work? Come on. Ah! The side doesn't work. There's too much moss in the way. We can do it higher, but we can't do it... No, because they want it here. Hold on. Right, this way. It's so weird. All of it is so weird, bro. Come on. Come on. Ugh. Alright, hang on. Maybe I can take a little bit off. Just a little bit. You don't want to fuck it all up. Yeah, I wish I had a shaper tool on the mole that would let me do this closer. Like, I could use the mole to get closer. Try that now, maybe. Maybe we can squeeze it in here. Like that. Because there's like a certain surface volume you have to match as well. Like all three drills need to be mostly contacting it. I just don't think this corner is going to work at all. If it doesn't, it's fine, but I would like it to. I'd like to get this whole thing working. Well, you know what? If that corner's not going to work anyway, I might just shave it off to make it work, and that way we can have more. See, it doesn't really cut the ore out because it's trying to protect the ore. So it mostly just cuts the moss out of the way. Are you still working? Ah, I broke it. See, this one I broke. God damn it. See, I killed it too much. It's weird now. Maybe it's a platforming thing. Is that working now? No, I broke that one. Damn it. This is why you can't use the mole around it, man. Oh, I don't have those. I have these. There we go. Is it platformed enough? Okay, hold on. Maybe we put one underneath. Ah, I broke that one. I'm gonna have to move it now. God damn it. It was in such a good spot, too. All this just to try to get one thing to work that's never going to work because the devs made this weird. It's so shitty. There we go. We got it. But we sacrificed the other drill to do it, so I guess maybe I gotta... Maybe I can pick it up and put it back down. No, see, it doesn't work now. I don't know why it doesn't work. I don't get it. Hang on, I'm gonna try maybe put a little in here. Maybe that's what it needs, is a proper footing. Pisses me off. Hold on, just clink it maybe. Okay, hold on, maybe. Yeah, because now this thing's not going to supply the correct amount of copper. Damn it. Sorry, we could turn this one on and just redo that one. Whatever, we're about to have a shit ton of copper anyway, so it's not like it matters if one drill's not keeping up for the one thing that I'm making with copper right now. All for this one. I broke this one. I think maybe if I move it back one square, the piston will go forward into it correctly and it'll work, but... Yeah, listen. Listen to the music. Doo-doo, doo-doo. It's got that same vibe as the free-to-play music. Okay, are you working? Yes. Okay. Are you gonna work for me? Work. Come no. What day? Actually, we could maybe scooch this one over. So if we scooch this over, we might get just enough room for all of these to fit in. Maybe. Probably only get 2 off this wall. Oh, no, we got 1. We got 2. Hey, we got 3 on the wall. Nice. Yeah, if you tuck these things in, they can work. They can work very well if you tuck them in right. Just get out of the way. That's going to cause me a problem. I already know it. Okay. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3. We got a little room. Might get 4. Come on. Damn thing doesn't fuel. It's got like a delay in it. Wait, we closed that, yeah? Closed it there. Okay, good. Okay, how are we doing? 4. Fantastic. 4 there as well. Might need to rotate this one. Otherwise, how am I going to get the... Yeah, okay. Let's see. Cable were to go around this way and then straight. That's for feeding the... Yeah, that would work. I'm not gonna mess with it because I don't think it'll work the other way. Oh, you can just rotate them. I'm a dumbass. That works. We could actually just see if that works. Yes, it does. Whoa, cool. And that'll be a lot nicer to work with. Then we can run the cable underneath for the loop back to there. Actually, that might be kind of a bitch to do. I'll just, like, loop it from here and then send it back the other way. Make the loop. Or just send it up here. Because there is a gap between these floors that we could maybe just send the thing straight up through here. That might be a good idea, actually. Okay, is there enough room for two? No, there's barely room for one. Yeah. If there was, like, one more chunk of copper here I could get to in here, but, yeah. So you guys know we're all working. This thing, part of this, so we'll just use some of these that are replaced. There you go. Let me switch over to the power floor. And we'll do this. Ah, shit. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. Ah, shit. God, I am a fucking spaz today. Something like that. Right? To start with, yeah. Probably make it as far out as this, honestly. Now that we're making a bunch of power floors, I don't have to be as careful with my flooring. I can do it upright because it's all automated. There we go. That works. Okay, so basically just copy what I did downstairs up to here. And then, same thing. Okay, so we need more that, so we gotta go back and get more iron. Yeah, that's the problem with the storage, is the damn elevator storage seems to be limited to just one stack of whatever. Because I guess you're supposed to be moving it through the floors, so I could just put a thing in here, actually, so it could stack up. You could put a storage unit, but it's fine. It'd be good enough. Well, actually, you're not doing anything. What's the pull rate here? Input currently 72. Yeah, so its input rate's only actually good enough to fuel this. Like, barely, so. Oh, no, wait, that's fueling that. Then what are you fueling? Oh, you're fueling more than that. Okay, so you know what? Let's actually do that. We'll just take this one off. And we'll put in a storage unit for this. And then we can pull from the storage unit later. And that'll be moving 60 a minute. That's not bad. And then that sort of cuts it down to 60 a minute here. And that's more than I need anyway. I mean, I'm barely using this at all. I'll need 45 a minute, so we're still good there. More floor! Woo! We love the floor. Alright, and then go from there. Is this thing working? Should I oversaturate this? Yeah, I did say I wanted to clean up the harvest here, so I might just do that. Alright, take all that away. Alright, I'm gonna stop the harvest here. Because yes, this is powering our iron, but I don't really need it to power the iron right now. We're just gonna kind of shut this all down until I get new things established. Because this is running our iron smelter, so the worst case scenario is the iron smelter can get backed up, and then, yeah. Trying to steal all this back out so I can add more to the system, so it's constantly moving. As I said, I'll probably upgrade this system anyway. I think I got them all. I think it's not, yeah, it's not doing anything right now. Okay. Oh, it's doing another one. Okay, but I think that's the last one. Yeah, seed. Thank you. Alright, cool. Like the idea of a Hell's Reach game? Alright, let's see. I could see Hell's Reach as a Call of Duty style game, and it goes hard, like the idea of it. I mean, that's basically what Space Marine has been. Space Marine, you fight a bunch of orcs, so Space Marine is essentially Hell's Reach. It's just that GW's a bunch of cucks who won't let any other Space Marine band have representation, so we just get the Ultramarines all the fucking time. So Space Marine is about the Ultramarines, even though it would make a lot more sense if it were about Black Templars, because Black Templars are more, like, hey, heresy, you gotta atone for that and whatever. Like, alright, cool, that would make way more sense for the Space Marine story so far, But yeah, Space Marine, I actually played some of the Space Marine multiplayer. There are still people playing the first game's multiplayer, and it goes hard. Like, I'm into it. It's actually really fun. It's that old school shooter vibe, which is like, hey, we have a story mode, and it's nice, and it's like a couple hours long, but also, here you go, have like a fucking multiplayer mode, because of course you want to beat the shit out of other Space Marines, because it's Space Marine. It's, it's 40k. In the far future of the 41st millennium, there is only war, Okay, I think we're good there. Yeah, we'll be good here. So we just need this level. That's fine. Right. Alright, and we got a bunch of miners set up, so we can do that. We just copy this onto the top floor. And this should work because it's lined up to be exactly like the one below it. So I shouldn't even have to worry about, because we already worked out all the kinks on the bottom floor. So this one, as long as we line it up with everything, it should be fine. So try to get 3 on the side here. So you're going to be awkwardly out. You're going to be in that. You're going to be that. This one I don't know about. I might have to shift these ones around just a little bit. Okay, you're working. Yep, got it. And got it. Cool. And then 3 on the backside, or 4 on the backside. And then 1 turned in from this side, like so. Oh, I left the stack in here. Whoopsie. Yeah, it's kind of nice because you can see the fuel thing through the floor, and that helps you line up with the rest of it. And then you should be good. Again, I have to double check it anyway, even though logic says this should be fine. Game says no, fuck you. Okay, I should put a floor right across the top of that. Yeah, because I need to add that to that line as well. So we'll add that floor. Yeah, fuck. The jetpack always confuses me. I don't know if it's a cap or a hold. But yeah, a Hell's Reach game would be kind of sick. Again, I've said for years, StarCraft. A StarCraft first-person, Marine game would go hard as hell. Like, it's so shit, because it's like, all Blizzard has to do is make a StarCraft Ghost video game, and you could sell that full price and people would buy it, but, like, there was going to be one. They were going to do, like, a Perfect Dark, Splinter Cell, stealth, Ghost game. For anybody that doesn't know Ghost, if you're not a big into StarCraft, there's these units called Ghosts, and specifically this was going to be about Sarah Kerrigan, who is, like, the #1 Ghost in, like, she's the main character. So you have StarCraft, so there was supposed to be a game called StarCraft Ghost, and it was actually going to be about Sarah Kerrigan, I believe, in her, like, heyday before she gets turned into the Queen of Blades in StarCraft. When does the Queen of Blades appear? I think the Queen of Blades... Or is it Nova? No, Nova. Okay, so it's a different character. I was wrong. Right, because Sarah Kerrigan had red hair. But they're both, like, female... They're both, like, female ghosts, which is, like, badass as hell. So... let's see. Yeah, it's like, it was supposed to be StarCraft Ghost starring, this is a book, actually, about this character, Nova. And it was going to be this stealth third-person shooter. Like, was there... there was, like, some gameplay from, like, a tech demo before, and they never actually, like, finished the game. They had a gameplay video, but you could see, like, it's still kind of rough. Again, Night Dive. if you're listening, please, for the love of God, offer to get the license first. The problem with Night Dive is they have only so many guys on their team, and they're basically asked to remaster and remake every great game so that people can appreciate them in the modern context with, better controls and better graphics. But it's like, oh my god. But yeah, you can see it's like a Splinter Cell. You're sneaking around. It's kind of a Metroid as well. Also, damn, that fucking crouching pose goes hard. Like, look at the booty. Like, there's so much booty in this. It's funny. It's clearly a product of its time because nowadays, if you try to do that, the internet will yell at you. Oh my god, it says sexist. I don't care. But like, look at that. You get to see the full scale of the actual structures because that's a Protoss like power pylon that they use, like the crystal. But yeah, you can see it's like very Splinter Cell, sneaking around, trying not to get seen by the Marines, Yeah, and so Ghost, we were supposed to have one of those, and then that would be perfect. But again, all this is what I don't understand is why they don't license it to somebody. You could literally just say, "Hey guys, we were toying around with this idea. If you want to make this game and make it like a simple game that's like $40, then we'll take half of that and you get the other half, and then simple. Like if you guys want to make it, we'll take whatever. We'll take like a small percentage off it. I don't know. Like look at Steam. Steam doesn't give a fuck about like whatever. It's like, oh yeah, you guys do whatever. Make mods for our games. We love you modding our games and all that. It's just like the other guys are just dicks about it. I don't know why other companies are such dicks about IP. Like somebody made an entire Portal game and Valve like put it on and promoted it on Steam like, hey look, Portal, there's a mod for Portal from the Steam Workshop. It's called Portal Revolution. It's its own standalone mod. Play that. It's great. Like, it's just so funny that they just have that other companies have such disrespect for their fans. They don't want their fans to be happy. Meanwhile, Valve is like barely making anything, but when they do, it's a masterpiece, and everything they do is like for the consumer, and so everybody is like collectively like, yay Valve, we love good guy Valve, yay. Like, again, their competition keeps just shooting themselves in the foot, so Valve does nothing and wins. They just wait for the greed and avarice of their enemies to overtake them, and it's like, whatever, you guys. Nobody's making you be greedy assholes. You're choosing to be greedy assholes. Okay. Yeah, we just gotta do this level now, so... Start over on this side. Grab that. There. 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 Is there like 3 on this side or 4? Okay, there's 4. Okay, that one's supposed to be off a little bit. Start with this one. We need to make this one the cornerstone because we know it fits in here. And then we'll go from there. I think I could line these all up straight. I don't think the distance matters because the drill will go out and just get it, right? Yeah, the piston will push forward. And it doesn't get it. Oh my god. And what's the point of the drill pushing forward if I still have to force this thing closer to the thing? If it still has to be stacked on top of it like this for it to function? Then what the hell, bro? It's not even functioning now, even though the one below it functions. What do you mean? Oh, what? Is there one little bit of moss on this? Hold on, let me fix it for you. Unbelievable. Wait. Look at this. There's nothing wrong with this. This one works, yes? Does this one work? No, that one doesn't work either, because, I don't know, mounting or something. Christ's sake. Christ on his throne, this is stupid. Okay, put that there. Is that gonna work? Because it has a proper foot there now. Yes, it's something about platforming. Why do you care? Okay, dude, to the Satisfactory devs, alright, if you're watching this, why the fuck do you care if the game has proper platform? Like, why did you code it like that? Why? Why is it, what system is running in the background where, oh, you're one square off, so the foundation's not there? Again, it feels like there was supposed to be a system in this game for, like, weight and physicality and density, so, like, you had to have a certain amount of support on a platform for it to actually work, or else the platform would fall down. But they decided not to do that because it was too intensive. And then they just left that code in. That's what it feels like. Are you gonna work? Now we put that one brick there. Okay, no. This one worked. This one didn't. Because that's that one brick. Do I need to remove this and put a brick here? Is that what you're saying? Or maybe I need to just move it over like 1 inch. If I move it over 1 block, are you suddenly gonna magically work now? No, okay, at least there's consistency there. So maybe we just take that away. To open the ore vein more. Alright, before we try moving the whole... Before we try putting another block down for no reason. I could just put it down to be safe, but I want to test this. Okay, so it's something about the structure, how close it is, it's a combination of bullshit factors. I'm just gonna get rid of that because I want to make sure that's out of the way. Okay, that's fine. Are you actually functioning still? Ugh, it's taken us 2 hours just to get to this point. And again, I yap on some things, yes, but still, this should not take 2 hours to get a couple of drills set up. If this was satisfactory, I would have had the copper expansion done already. I would have had that done in, like, 30 minutes. Gotta test every single one of these. Working, working, working. Then why aren't you working? You're going, but you're not mining dick. Oh, no, wait, it is mining it. Okay. It wasn't broken. Okay. It's mining it, but it's pulling it out the second it comes in. So it's putting it on the belt. That's why I'm not seeing it in the machine. I just wish there was a way for it to tell me that, yes, in fact, it is getting ore. Or again, like, just, if that's going to be a problem for troubleshooting, even on the dev side of things for troubleshooting, you should have the system, you should have another system where it says, like, oh, you know, excuse me, where it's like, it runs it and it's like, oh, this isn't working. Okay, you should show that. You indicate when it doesn't have fuel. You indicate when it doesn't have an input source for like smelters and shit, right? You have those icons to tell me that. Just put a big red X on this thing to say, no, this doesn't work, you need to move it. Or no, it needs to be closer to the node, or the node's not exposed enough. Come up with an icon for like the node, like, have the copper symbol, like an ore symbol, and then just like, you know, put a scratch through it, you know? Something like that, where it indicates that there's something covering it. Like it's the ore symbol, but in this, okay, look at this square for the gas symbol, right? In that square, you could have the ore symbol, but then you could have like half of it covered. So like the icon is like half covered by moss. So you know, if you see moss covered ore, that's telling you that there's dirt in the way. You need to move it out of the way so you can get to it. Again, that's little things like that make this game. I love this game. I'm having a lot of fun playing this game. But I don't love it as much as Satisfactory because there's things in this game that are not wholly refined. There are certain bits that are undercooked. You know, it just, ugh. It's still a fun game. I'm still probably going to recommend this game if you like factory games, but yeah, it just, Like, is this going to work, or is there too much moss in the way? It's working, so moss is even a factor at this amount. I don't know. It's the transparency that's pissing me off. It's that my game is not telling me things that need to be told, you know? Okay, so we got 3 on the side, but that's slightly different. Okay, I should make some stairs. Let's get some stairs on this, because I'm sick of having to fly back up. Really fucking annoying me now. Just do some off the side here. I like 3x stairs because I feel like I'm not going to fall off that way. And then we'll do 3x off this one. Actually, we can just do it. No, that would make me all claustrophobic if I did it that way. There we go. And this goes up to this level. Yep. Okay, so this should allow me to put it here. Because I had 3 on the other one, I got 3 on this one. Maybe. We'll see. Working. Working. Good. See, at least this side has been pretty, you know, set. I think this one's off a smidge, yeah? No, it's at that right angle. Okay. In this way, I'm gonna try to fly back up. I can just take the stairs. So just do it off the same right angle as that. That should be good, yeah? Hang on, let's just take the floor out here so I can see what I'm doing. No, okay, it actually was one over. I was right the first time. Because I'm a goddamn genius. There you go. There we go. We almost made enough, miners. We need a few more. So we need like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we need like 6 more miners. Woo! Running on conveyor! Yeah, baby! That's what we've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. I'm getting hungry. I need to go check, see if dinner's ready. Good. This has been filling up. Yes, this is very good. So we're still supplying, that's supplying what it needs. This is getting supplied by what it needs. Yeah. So now this is so full that it can't go anywhere. So it's all just going into this. Crazy work. Look at that. You love to see it. Again, this isn't the final setup for conveyors. My idea of conveyors is to have every type of conveyor in a full stack box just because I can. Like, something like that. Or maybe even limit it to, you know, just a refill of a couple, you know, 100 at a time or whatever, so one machine can supply both things. It's not, you know, not that crazy. But then you have to run into the issue of, like, if that backs up and that's full at all times, then, you know, basically like doing like power floors and conveyors and platforms are the things that are going to be automated as like a side thing. They don't need to be as much made. So basically make the main floor of like, you know, we're making this component for this, for the research cores, for this and that and the other. And that's fine. And then whatever is the leftover in that equation, if you have leftovers, you just do that little bit of leftovers going towards stuff like this, because it doesn't need to be full bore 100% all the time. It's just whatever's excess in your system, you can bleed off to that. Okay, we need 6 of these. I could have just hit 5 then 1, but, you know, I'm an idiot. Okay, so we're going to the 3rd floor, and we're going around this side. Should be there. I'm gonna take the floor out, double check. I just like everything being lined up so that it flows. I don't know, it's just, I like things organized. It's just a thing with me. I like everything to be where it should be. If I have a blueprint of like what the first floor looks like, I want all the floors above it to look exactly like that too. Okay, you guys should be working, but I'm gonna test you while I'm building more miners. Because it's something to do. Okay, how are we doing? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so there is the overlay. Maybe the overlay can tell me if it's working. Let's see. I'm gonna take away the 4 it had, and then I'm gonna... Yeah, so like when it's empty, it does that, and then when you do this... Hang on, I'm gonna do this fresh one just to see, because that might be a better way of checking it than trying to do it manually. Nothing wrong with it manually, but... Because if I do this... It's saying it, because it's working. Okay, what if I put another one down that doesn't work, but I fuel it anyway? So if this thing's not near any kind of rock, it's not going to try. See, now it's trying. It's fueled, but there is no symbol because it's not getting anything. Okay, so that is the way to test it. You can just slap on the overlay real quick. That's kind of fun. Okay, let's get the rest of you put down. I don't know about this one. We may be one short here. Like that, yeah? Oh no, it's supposed to be over this side. I'm gonna keep the overlay on for now. Yeah, it's saying it's working. Yep, and it's working. Okay, cool. So if it says it, then I believe it. And then if I don't see it coming out on the line, then it's fucking lying to me. But, you know. Other than that, we're good. Here. Wait, no, start with the one in the corner here. This one back here. Right, let's see. Yeah, that. Here we go. Okay. And this one, I'm probably going to back them all up, just because it has this weird thing where it's these are forward and that's not. But I want to make the conveyor belt straighter. So I might as well just have them all be back here. Let the pistons push into where they need to be. Hopefully. So yeah, there is the overlay there, but still, I think just a regular icon would also work. But the icon is on the overlay, so technically the icon is there. It's just hiding. So if you don't... Imagine, like, I didn't know about the overlay mode until, like, way later. I was looking in the settings, like, what is an overlay mode? You know? Alright, but we are officially set on this. I'm gonna stand my happy self up here and give this a second. I'm gonna go check on some food. I also need some water, so, you know. I actually probably will get some... I made some strawberry drink, so probably get some of that, because that's good. Alright, but I will be back in just a moment, and we will continue with our copper efforts. So stay tuned. Alrighty, I have returned. We may continue. Okay, so I gotta figure out how many I've got on every level. So every level's a copy of the level below it, so we just need to count this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 on each, so 13 by 3 is 36. Right? Is it? Am I? I don't know. Fucking... Yeah. Yeah, because, like, this is basically the first floor, but it's, like, at 2 different heights. So, like, the floors are a little skewed. But there are 3 floors, each at 13 apiece. So 13 times 3 is 30, and then... Oh, no, 39. Right? Because 3 plus 3 plus 3 is 9. Yeah. My brain is off today. So we need to make up how many inserters and such. Need, like, 40 total. So we'll do, like... 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. We'll start with that, and then that will lead into this. Oh, actually gonna need 80 then. Yeah. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. There we go. So let that make up... Because you need 80, because you need 2 of those to become a long inserter. And then that'll be 40 long inserters. So yeah. Are we in long inserters or fast inserters? No, because the fast inserters for the smelters. That's right. Fast inserters for smelters. You got the regular and the long inserters on these. That's right. Because it comes out at 15, but when you put it in a smelter, it goes in at 25. So the wire in my headset is getting worse, so don't be surprised if I have to stop at some point and change my audio completely in one of these streams. I have to go get, like, spare headphones. Which I could probably just go to, like, 5 below. Well, I mean, not go to the store in the middle of the stream, but you know what I mean. Like, use the spare headphones that are hanging around the house for the moment, and then next time we go out shopping, because 5 Below has headphones that are like, you know, $7-10, but they're like full headphones, which is cool. Okay, let's see. Got that. So we done with that? Okay, cool. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. That ought to be enough. And then we can also make these. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Alright. So while those are cooking up, I'm going to eat my food. I'm going to be slapping it down. Having a hamburger helper. Which I like. I actually quite like simple food. There's a lot of people that are like, oh yeah, let's do, you know, chicken and rice and all that. Well, chicken and rice is simple as well, but you know the idea is like the idea of sitting down at a family meal, and you know you got the rice, you got the not the rice, you get like the mashed potatoes and the green meat, like big full plate of something, which is nice, but most of the time we should just be eating like this, where it's just like here's something you dumped in a pot, and now it's like you got hamburger helper, beef stroganoff, like I said, you know, soups. People should be eating a lot more soup. As long as it has the right nutritional value for proteins and whatnot. Got your vitamins, you know. Like burgers. Burgers are really simple, but people complicate them. Burgers is something as simple as you take your meat. I mean, you can literally just make a burger, and that's it. And you just, you know, throw some ketchup on it, maybe a piece of cheese. That's all you really need. Right. Then you go to a restaurant and they make the burger all crazy for no reason. That's why I always prefer an onion burger. The Oklahoma fried onion burger, which is basically, if you've ever been to White Castle, you know their sliders. That's basically a smaller version of the Oklahoma fried onion burger. It's just this little thing, because that was the thing, is you didn't used to have big burgers. You used to have little sliders because they were easy to grab and hold on to, and the reason for that was because they needed to feed something to the guys that were working along the railroads and stuff. at that point, the railroads had been completed, but there was maintaining the railroads. There was guys traveling around all over the place that they were, workers that were being ferried through the railroad on trains one way or another. And they only had like a 5-minute stop at the stations. So right next to the station would be, here's the burger. We can cook that for you in 2 minutes. You can grab it, get back on your train, and you can eat it on the train on the way to the next place. You just grab it and go. That's where the idea of fast food comes from. Because you only really have two options when you're working. You either have to have something that you bring with you, which, often required refrigeration, or you could, bring, like, in Falling Down. Falling Down's a great example of a guy bringing his lunch with him, because defense, Bill, whatever the fuck his name is, Bill Forever, I don't know. Everybody just calls him Defense because that's what's on his license plate in the movie. It's Michael Douglas's character, the main character. He's, Defense is how the message boards usually refer to him. And, because in a way, he's snapped. He's had this psychosis that day that's, asserted itself, and now, in a way, he's not even himself anymore. He's not... It's kind of like the difference between the Joker and Arthur Fleck, in that the name of the Joker is Arthur Fleck, his legal name, but that's not even really who he is. So it's not even really his name. So the Joker is the real Arthur Fleck, and that, yeah. Anyway, so Defense, he has this briefcase with him, and at one point he gives the briefcase away to this bum, and the bum thinks he's gonna get like some money out of it or something. But when he opens it, all it is his lunch. It's a completely empty briefcase, and it's a great movie. Please go watch Falling Down. It's a fantastic movie. It really hits home about, like the death of the American dream. And in the briefcase is like a sandwich and an apple, basically. So it's like, here's a sandwich and an apple. That's about it. I think the bum was eating an apple, but what was in the briefcase was like a sandwich and a banana. And the sandwich was wrapped up in cellophane, so it was like, it's a normal ass fucking like peanut butter sandwich, most likely, because it's hot as hell. You don't have refrigeration in your car, so it's like you can't bring something that's actually good, yeah. Something I did like about my work, one of the practical things, the things I liked at my job, the things I like about employment are when things are practical and make sense. And the problem is that 80% of your working day will be spent worrying about things that are not practical and do not make sense. And that's not just like, office jobs where, like, no, it's literally any job. Pick any job you want. The only jobs where you're worrying about things that are practical all the time are the, like, hardcore resource jobs. So, like, oil fields, like oil workers working on the pumps out in the fields and stuff. That kind of thing, Because otherwise there's a lot of nepotism and a lot of fucking bullshit that gets in the way of the job. And, yeah, but I liked at my job we had a microwave, because I worked at a gas station. And so I was able to eat soups, which was actually really good. Problem is, soups are so goddamn expensive, So half the time I'd be doing soups, the other half of the time I'd be doing sandwiches. And then when I got sick of both of those, I would do... And when I say sandwich, I mean basic, like, here's your sandwich. Mustard, ketchup, turkey, slice of cheese. Real simple sandwich. And I would just put that in with, like, those little crackers I was eating on stream the other day. That's what I would use at work. Okay, so left for the out, right for the in. No, fuel line in. There we go, fuel line in. Fuel line short in, or line long out. That's what it is. But yeah, no, that's just... So when I got sick of those, I would have, like, these French breads. Like, I like them... If you ever want really good French bread pizza, like microwavable French bread pizza, frozen French bread pizzas, go to Aldi. Aldi has, like... This is what pisses me off. I was just talking to my mom about this last night. And I've said this before, but I've said it to her before, but I'll always reiterate things sometimes. And this thing annoys the crap out of me. The idea that you have, like, Humana, food stamps, assistance type stuff, but you can only use it at certain stores. That is such a rigged economy, because that means that you can't put a bad store out of business, because if you're on public assistance, and that public assistance can only be used at certain stores, then you can't go to Aldi, where when you look at the prices, the staple foods at Aldi are better than any store that is American. Because Aldi's a German company. The way they do is they cut the fat. They don't have anything, like, you get better prices and a better product from Aldi. Like, hands down. Like, Aldi, fucking sponsor me, bro. Please. Give me, like, the sponsorship from Aldi wouldn't even need to be that much. It would basically just be, give me free groceries. And I wouldn't buy that much. It'd be like, give me, I don't know, fucking, like, $100 a month gift card. Give me, like, a special, like, you know how when people get, like, a fast food for life card, something like that, where they can, come in and just pay with that because the company, they want a contest, or, the company wants to reward an average citizen in some way. Basically that. Like, give me one of those. Give me, like, a thing that I can spend up to $100, and it doesn't need to be, like, rolling to the next month. It could just be, like, you get $100 a month, and if you don't spend it, it goes away. So, I would go. I would go to get $100 worth of groceries every month out of Aldi. That would help tremendously, and that would be great for, like, sponsor me for that, and I will tell people all about your deals. But the thing is, they don't really do deals and all that. They don't need to promote themselves. They don't promote anything. They're just, like, they're there. It's like Chick-fil-A and Costco, and Chick-fil-A, their politics aside, they are a very well-run business, That's, But it just... Yeah, I don't know. Target's getting their shit rocked right now, and I am loving it. So Target is getting boycotted. Walmart's getting boycotted because they kowtowed to Trump. And it was like they bowed down to his orders immediately of like, oh yeah, fucking, we're getting rid of all the DEI stuff in government and whatever. And so basically the corporations took that, Walmart and Target and all them, they took that as a cue of like, oh, cool, we don't have to pretend anymore. And they started slashing their DEI programs, thinking they'd get away with it. Okay, one problem. We're stuck with the government. Okay, Target? We can't get rid of the government until the next election cycle. We can't change the government until the next elections. I mean, if you want to get existential, you can't really ever change your government, and that's why I lean towards anarchy, because, fuck it. But, wait, weren't you working? Did I test you guys? Oh, no, it looks like I didn't even test these ones. I'm just going to test these and make sure they're actually operating. I know they are, but, we'll just do it anyway. Just to be on the safe side. But yeah, that's the thing, Target, if you're listening, dumbass Target CEO, we can't get rid of the government instantly. We can, however, stop shopping at your stores instantly. And me, I wasn't a big Target shopper anyway, because Target wasn't out in my area. Because Target, hates poor people. You could tell by how they price their shit. They don't care. They want to sell you luxury bullshit. So the area I lived in, the biggest thing we had was a Walmart Supercenter. Right? That's where I come from. That's my kind of shit. Okay, we gotta go down level. And so that's what you're kind of left with, is I didn't shop there to begin with, so fuck you. But it's crazy. They've been losing literally billions over the last 3 months because everybody's like, yeah, let's boycott this shit. And they did, and it's effective. And the thing is, like, Target's starting to now try to be like, no, wait, come back. And like, we'll put the things back. Not realizing that most people were just looking for the excuse to not even go to your store in the first place. And that's the perfect excuse, is like, yeah, we're boycotting you. You know what? Fuck it. It wasn't worth it anyway. Costco, meanwhile, has doubled down on their DEI stuff. And again, whether I am in favor of it or not, I just like seeing corpos that make bad decisions getting their shit rocked by, the consumer. It's very, very funny to me. So, thoughts of DEI and wokeness aside, the point being is Costco doubled down on their, like, diversity stuff, but they also run a good business. So it's like, that stuff doesn't fuck up their business. That's where I draw the line. I'm very middle of the road with a lot of stuff. I'm very nuanced on a lot of things. I was not opposed to Rachel Zegler playing Snow White, right? I understand the argument for a character not being race swapped. I understand that argument. We've talked about that before on the channel. But I was not opposed to her in her, like, oh yeah, we're doing a live action, right? And they're casting Rachel Zegler. Which, actually, funny enough, you know, there was a lot of, like, I watched Drifter's, or not Drifter, Drinker's video on it lately, and he was saying that, unironically, the best part of the movie was Rachel Ziegler, because she could actually, like, sing and was a good stage presence. Which was funny, because she was a loudmouth and was talking mad shit on, you know, traditional values and stuff, you know, which, I'm not going to get into all that, but the point being is, that's really funny that, you know, did that. And so I'm not opposed. I wasn't opposed to that. I was opposed when she started opening her mouth being an asshole. Like Anthony Mackie, I'm not opposed to a black Captain America. I'm opposed to a Captain America that says that being Captain America isn't about being American. It's like, wait, what? Like, are you missing something here, bud? Because that's exactly how it works. What are you talking about? That's just silly, you know? It's you drink the Kool-Aid, man. Sometimes you drink the Kool-Aid and it just goes straight to your brain and rots it. Come on, little closer. There we go. I want to get that one last little note off. Yeah, that stops there. This goes here up to this point. Yeah, it's weird having these levels like this. But yeah, I'm not like I said, I'm not opposed to that shit. It's just like, does it interfere with your business? No. Is it improving your business? Yes. Cool, do it. Again, it's because I'm a practical guy. I want practical, actionable solutions to things. So if your company says, hey, we don't have enough diversity of thought, right? And to increase that diversity of thought, we will add people who are different. Like if our workforce is mostly white men, then we want to add people to that think differently than white men do, because we want to improve our service, and that's part of that, you know? Or like Goodwill. Goodwill's great because they actually employ people who have disabilities and stuff. Like when I worked there, there were like the women, the way it's staggered. Here, let me see if I can find a picture of it to explain it better while I eat my stroganoff. Do you have like a layout of how the store works? Let's see. It depends. We have a smaller one, so there's like the smaller things, and there's like the bigger outlets. It's the same process in the back, just scaled up. So let's see. Does it show on the blueprint here how this works? So we have the loading bay. So the loading bay here would be for freight. It's like the big, like they're shipping things out to other locations. Let's see. Where's the actual? Yeah. So there's that. This is the lobby. This is the residential lobby. This is the parking garage. So this is the retail store itself out here, which would make this the donation area. So I was a door attendant. And, you know, I actually might end up working for them again if they have an opening. I'll just be like, hey, I'm out of work. I'll sling some boxes, whatever. I'll get over it. I said, the only issue I had there at the time was it was a me thing. And I'm like, all right, I'm kind of over myself now. So I could see myself going back there and, you know, figuring it out. Let's see. So yeah, this is the kind of like the same as our loadout, except it just basically the store here is bigger. So essentially the store that I worked at was like this size here. Why is the break room way the fuck over here? Wait, the break room is here, but the working area is here? That's weird. That's a weird layout. Okay, that layout's confusing me. I gotta find a better one here. Yeah, this is closer to the one that I worked at. So this is apparently how they laid it out in San Pablo Avenue in Albany. Okay. Actually, I don't even need to zoom in. We can see everything. So, yeah, we have the office, the restrooms, right? The DRC area, right? And then you have this... Again, it doesn't show the thing, right? Goodwill... layout. I'm trying to find, because there's a spot like basically it separates it from the retail area where you buy the stuff, and then in the back the donation area. That's where I worked. Like you work the door, like it comes in and has a certain flow to it, which they actually have a really nice setup. What is this? This is just a fucking parking garage. What the hell? That's just a parking garage. Like, Yeah, it's... Hmm. Maybe this would show it? No, this is a whole different thing. Because like Goodwill does, community projects sometimes as well. I mean, I think their pricing's fucked, but it's been fucked lately on their pricing. But the actual like goal of Goodwill is not bad. They actually do good shit. Goodwill even. No, because the Goodwill was started in like the 1800s around the whole like, or was it 1800s? It was like late 18s, early 19s. Yeah, the founding of Goodwill was, yeah, this guy. This guy is a Chad. He founded it because he basically saw a need and filled a need. Yeah, 1902. So this was around the time you had the big separation of classes. So you had like the upper crust, and then that had like a lot of stuff, and you had the lower caste, which was like 60% of all people that have basically nothing. And so those guys, the lower classes, couldn't really afford any of the good stuff. So Goodwill, the guy looked at it and was like, wait, we have all these rich people with all their stuff, and we have a lot of people that are kind of suffering and maybe don't have access to these things. It started as a way to reclaim textiles. So what you would get is with fashion season, all the aristocrats, they'd have their fur coats and whatever, but then next year something new would come in season and they would just throw that out. And they wouldn't, or like they would give it away. They would, if they were very nice, they would give it away to their like maids or butlers or something, their servants. But most of the time it would just start getting thrown out and people would dump. Basically, it was to stop people from having to dumpster dive for stuff. And this was like, you learn all this when you work for the company. They do an orientation and they tell you what the deal is and all that to get you up to speed, which is cool. This is how I learned about all this, which was really fun. Like the fact that this is not taught in modern education is really fucking crazy to me. Like, well, there should be a whole class on philanthropy in high schools. Like when you get to high school level, you should have classes for economics, for how like nutrition, for how to cook food properly and like not be a fat shit, be athletic, right? Things like that. Like home ec should be brought back properly, and you should have like a whole class on morality and philanthropy and the history of that and how we can recycle and how we can help other people and how to be a decent human being. That should be a class. It shouldn't have to be a class, but it should be a class so that people know how to be a decent human being. They get ideas and they learn about shit like this to show that yes, it's possible to not be an asshole. So yeah, this is like sacks of clothes basically at the start. It was a way to also help the suffragette movement in employing women by giving them like good employment. And you have your collection booth, so you just like they do like drop boxes, same thing. And yeah, this is cool because collection booth, deposit repairable shoes and clothing, serving the handicapped. So it's like even in the founding of it, they were looking out for the disabled and the downtrodden. That was the entire point. And so when I worked there, basically the way it's separated. Let me go back to getting the layout here. See if I can actually get the damn layout. It's hard to see because when you see the layout, it usually just wants to show you the retail space, but I want to see the donation area. But why don't I just look at that Goodwill donation area? No, because now it wants to show me a donation center. Yeah, but they have these like boxes and stuff. Yeah, it's okay. So this is a start basically. Yeah, this is where it all starts. This is what I did. So we'll talk about it from that perspective. So this is where I would work. I worked at the door here, and so you guys are familiar with Goodwill. You pull up, you open your trunk or whatever, you get your stuff out. They ask if you want a receipt. You say no. Don't take a fucking receipt for donating things. Donate things because you're a good person, not because you're gonna get a kickback on it from your fucking taxes. Okay. Doing the right thing for the wrong reason is still the wrong thing. Anyway, so they have bins out here. We didn't have this. We just would always have the bins inside with us, and we would push them out to the thing, fill them up, pull them back, take the stuff out, and so on and so forth. And so it would go in, and it would. Why don't I just get MS Paint up? I'll just draw you guys this on MS Paint. It's simpler to explain it that way. Yeah, this whole thing is just we're being radicalized here, boys. Down with the system. Fuck capitalism. Fuck corpos. How do I get to MS Paint? I just like it should be built in, yeah. I swear to God, if this somehow does not, yeah, the Paint app is still here. If they ever take away the Paint app, you know Windows is dead because it's like holy fuck. All right, I've now turned into one of those streamers that illustrates a point using MS Paint. I mean, it's a simple tool. It's a simple system. So imagine we have a square. So we'll do like a square here. So this is the layout. So how it would work is we'd basically have the back room here. Kind of like it was actually basically the whole store here. So you'd get the retail space in the front, right? And this is where you'd have all the shelves and like we'll just go back to the brush here. We'll say retail. Retail. Let's say store. Could have just said store, but there you go. Retail store. So the retail store was in the front, and then it was the building's still there, you know. But yeah, so you'd have like a couple different sections. So the first section here was the donation area, and then you would get to the pricing area. You'd have the textile area. They were all kind of equal size. And then this whole area over here was basically the loading bay. So we'll just say docks. I swear there's a text tool in here and I'm not using it. Yeah, there is. I'm a dumbass. So this is docks. This would be text. Oh, God, it's tiny. Okay, never mind. We'll just draw it. Forget it. Just draw it with a brush. So textiles, meaning clothes, right, would go here. Price. This is the pricing area. And it's a very efficient system. Pricing. I could have just said prices. It's fine. And then we'll just say door for the donation door area. Okay. So basically, you start out here. We're gonna illustrate this like a fucking football game. So the cars come in here. The stuff comes in here, right? The stuff comes here. Worst fucking arrow ever. Hold on. That was the... There. So the stuff comes through the door into the donation door area, right? And so we would grab it with our bins. We would come around here with our bins, and then we would take the stuff out of the bins. We'd have another set of bins on the side here, and we'd sort it into like, you know, here's jewelry, electronics, whatever. Because sometimes you get like a box of crap from somebody's attic, and it's like different stuff in the box. So you open the box, you take all the stuff out, you sort it, go this here, that there. Then when those little totes were full, we'd send it over to the pricing area. So from here, it goes over to the pricing area. So the pricing is with like one guy with like 2 tables around him, and he's like slapping labels on things. He's getting things ready for the floor, and he's like, sure, he's putting glasses together, you know, shrink wrapping that and whatever. And then that would get priced. The textiles, they had their own price, so the pricing was for the merchandise stuff. Textiles had their own. It's such a big thing for clothes at Goodwill that like textile has to have its own area. And so we go to pricing, and then from pricing, it goes to the floor. Not that it would go here. The door was over here. There's like one door that goes out to the shop floor. But just to say, like, you know, this goes here, here, and here. And then if you brought in textiles, the textiles would come in here. We wouldn't even sort it. We didn't even touch textiles. We saw that it was clothes. Even if it's like a bag of clothes, we would like rip the bag open. We had a big bin over on this side where it would fill up, and then that big bin would be sent all the way over to textiles, where they would sort through, make sure it's in good condition, make sure it's clean, and then they would enter it into their computer system and, you know, whatever. So then they would go to the floor. Or if you, let's see, green and... We'll use purple arrow to say this. So if it was too much coming like from the floor, or if it was like on the floor and needed to move out, or if it was just too much extra stuff and we didn't need it, it would go either from donations straight to the docks, or it would go off the shelves in the retail to make room, and it would be put back in here. Big fucking issue. When I was working there was a big issue of us having way too much shit on the floor. But the docks, there's a dedicated guy that works there. Everybody has a dedicated job. You're not like ever jumping between 2 different tasks. You're just doing one thing, which is why it works so well and so efficient. Like if you work in the upper part here, if you're a cashier, you are just a cashier. You're worried about a cashier, and then maybe you'd be putting stuff on shelves if it was downtime and you weren't needed. But during the holiday rush, all hands on deck. They're like all 6 things open. Anyway, but yeah, no, it's cool because the point of this is that the Goodwill's a pretty awesome company because they employ people with you know, mental disabilities, people with physical disabilities. They don't. Not only do they not like bar them. Like they don't see that as a disqualifier of, oh, you're in a wheelchair, we're not going to accommodate that. There's a lady that to this day she works there. She works in the textiles in her wheelchair. She will go out to the floor, like she'll pile clothes on her like chest and like wheel out there and then like hang them all up. And she's very cool. Like it's very cool to see like somebody who wants to work and wants to make some decent money, and they do pay decently. They do. When I started, it's probably higher now, but when I was there, I was hired on to be full time. I didn't stay, but I was hired on to be full time, so that was going to be medical benefits, right? Because it's full time, and on top of that, like the regular pay was like 14 an hour, and all I was doing all day was go out here, get stuff from people's car, sort it, and then go over here. And then I had to help out the pricing area. Sometimes you'd have like a guy that like, because the pricing guy, he's busy pricing everything, so he can't like come out from the other side of the table, grab the thing. So yeah, sometimes you end up doing that, but it's it fine. Do I think they maybe need dedicated? I think they usually did have a dedicated guy, where it's like the main tagger guy and then the guy that would send it to the floor anyway. So that guy's usually the guy that was helping him load up the tables and price all the stuff. But anyway, yeah. So basically all that, and that was for 14. That was 2 or 3 years ago at this point. It was around that time when I was like out of college. So yeah, now it would probably be closer to 16 if I had to guess. If the wages went up to match minimum wage, because minimum wage right now is like 12, and I think this year it's going up to 13. And so the if they want to beat that, they'll probably be starting these guys at 16, so that they can say that we pay well above minimum. And is that still enough? No, not really, but it's good of them to pay that. That's why it makes them a good company. That and like Costco not only pays their guys well, but they have seen increased foot traffic because people are boycotting Target and Walmart. And so now they're going to Costco instead because Costco's better. And so all the guys that are coming into Costco, since they're spending more money, now the Costco guys are like, yeah, not only are we doing our diversity program still, we're also going to give everybody across the company, everybody's going to get a wage increase because we're just chads like that. Yeah. First thing I want to do when I get back to work is I want to give me a Costco card so I can actually go and see what they have and buy some staple stuff. Like if I make a bunch of chicken, right? It'd be one of those things of like, you can even get it ordered to your house, which is cool. I didn't know they did that. You can actually order it online and have it shipped to your house. But if I do like a bunch of chicken and rice, I'll like, I could go in there and get, a fucking chicken for like $5. Little simple Costco chicken. And just shred that up. And there you go. I don't have to cook it or season it or anything. It's all ready to go. The rotisserie chicken. Mainly the hot dogs too. Because they do sell all their own stuff in like microwavable form. So if you want a Costco hot dog but at the house, you can actually make it at your house. They sell a frozen version of it. And it's like the same exact thing, which is cool. Okay. We need to now do... We got all the arms on. We just gotta link it all up. 13 is what? I don't think it matters. I'd just like to know. 13 by 15. Yeah, it'd be 195. So this needs to be all second tier anyway, but it's fine. Oh, crap. I just realized we need to do some math here. Because I can't put these on the same belt. There's too many. My belt would be overloaded. Because my current belt, this one... Yeah, the tier 2 belt only accommodates 360 items a minute. Ooh, I don't think I'm going to have enough. Because if there's 13 on every level, 15 coming at a time, 3 levels of this, 585... We have to have 2 belts. We're going to have 2 belts of this. Okay, so how do we split this properly then? 13 by 3, that's 39 machines. Oh, God. So basically, we need to put 20 on one and 19 on the other. So let's see, 13 plus 13 is 260. So multiply that by 15. That's 390. That's too much. I can't just put 2 floors together even. Yikes. Okay. Okay, let's just leave up the number, the 195, for how much is on each level, and we'll just get each level to loop, and then we'll worry about it later. What's the going rate anyway? Let me think. I mean for the fuel. The fuel rate is going to be 0.6 a minute. At a rate of... Yeah, that'd be 0.6 a minute. At 13 machines per level by 3 levels. So basically we need to build an entire thresher farm to supply this, and that'll be 30, and then we'll have like 7 left over. Okay, and it's 195 per level on ore output. So yeah, we need to build a thresher farm. So basically we'll just take that area over there, double that up, and then, yeah. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. Let's see. Okay, fuel can be on a single line. We don't need a fancy line for fuel. We're just gonna do the standard line for fuel. Standard conveyor for fuel. Okay, yeah, the fuel isn't that much. Altogether, it's less than 30, so it can just be on a basic line. So I could maybe just run this up, actually. Or run it down. So, like, something like this. And run straight down to there. Like, we do something like that. Right? And then we'll do a down. Cool. And then we do this. Ah, God, I've got to come up with some, like, ramps on the side or something. They keep having to come up to the front. I got to put some more stairs down. Okay, so we're going to loop this around the way it goes. That'll work. Like that. Then an up here. Oh, no, wait, a down, because it's going to circle around the other way, right? So that'll be a down. Like that. Okay. This all the way across. See, that's why I line them up that way. It's easier to just make a straight line if you do it that way. Okay, so we'll do this, and then we can just have a merger come off this. If we do it this way. Okay. And then an up here. That way it stays all connected to that line. Cool. And having the excess 7 off of the single thresher farm will saturate the belt properly to where it's always full. That'll be good. Okay. Now we just gotta go... It goes around, it goes around, it goes around, goes up and around, so it's one loop, but it goes back down. Then we just need to get the loop to go up. I don't know. We'll just cross that bridge when we come to it. I'm just trying to get these loops together. Like that. Merger there. So then it can come back down and rejoin the rest of the loop. And then up here. And up here or down here? No, we want to go down here like we did there, right? Okay. We're gonna go down here. Just leave the merger there. And we're going up. An up or a down? What is this? Yeah, that's merging because it's going down. whatever. We'll figure that out in a second. Round of applause for Archer, Emissary of the Gorgonites. I should watch that soon. I haven't watched that in a while. Watch me some Small Soldiers. I'm waiting for the fan movie to come out. There's a fan movie that's being made in UE5. They're animating it in Unreal Engine 5. And it's gonna be Small Soldiers. And it's not the actual characters, though. It's brand new original characters, but in the sort of a universe or inspiration of Small Soldiers. Which is cool, but also means that it could get shut down by whoever the assholes are that currently own Small Soldiers. Because, you know, corporations are assholes. They are not your friend, and they never will be. No matter how many, like, think of how many companies you actually like. Off the top of your head, how many companies do you like that have actually not fucked people over, right? Even companies like Valve. Think of Valve, right? Valve. The most loved company on the planet, right? And yet, even they have had controversies where they've made some missteps in business. That's crazy, right? Even good guy Valve has problems sometimes. That is wild. Wild to think about. Right? Is that going left or right? Okay, it comes out straight into it. So rotate. Rotate that. There we go. It was bugging out for a second. Oh, you guys are short and long. Okay, I gotta switch that, but yeah. Are you going up? Why are you going up? It's supposed to be a down, dumbass. Down, not an up, stupid. There. Okay. So yeah, this, I think I'm gonna just go ahead and cut now. Because we're about to do some fuck shit in here. So, change that up. Right. Rotate these. There you go. Okay. Now we do this, that. Oh, only 8 o'clock. Wow. Thought it would have been 9 o'clock by now. Neat. Okay, now we gotta get this to go down to the next level. We'll come back and link that up in a second. Just want to do this real quick. Did I miscount? Are there supposed to be 3 on this side? Yeah, it's 3 on this side, 4 on the back. Okay, yeah. That's right, that's right. Because I miscount the numbers, that's going to screw with my ratios. You gotta know your ratios. You gotta know your inputs and your outputs. Otherwise, shit gets real fucked real fast. Okay, we're just gonna throw this on into the bottom. It's easier. Actually, no, because it links back around to this. So, yeah, I don't actually need to make it go under. Something like that. And then, yeah. Let's see. So, yeah, let me, before I forget, let me link up this one, because there was that up-down here I need a link to. Okay. No, that's an up. I'm on the wrong one. Ah, I learned from my mistakes. I'm not as stupid as I once thought I was. I mean, I'm still pretty stupid, but, you know. Okay. So, we can get fuel going there. So, this fuel goes around and around and around. Right, it goes around, gets here, links back up to its same one. So, we go up from here. That's a merger. Right, so, loop 1 connected. Loop 2. Okay, we're gonna start it. Right. Yeah, we gotta go up on second level for this. Alright, start over here. Loop 2 goes around. Right. Why'd I put that there? I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay, and that connects back down to the second loop. But we need to connect to its own loop. Ah, that's why I put that there. Yeah, we need a merger here, but I think it'll just make a merger there anyway. Up or down? We want this to go up because it's giving an input. So it wants to go up to this one. To feed that loop. Okay. And then it connects back around. Cool. So next loop. We go wee. Alright, starts here, goes around, goes around, goes around. This one actually goes down, so that links to the next one. This one goes up to connect to itself, and then comes down to connect back to itself. Okay, so floor 3 is connected to floor 2's loop, but I don't think floor 2 is connected to floor 1's loop. Like, it's not coming back down to meet floor... Like, this is floor 3. Floor 3 comes down to floor 2 to add back to the loop. This one goes around on floor 1. Around, it goes up and it goes down, so that's good. So this goes around from here, start here, it goes around, goes around, goes down. It just... Yeah. It'll be fine. It'll back itself up eventually. So like that there, this here, cool. So it enters on the first one, goes around, goes to the second one, so we basically just need it to enter from here. If we enter it here, it'll go around the big loop. Actually, we want it to enter before this point, so it has a chance to go around the whole thing. So basically, we'll set this right in here for fuel. Oh no, see, we gotta keep the merges away from that. Yeah, forgot about that. Okay, well, let's set the second line and then we'll go from there. These ones actually don't need to loop, they just need to connect. So we'll make these very simple. Like that. Then same thing here, we'll just run it around the back to wherever. Okay, each one's worth 15. Right, so we have 195 on each level. So each level can accommodate the same string. It's all about the maths. It's all about the maths. So, yeah, the fuel loop needs to loop, but this doesn't need to loop. It just needs to get out. So I don't need it to necessarily work the same way. It'd be cool if it had a big old loop, but, you know. Loops are also kind of just confusing sometimes, too. So this way it's a little simpler to look at. We know everything's just flowing here. Alright. Yeah, fuck. Keep hitting the wrong button there. Good. I don't have any weird merging with the other ones, do I? No, it should be fine. Should being the key fucking word. Look at that shit. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly why. I am real glad I didn't try to hook up the fuel line yet. Right, you're good, you're good, you're good. Alright, so everything around here is porting to here, so... That's line 1. Okay. Number 2, same thing. Basically the same thing. Okay, that one won't merge because there's a merge too close to it anyway. That works. So this is the upper line. Oh, God. I hate that these are all slightly off on the floors. I wish they were all just one floor, but They kind of are, but whatever. It's fine. Yeah, this floor and this floor are the same floor. So we need everything from here to merge down to that one. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll have a down here. And then we'll take this around the corner. Like that. Switch that to a merge. And we'll drop this one down to here. No, that's not what I want. I want the other one. Down. Okay. Okay, we got those two cooked up and going. Could be. Could be good. Okay, same thing here. So, let's just start this here with the merger. I want to put the up and down one there. It's gonna merge it for us, so I don't have to put a merger down by hand. Now you see why I gave it a little extra room on the side, so I got somewhere to walk. Oh, shit. God damn it. I did that wrong. Rotate here. Because when you stand in it, it doesn't let you hit the rotate button for some reason. Okay. Here, and over to here. Alright, so I think I got all the kinks worked out of this system. I think it's gonna work. Just make sure none of this stupid crap isn't merging. No, I think it was just that one. That was one to be weird. Like over here. So far, so good. Seems to be working. Okay, this one to merge down. Like that. There you go. Okay. Down we go. Okay, let's do... You'll do it this way. This one crossover. Fix tight. And there. Alright, so everything should be hooked up. I just gotta get the fuel to go now. Alright, we have 3 lines at 195. I'm trying to shave off enough here. 195 on each line, making we have a total of 585. So each line can support itself, but I kind of want to merge them down to get a certain amount on each line. Like numbers. What would be the most we could do? Well, one line could carry 360, and then another line could carry 120, which still leaves 105 left over. So maybe we will just keep them as 3. Yeah, because then we merge them, then we have to split them later. Yeah. But that's a lot of belts. Yeah, but I got the belts to spare. It's just a lot of belts to do, you know? Okay, so this one is not going to be sufficient for our fuel needs, so I'm going to cut that off. Where is this coming from? Right, because that's powering that. This is powering that, because that's from the other limestone mine over there, right? Okay. So we'll just go ahead and smelt these as quick as possible. Alright, and then we can just connect it back to... Well, actually, no, this line would need to be upgraded, and we're going to end up with, like... Well, hold on. 6 ingots a minute. How many smelters is 585 fuel? Divided by 25 a minute. That's 23.4 4, so basically 23. So we'll underpower it, so it's always saturated. That gives us an output at 6 a minute of 138. So we are going to need a twofer. Okay, that's fine. We can just leave the one line, but we'll just go ahead and use our replacer to upgrade this to a 2nd level. That way we don't have to redo this whole thing. We already have a line going towards the area we want. Oh wait, I did that wrong. Other one. There we go. So just fast enough to warrant, you know, some more, because that's... Did I do the math right there? Hold on. Go back to the calculator for a second. Let's see. 585 ore a minute. Divide that by 25 a minute. That's 23. That'll be enough for 23.4, but who's counting? 23 smelters, which each output 6 ingots a minute. So yeah, 138 ingots a minute. Woo! That's more than I'm pulling from Limo Station, that's for sure. So yeah, that is 138, which means it's just a little too fast, and I'm mad about it. So it's just fast enough to require us to use a Mark II belt. So we'll just replace this whole thing as a Mark II belt, and then delete as needed later. But that way, the whole system here is already set up. This one piece on the corner escaped. Fuck you. Get in my inventory. Alright, so now we have to do 23 of these. So 1, 2, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So we gotta go make a smelter array like this that's 5 levels high. So we'll put that right over here. We'll have to shave off some of the ceiling, but that should work. And we're gonna make 1 extra block higher. Making this 3 blocks high was a mistake. It's too small. It's too short. It's a short king. Okay. Hopefully I have enough power relays for that. I mean, I got 1600 on me, and then... Oh, yeah. Do we have enough power relay blocks? Yes, we do. Holy shit. Eventually I'll run out, because that's just no longer supplying this with, you know, copper. But I could throw a whole stack in here, probably. Let it keep going. But it's fine, because we have plenty of floor to work with right now, so that whole system's going to get deprecated anyway. Here, let me finish my food real quick, because I worked through dinner, basically. Get my food finished up here. Got like 2 more bites. Then we'll tackle the smelter array. Okay. That's not what I need. That's what I need. And we are good. Food has been consumed. We may return to the factory work. Lunch break's over. Okay, that should be big enough for that. Yeah, no, let's run it out all the way to the platform just for my own damn sanity. Timber! Tear it all down. Make a little room here. I'm just trying to get to this chunk. Don't need to go that far. Like I said, man, I get the bloodlust with this thing. I want to just carve out the whole mountain that I'm under. I don't know. Am I under like a mountain? I mean, I'm in the Earth's crust. Obviously, I'm in a cavern somewhere. But I don't know. How deep are we? You have to wonder. Like, are we deep and we're going up, or are we deep and we're going down? Or I don't know. Don't quite know. All right. So yeah, some room for that. We're gonna need quite a few smelters. We're gonna need 23. So I got 4. So that's how many more? Well, 23 minus 4, 19. 5, 10, 15. Alright, that'll do it. There you go. Alright, so that'll get us the right amount of smelters. Well, we're gonna do, you know what? There we go. We'll just do a full 25 stack, and then the last two we just won't fuel or anything. It'll be fine. Okay. So, let me study this for a second. How exactly do I have this set up? It's gonna need to be each level is gonna be 4 blocks tall. Okay. So, like, these. 1. So that is how it currently is the... Right. So it currently is the 3rd block is the ceiling. I want the 4th block to be the ceiling. Like that. And then we'll just use basically this whole floor space here to drag it out to. Best for it to be simple. Right. And then this one on the back again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4th block is the ceiling. Good thing I was making so many of these. I'm gonna need more. Ding. Okay, so 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. I don't have stairs. Need to make a stairwell. Yeah, this is gonna have to get moved. Do it this way. See if we can maybe fly higher off of this. Hey, okay, yep. Alright, yeah, you're gonna have to get moved eventually. We'll just do this. So we can access the various floors. Do it this way, and then... Now, okay, I think I see why I screwed up here. I didn't put anything on the back end. So I'll make this like maybe a 2x. There you go. Maybe I have a little bit of walking room on the back. Okay. Ooh, where am I going? I'm going this way. There you go. Okay, let's do this. We'll add a little stairwell in here. Two of them. There we go. So I can actually walk up to the 2nd floor if I need to. And then over here... Yeah. Get the back end here. Put this down for getting the 2nd floor from this side or that side. So I'm never too far from the stairwell. And I gotta get 3rd floor so we can float on these. There we go. So actually let's hang this beam off the back. That's what we'll do. Because we need to add more to this anyway, so... Come on, you fucking piece of shit. Just grab the corner. That's why I say I want the Minecraft thing, where you can just hold shift and not fall off the edge. Good, so that's wide now. And the cool thing is we don't need this as support because it's linked to the 2nd level there, so... We do for the upper, so we will still make a... Ah! Shit! So this back corner piece will be... I think for that, yep. There you go. It's good strawberry juice. Well, it's not really juice. It's like a crush packet, you know? Like the mix. You just add water. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna make a little platform off the back of this. As like one, somewhere I can walk, and two, somewhere I can use to fly up at certain intervals. So like, basically my own little stairwell going on here. There you go. So if I want to fly, I can do this. There you go. Now we can get on that level. And again, I'll probably end up putting some stairs back there eventually, but that'll be for later. Not really necessary. I mean, that's why I have the jetpack, so I can fly up to places, makes it easier to build. Okay. So we need, what, another level of this? Right? We're running 5 levels of this. Honestly, though, it's so wide. That one's narrow, right? Like, this one's pretty narrow. The design is how many blocks across? Yeah, these blocks are what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the minimum amount of space you need for this is 9 for it to make sense. So we'll say 10. We'll round it off to a nice even 10. So we have, like, you know, 1 extra slot this side, 1 extra slot that side for a little walk-in room. So we'll say it's 10 wide by what? Let's see. Does it count how many? No, I have to do it myself. All right. What? Actually, we could do this. We could just remove all these to make it easier to count. We'll just go 2 plus however many power relays I'm about to put down. 2 plus 14, so 16. So it's 10 by 16. So if it's 10 by 16, how deep is this? That is 16, so already it's the right size across for the... That's the length, right? And then we need to be 10 across for the depth. So right here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to carve this chunk out and leave that as the stopping point. 10, 11, so just double checking it. 10, 11, 10, 11. Okay, just get rid of all that. Don't need it. So each of these sections I will know can accommodate a thing. I'll probably leave this open as just storage or something. Yeah. Probably just cut that off, honestly. Because it's like, well, I could just move the stairs. Yeah, because that's perfect right to the stairs. So we'll get rid of the stairs. We'll put the stairs different. We'll probably rotate them. We'll pretty it up. We'll pretty it up. Okay, and then this, we'll just disconnect it from the mining floor. Actually, I could just make a wall out of this if I do this. If I do this and this. There's also chunks that need to hang off the sides and stuff too. So, yeah, we'll just get rid of all this. We don't need all this. That should be 10 there. Cool. So now we know this is... Actually, I accidentally made this exactly 16. Like, all the way from the back to the front is 16? Yeah. So, all we really need to do now is move this chunk. I think we'll add one more row here. Just for funsies. There you go. Pack it up. Here you go. Jetpack doesn't work half the time. It's weird. Okay, so we're gonna move this out of the way. Did I do the thing again? No, because over here I have to crouch to get in, right? Yeah, here I crouch to get in. Over there I've got... It's still not great headroom, but it's enough to where I can walk through without crouching. So that's good. So we'll get rid of this back one. And that means this whole row. So now we know this entire power floor we're doing here is 16. Cool. We're going to actually cut this off a little bit. so I know where the stopping point is. There you go. So that is 16 across, and everywhere there's a cut is 10, so we know each area can hold 5 smelters. There you go, cut all the way through that. We're gonna do it from the top. There we go. Okay, and this one. And that one. Cool. We could probably just cut this off, but I like this being a walkway here. Like, I like this being a little bit of extra room. I can walk around the side. I could, like, go up here and come out this way. Actually, we could make this the stairwell, now that I think about it. There's gonna be one continuous stairwell upward. Yeah. We'll, like, cut it back to there. That'll be sort of our stairwell area, maybe. Well, how high is this? Again, I actually have enough space here for 30, which is cool. I just gotta wind the thing in and out a certain way. Yeah. It's a good spot, though. Good spot for the smelter array. Alright, let's see. I need stairs. I need more stairs. So this is gonna be the stairwell for the whole thing, so I actually don't need these stairs anymore. These were just momentary construction stairs. There you go. So we'll use those over here. Where'd my other stairs go? Oh, they're over here. Okay, yeah. Get rid of that. Okay. How high would I need to get actually up there? Assuming I go sideways with it. It goes out 8. So if we were to put it right here, it would interfere with that. Okay. So just put it, like, back this way somewhere, like, because there's a gap in there. It'll be fine. Cool, so I can get off on every floor. Neat. And then we'll just go to fill this back in. Don't need these chunks back here, though. Delete all that. Okay, so we can just go through here, go wee, all up to our various floors. Can you run a gap? Or will you fall through the gap? Okay, you will fall through the gap, but if you're constantly moving, you can actually shoot over the gap. It'll just walk right over, catch the lip. I like that about this game, where your character's 1 block wide. Is he 1 block by 1 block, or is he just 1 block? Like, does he need room on either side? Is the question. Now let's do some science. Let's see, if I were to just take this 1 block out, would I fall through just this one? Oh. So it's kind of like Minecraft in reverse, where your guy is 1 block... let's see. He's like... Yeah, it's like... Instead of being 1 block wide and 2 blocks tall, your guy in here is... like 2 blocks wide, but not in every direction, just wide, not depth. Interesting. That's pretty cool. All right, we can put up some smelters. So, how did I do this last time? Start with what? What are we starting with? What's the deal here? Put the smelters in 1, 2, 3. Okay, 2 blocks in from the edge is where the smelters go. And that's from the... Yeah, if you're measuring from the 10 side, put it in like this. And put it in 2 blocks in. So 1 and 2. Like that. And then this space over here is going to be used to send stuff out. Do I need all that space on the side? Is that what the other 6 blocks are going to be doing? Let's see, the other, like, 5 blocks. Because it's 1 extra space here, so it's like 5 here, 5 there. What do the 5 do? Well, it gives me a little walking room. I was thinking about doubling up some of the smelters, but you can't because you don't have enough room for the, there wouldn't really be enough room to feed the stuff properly. Good, but I like that design. That design's nice and compact, and it also has a little walking room, so go with that. Alright, so now we just copy this one. We're going to set up this first one, and then we're going to copy it, you know, copy how this looks. That way I don't have to run back and forth as much. Okay, so that's inserters, meaning that's the 10th block. So conveyor for ore in, second block in. So second block in is our ore going in. And over here, what we'll do is we'll feed that from the back so that we're actually going to send these ores that way, and that way they don't get in the way. Okay, so did I screw up? What's my count? That's 16 by 10. Hold on. That's 10 wide, yeah? That's 10. That's how I'm making it. So why don't I have room for the... Oh, that's... Okay, wait. Pause. Pause my brain. That's 9 across. That's 10 across. Oh, I think I wasn't counting the 10 because it wasn't there. Hang on, I'm gonna keep that. Yeah, we're gonna put an extra 10th block on this, just so I know what the plan's supposed to be. So the plan's supposed to look like that on the top row. Okay, we're gonna put it on both rows, just so I know what the hell I'm looking at. Fucking cock, really? I wasn't even aiming at that. Was it up or down? How was that supposed to work? Was it this thing? I think it was this thing. Damn it. Okay, that's an up. Stupid damn thing. Hit it on accident. Okay. Yeah, so I think I put this at the wrong amount. So if it's 10, that's supposed to start on the 4th block in, not the... Okay. So the smelter should start at 4 blocks deep. That should be the first one. Okay. It needs to be 4 blocks deep. Okay, not too big of a mishap. And this is why we do this simply to start with. Okay, so see, yeah, it's overlapping the 3rd. It has to start over here. Okay, so that works. Which means we then have one line here to feed the ore in. So the ore goes in from that line. And the other line's gonna be our belts and such. So we want to send the power in and the ore out. So power in with a basic line, because power is not that crazy to ship. So that's fuel on that line. Yeah, because we need to use the fast inserter to get it. No, because the fast inserter... Hang on, put that in there. Yeah, it's 6 a minute, 25 a minute. Yeah, so the fast inserter is needed to insert the ore, but we can use a regular inserter or whatever. It's fine either way. It's good, whatever. So... all these can actually be normal, because it's like 6 by 5 is 30. So these can all be normal to get them in and out. So... that line out, that line in. Right. So that's... this is ore, this is ingot, that's fuel, that's ore. Okay, and then let's set up the inserters. Okay, well, how many inserters are we gonna need? we're gonna need one of each kind of inserter, except for the thing. So we need 5 on each. So we need 5 of each thing. So we're gonna need 5 times. We're doing 25 of these smelters. So 25 smelters is, each smelter needs one. It's a 1-to-1. It's a 1-to-1 each one. So 25 smelters, 25 each. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. We'll start with that one. And then this one, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Cool. So that should be right. So it's empty block, conveyor, inserter, smelter, conveyor, or inserter, conveyor. And then 2 empty blocks after that. So there should be 1 spare block on this side and 2 spare blocks on that side. 1 spare block this side, 2 spare blocks that side. Alright, so this is correct. We will start building this out as one does. So we'll just start with this. Actually, we'll start with the smelters. So the smelters go on the 4th row in. So, there you go. And, yeah, we need 3 space on one side, 5 on the other. Okay. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Question is, how are we going to get these all saturated? Because this only moves a certain amount total. I got to do the math on how to merge these and unmerge them and get them to be equal amounts for each section, or else I'm gonna have to wait for this saturate. It's gonna be a saturation nightmare, is what it's gonna be. Why aren't you lit up? Oh, because you're not connected, right? Here, I'm gonna put some of this floor back so I can walk on it. There we go. And then, yeah, that's all filled back in, too. Alright, cool. I like this staircase. This is pretty cool. Because it connects to both, so if we need to go up here, we can go up this. I'll probably put a similar one on the other side. But, this is cool. And I'll probably put another one like this off the back, but I do have... I could just build little jump-up points, actually. That could work, too. Tomato, tomato. Okay. 6 of one, half does the other. So... 5, 10, 15, and then basically we're going to fill up, we're going to do 2 rows on the next one. Okay, you guys aren't actually connected, that's an issue, because you're like free floating, so... Yeah, we can just place a block off this, it's fine. Yep, that's good. Okay. Now we got all those made, and we go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. It goes up. Alright. So we got 5, 10, 15 on the bottom, and then this one's going to be 4th space. Straight to the edge. Yep. And then we could expand this later if we want to bring more copper. We might even just use this as our main copper thing and bring the stuff from PT Lima as raw ore up to here. Then we'll have additional smelters that can just run the PT Lima stuff. Yeah. Smelter rays are cool. I like this. Is this fun? I'm having a good time. Ah, shit. There we go, that's all the inserters we needed. Or the smelters, rather. And we got the inserters done, so we just gotta line up all our rows and then connect them all in a big loop. Big ass loop. There you go, so ore in, or in. Okay, and then which side goes in, which side goes out? Well, first off, I gotta click this one in. Okay, so it's left side going out. So like this. And then like that. And like this. And like that. Okay, I actually don't like these gaps here. I was just kind of coordinating them off. I might make some calcite beams to fill them in. Make a couple of those. So, like, fill in with what I've got. And then the calcite platform will fill in the rest. Because they look identical anyway, it doesn't really matter. Just so I don't accidentally fall through the holes and, you know, what have you. But it's still, like, sectioned off. There you go. And then you're not cut off, so we'll just go over here. Do this one. I just didn't want to put power blocks back on there because then it would like blend in and, you know, with this I can glance at it and say, oh, that's, you know, 10 by 16. That, you know, one little collection here is 10 by 16. Everything that's in this bound. Right. Okay, got all the lines set up for this one. I get the lines on this one going. Okay, we're good there. So, pull ingots out, fuel in. Ingots out, fuel in. Okay, so ingot out, fuel in. Right, we got everything. Okay, so smelters are set, conveyors are set. I gotta loop the conveyors still, but, you know, it'll be fine. Right, okay, so inserters for the ore. Put them all on the left side. Okay, next level. Let me put it on the left side. There we go. So ore is ready to be inserted. Then we take things out. So we'll just put left side ingot out. Yeah, ore in, ingot out on the same side. That'll work. Well, on opposite sides. So we know the incoming stuff, the fuel and the ores, are gonna be on this. So like in. Then that's the only one that's out. That works, yeah. Yep. Okay, same down here. I'm stepping on conveyors, move me around. That should be good. And then All the rest are just fuel in. Alright, so we are about done with the copper upgrade. All we gotta do is get these kicked on. Gotta build a thresher farm for it, though. Got all that. Okay, that's ready. Next level. Perfect. Alright, so we have our inserters, we have our conveyors, we have our smelters. Now we're just gonna loop some of these. So the fuel in needs to get looped around. Let's see. The problem is with the fuel... Okay, wait, I have an idea. First off, we're gonna need more of these. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a 2x off of this. So a little bit of room. To work with. So we get a little bit of room there. So I have an idea of how to get these to merge and then loop and then saturate. So basically, we just need to split it off from the line and then have it, you know, merge back around into itself. Honestly, with all this extra side here, I could actually make this the loop. So if we were to do this like that, now we got a loop. Cool, and then we'll just turn this into a merger. Yeah, something like that. Right, so that becomes the fuel loop. Oh, it's tedious. Oh, I wish I had a blueprinting tool. Oh, I'm gonna be so glad to be back in Satisfactory one day where there is a blueprinting tool and I can just copy and paste things rather than having to do this. I mean, there is something satisfying about laying it all down in a big formation like this and making it work. Still kind of annoying, though. But the nice thing is this is sort of set and forget, and you can just come back and upgrade later as needed to, you know, add more to the system. It's not really that crazy. Okay. So what we're gonna do, if anybody is smart and they've been paying attention, we're just gonna split the line off from here. And then put it into each individual fuel loop. Like that. And then what we could even do is we could do this to make it simpler to split it. We just do this. And then we can add more of those for the next level. Whenever we get up that high, we'll just add another one. So this will be the splitter and merger area. Yeah. So I'm not going to build this. I'm just putting that there. Actually, we don't even need that there. Never mind. What am I saying? Yeah. So yeah, 2 of these machines are going to be a little unused, though, because we only need about 23, and we're put up 25. But that's okay. So if we increase our stuff later, we'll already have those built. Better to build it all at once instead of just say... Well, actually... You know what? Let's just delete 2. We'll just delete 2 of them. And then we can come in and put them down later, whenever we need more. Should we have an OR loop as well? I think we should have an OR loop. It's like, here, rotate, 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 rotate. So like, OR loop. We have room for the OR loop, we might as well do it. I don't know, I like loops. There's something about it, like... Again, when it's a system like this where you need a belt to be saturated, sure. Like, I'm not gonna do loops in, in Satisfactory, because Satisfactory has everything down to the decimal point on equations. So your inputs can 100% match your outputs, and you just have to stagger the chain correctly. And you can do it perfectly with cycles. With this, it's all very much about loops. Which we're not opposed to. I like the loops. The loops are pretty. It's fun to watch the things go around on the belt. It's a little mesmerizing, you know? Got that, like, Factorio hypnosis effect to it, where you just stare at your belts for a while and watch the pretty things go around. Okay. Hopefully that doesn't merge over there, because that would be really annoying if it did. Okay, good. That needs to get moved, because you're going to be in the way. I'm going to have a line coming out and sending it to the factory, and... we're going to just get rid of this one. We don't really need it. This one... We can delete this for now and then just make it later. We'll run this a different way later. But for right now, we'll just cut it back to here. There you go. Because it's not like our iron's running right now anyway off of that. That iron is only for supplying conveyor belts. And I mean, we've had such a backlog of it with the iron that's already been mined. I mean, we just cut off the fuel of that. So the smelter's there. This has a backlog. That's, you know, the like iron ingots here are still being emptied out. Because again, we don't have room for the other thing. It's not capacity on storage. So, all right. So I got this going. Yeah, we got loops on everything. We've got fuel loops. We've got ore loops. Damn it! All just go back to that thing. There you go. Good. There you go. Sometimes the thing doesn't want to do a right angle. Oh wait, you're not supposed to be a right angle. You're supposed to be a merger anyway. What am I thinking? There you go. Yeah, the one on the bottom is supposed to just be, That's why it doesn't want to do it. That actually makes sense. Okay, so it depends on the direction. Contextual. Gotcha. Okay, and those are all going in, yeah? Yeah, that works. So this is where we're going to feed the fuel line from, is, here, and then we'll just put that there so it matches all the rest. So basically, we're going to go this way. Okay, hub adjacent, so I can't actually do that. We're going to have to back it up and then do a splitter. Which is fine. That. There we go. Got that going. So this is the one line, and then it's going to split evenly to the other three. So that way we have 30 coming in, we'll have 10, 10, and 10. So that's my satisfactory brain at work. That's my numbers working there. Okay. Yeah. So fuel line's ready to be plugged in. The outline. Oh boy. How much is coming on the outline? 138? Okay, so the outline is actually... Once it merges, it'll need to change. So each of these is 6 by 5. So that's 30, 30, 30. That's 90. And then that's 120 there. And then it's a little bit more than 120. So these can all be normals until we add that. When we add this one to the line, then it'll change. So we have an upper limit of 120 there. So how are we going to get this out? I'm thinking we just do it real simple. We just do this. Pop it over and then merge as needed. And it can all end at the end of it. Right? Because then this level's disconnected, so this is actually just 30 and then less than 30 here, so that works as well. So we just do the same thing here. Oh wait, was that too close? No. Huh? How are you hitting then? I don't know. Just run, yeah, run it back this. I think I was too close. Or something. Or I'm just stupid. That's also a very strong possibility that I'm just an idiot. Happens a lot to me in this game. Oh, this is actually a really beautiful setup. Okay, so that's there. A little insert there. Insert there. And this one just needs the one merger here. It sucks that this can't be a merger. Like, it can't get loaded from the top, because, you know, it'd be cool if it could. Like, see how the top is like this? The merger, like, if there was a top hole, then it could just zip straight into that, you know? Because as it stands, this would just go under that, or over it. Okay, so these two run to here. And then when they merge here, it becomes a tier 2 belt. So might as well just make it a tier 2 belt there. Then you coming down, you're going to be a normal belt. Move it down. Well, here, we'll just do the down here. Then this here. Then we'll do a normal belt. You dickweed. I hate when it does that. It's so annoying. Like, look, I have to look back at the brick. There we go. So, you know, less than 120, less than 120, but when they combine, they're going to be over 120. So then when they hit here, it's 360 all the way. Okay, yeah, we'll go ahead and connect this, like, at least to there, and then we'll add this back in later. Because right now it's not going to anything insanely important. We're going to carve all this out. We're going to move things around to make room for the core production. Okay, so theoretically, all I have to do now is add fuel to this system. And fuel to that system, actually. How much fuel do you guys need? 0.6 apiece. 0.6 by 39. 23, so yeah, I gotta make a system specific for that. And I'm gonna have to make a system specific for this, too, so that's what each one is gonna require a fuel burn of points. No, not. The smelters take more, so it takes 2 a minute. So 2 times 5 is 10, 10, 20, 30, 40, 46. So, well, that might actually work out. Let's see. Oh, I have a memory in my calculator. I never knew. If you just drag down, it goes to the history of the calculator. Neato. I was trying to check a notification. Okay, let's see. So 39 of those at a 0.6 is 23.4 plus 46, right? 10, 20, 30, 40, 2, 4, 6. Yeah, 46. 69. Oh, God. So I'll have to have more than that in a system. So to run this entire system on itself, it would need, let's see, it would need more than 2 thresher farms to itself. See, this right here, this is perfect because it's only, you know, these ones. And this can thresh up to 10 a minute. Spits out 30 a minute. I don't want to have to make 3 whole, you know, threshers for this. I don't want 3 threshers having to supply just this one area, though. Unless I just convert this to run that, and then build another one for this on top. Then that can be run independently. Again, the iron right now isn't that important. We'll get iron production back up. Like, this is all iron that's for conveyor belts anyway. So it's not like we're running into that problem anyway. Yeah, it's not even that big of an issue. Like, we have plenty of conveyor belts right now, so that iron being shut down for a while is okay. Because that's not our main usage. This is our main usage, our 72 that are coming in on here. That's what we're going to be using for core research. God, it has been 4 hours, and we have yet to actually touch a blue core. But the copper thing is set up now. We're just trying to get fuel to it. This needs to be filled in. Let's fill this thing in completely. Okay, I only have 15 left. I need to go get more. Okay, you done? You still factory in a way? Okay, no, because your copper's been shut off for a while, so we're just gonna take you out, and then I'll just take all those with me. I'm gonna be over encumbered, but I don't care. Okay, let's pop some of these down. I think I'll just keep it at a right angle here. We're not gonna worry about this gap. Just trying to get this up to this level, and then might have to actually destroy some of this if I can, unless it's protected. Nope, doesn't seem to be protected. Okay, so now that that's flat, what we can do is we can actually use the flattening tool to make the rest of it go down. At least up until the stupid protected area. I get the protected area, but like, okay, here's an idea. If you want an area to be protected, why not just make this area out of platforms that I can't scan, I can't delete, or whatever, right? There's other sections of the game that have undeletable boxes. You could have just made a nice hard, like, metal floor in a square around this thing to say that's where you can go up to, you know? Messing with the dirt and all that. I don't know. At least we can get this area carved out the way I want it to. It's just very strange things. Like, this game has very strange ideas for things. Like, oh yeah, this is protected, that's not protected. It's like, okay. Does it look like I'm trying to conserve nature here? I'm building a factory. I don't give a shit. You know? You give me voxel destruction, I'm gonna use it. I mean, if I was, like, it's not aggravating me that much, but if I was any more aggravated about it, I would say that it's actually kind of disrespecting the player because you're giving them this sandbox to play in and then telling them, no, don't go outside the sandbox. It's like, what? You give me voxels, you tell me I can reshape the ground the way I want, and then when I try to reshape the ground the way I want, you limit me. Like, it's only like 90% affected. There's a little 10% of this map that I can't actually affect. Which is not a big problem, which is why I'm not bitching about it that much. It's just a really weird design philosophy. Because again, if you want that to be a protected area, you could just make those areas like, hey, this is... Like, don't you have that thing that's like slate stone or whatever? Like granite stone or something where you can't bust through it? Why not just make that area out of that? And that's what they built on, was that. Seems pretty simple to me. This up to this point. So the rest of this we're going to flatten back out. Just so it runs nice and flush to my factory floor. Everything's covered the way it should be. Making it nice and flat. that's actually really pretty. Seeing the ground run straight up to the platform, and then like it's kind of running underneath it, but you don't see that because the platform's already there. Nice. We got some power floors. I'm gonna flatten this actually. Just so I don't fall in the damn hole. Ink. Want that piece of grass out of there. Cool. We're gonna pick this up. Knock you back a little. I just don't want it stepping on my factory floor and like clipping into it. Nice. Alright, so Victor Factory is looking really good. We got all this room to play with now. Okay, so you're a 30. If I were to add more to you, you could become a 70. Let's see, if I added one more thresher and one more row of these, so like another 10 of these right here, and just put another thresher next to it, that would work. And then, let's see. We would still need one more just to power this whole array off of this. Unless we were to take some extra. So, like, what's our... Okay, first off, I got too much shit on me. I got all these power floors. They're very heavy. I should put them down someplace. Give me the blunt. Alright, let's see. Put the power floors back where they were, I guess. Yeah. There you go. 1,500 will do. How am I still over encumbered? What the hell is so heavy? I'm not supposed to have 1,500? Is 1,000 the right amount? What is so heavy? What, the frickin' stupid plant matter? Yeah, probably the plant matter and gravel. Alright, whatever. Fuck it then. Take that with me. Plant matter bullshit. Alright, where's the plant matter box? I'm gonna go put this in the plant matter box. Start going by threes here. I gotta put the damn gravel down somewhere. Oh, it's aggravating me. Alright, I'll just put it in the regular storage, like the shared storage. Couple of those. Yeah, I got some gravel and cement on me. Let me put those away somewhere. What am I doing here? We don't really need to build anything right now. We're good. Okay, there we go. Let that fill back up properly, and then I'm gonna throw some stuff in here, like the gravel bits. There you go. Some excess gravels that we have. That's probably very heavy. And then cement. We might need cement to build stuff on the fly. There you go. Yeah, it's the gravel. Gravel, limestone, plant matter, the baser bullshit. You don't want that winding up in your inventory because it gets really heavy. Cool. I do like the power floors are very conservative. Like, the idea of it is that it's just something you can step on, you can use as a floor, and it transports power, so it doesn't need to be a solid block. Whereas you have the calcite platform, which seems to be a solid block of, you know, concrete, and then it's surrounded by an iron band. It's kind of neat. Okay. So we got all this. Yeah, I guess we could upgrade this one to run this one, but what is our rate? Like, we upgrade that, that'll be 60, and then we just need to make up another 10 or so. Like 9 or 10. Whatever the math is there. Because this has some excess to it that we could use to maybe help power that. Because you have an output of 30, and you have... And all you're running are these miners. You're not actually running the... Because I think I had this on the smelter array at one point, but I took it off the smelter array. The smelter array here is pretty pointless now. And yeah, this was running the smelter array, but then I disconnected it and I ran it the other way. So what is our excess then? I believe this is why I need signs. This is so why this game should have signs. So it's like, oh, here's the sign that does the thing, you know? Like here's This is how much. Like, let me put a sign right here. Like, are there any kind of signs I can get later that are decorative or something? Anything. Anything at all. Like, a simple sign. Like, Minecraft, for God's sake. Minecraft has signs. Why doesn't this have signs? You'd think a factory game might want some signs. I mean, Satisfactory's got signs. You can label stuff in there. Hell, Subnautica, when you build chests, it literally has a label on it, and you can rename that label to whatever you want. Unless it's in some other tab and I'm not seeing it, because some of this stuff is locked, too, so... I don't know, you think a sign would be super basic, though. Hang on. Because I don't want to have to write down every single thing that I currently have going, because... And then when I come over here, I gotta recount how much of this stuff is actually being powered, you know? Okay, Techtonica signs. Are signs a thing? Easy way to show item in chests. So this guy's just using inserters to show what's in it by having them hold it out. That's what I do. I do that in Satisfactory. I have like a little, like Satisfactory, you have something that will show it, but before you get that, you can use one little conveyor belt off of it to show that it's coming out. Yeah, I do that, but... Yeah, please add signs or something around. The fact that somebody was asking for this before launch and we don't have it. Use beacons. Okay, but you can't write on beacons. Okay, so for the time being is my standard religion. I can see that beacons do have some text showing beside them on the compass, but because of my monitor, they are absolutely impossible to read. Okay, what? Is it a text on the compass? Like, the beacon... again, they're so stupid. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to manually recount this. Fuck my life. Alright, 1, 2, and this is why having the same above and below was so important on the copper. That way I can at a glance know, okay, count one row, multiply by 3, we know what we're dealing with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, alright, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Right? 14, and then 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. That sounds right. I remember this being 21. So that's 21 by 0.6. That's only 12.6. So that's the difference between that and 30 is 17.4. So we actually do have 17.4 left over, which we could use to help power the other station. So yeah, we'll expand the thresher, and then later when we want to get the iron back on in this section for conveyors or whatever, all we have to do is build it one little farm like this. But again, we could have improved threshers and stuff by that point. Possibly. I'm just trying to get this set up so that we can funnel this and use it properly for cores to do research and get more and more things going. Alright, so we'll just copy this. We'll just make a second set of everything here. And then, okay, this needs power to run to it. I don't like those, they're in the way. We're gonna put it like on the back end here, one little... There you go. That should be powered now. Okay, so we just gotta copy this over. What's the rate? It goes 6 across, and then... Let's see, 6 by what? The platform itself, the surface area is 6 by 16. This is for fuel. So we're going to cut that off. You're not the fuel I need. We're going to just cut this whole thing off real quick. Oh, that's right, because we were using that to power this as well. Because this has a rate of however much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 12 on the top. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25 of these on here? Yeah, that's what I counted. So that's 25. 25 by 0.6 is 15. Yeah, so shit, we need that to fuel this. Yeah, but if we just make another farm, that's 15 here, 30 there. Again, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. This iron patch, like Lima, is what I'm going to be using for production. This is just for conveyors. That's the only reason I set this up to begin with. And we have plenty of conveyors right now. So we're good on that. Not a big fucking problem. We're going to move this out the way. Okay. So now you are the feeders. So we're going to do this. Let's see here. Yeah. That. Copy everything over. Yeah. You're set for sticks. Yes. So then the sticks. Oh, that's a problem. Hold on. Okay, we'll make this a long one. The long insertion. Actually, let's not do that. Let's do that way. And then you're gonna be like 60 minutes, so you're fine. No, no merging. Stupid fucking thing. Always wants to merge. There you go. Okay, no merging. Annoying. Okay. Then you're gonna thresh whatever you're gonna thresh. Alright. This is gonna be our fuel line that just needs to run to this. We got all the fuel line here's hooked up. We got all the fuel lines there hooked up. So we just need to split whatever fuel we get between this, and that's gonna be what, 46 and whatever. It'll saturate. It'll back up eventually because we're gonna be making more than we need. So eventually it'll just back up and saturate properly. Okay. We're gonna go this way with it. Wait. Wait. Okay. We're gonna go get the other one actually. Do this ahead of time. So we're just gonna scroll this one over here. Can't merge there, so mergey splitty right here. Where the hell are we gonna insert this? Alright, hold on, just put it there. Alright, we can do that. There. Okay, so that way half of that splits out there, the other half splits here. Okay. And then we could just throw you right in there. Yeah, that's good. And then fixed height. Just do something like that, actually. Up from here and over to there. Oh my god, the fixed height thing breaks every single time. Okay, that's wrong as well. How the fuck? Stupid thing. Wrong anyways, we'll just fix it. Alright, fuel's coming. well, the first start of it. Then we gotta add the other fuel line in. Here comes the fuel off of this. Sticks. You guys are inserting, and then the thing behind it's gonna pull seeds. Don't put a filter off of this one. That pulls seeds. You're looking for seeds. There you go. And then we're just gonna run you to the back, but you join up with the rest of it. So that's a loop, and then we'll tag in another loop here in a second. Okay, you guys are gonna be 6 by 16, and that's the seed one. So we'll just do this, actually. We'll just put you in the same thing. So we're gonna need 10. 5, 10. There we go. Are we mining some stuff again? It looks like our system's working slowly. Okay, and then we need to feed you to the back of that. Oh, God. I still gotta do the math for that. Like, how do I break this up so it's all going properly? Let's see. These are each a 195. Each row of this needs to be fed... I don't know how much. Needs to be fed something, though. You want to be fed 25 a minute. So that's... That's 25 a minute by 5? Yeah, 25 by 5. So each row of this is 125, except for the top, because it doesn't fully need that. So 125 per. So that's 125 times 4, and then the other 3 can be kind of left over. 4 is 500. So basically we need to break it in such a way that, like, how can we break it in such a way? We have 120. So we need 585 to be broken up by 120 belts. So that's about 5 normal belts. So each line gets a normal belt into it, I guess. I don't know. Well, no, because it's 125. So it has to be a secondary belt, right? It can't go on a 120 belt. The 120 belt would only supply this belt with 120 at max. It needs 125 at max. Yeah. So, how do we get this to disseminate down this line is the question. Obviously, we want to feed it through the back. We're going to make this a little bigger. Okay. So, we want it basically splitting off from here to go to these. How do I actually plug the ore in? Let's see here. How would I plug the ore in? Well, I need 125 on each line. This. Do a little math, do a little splitting here. If each line is 195 and we were to split that in half, that's 97.5 to each line, so that's not going to work. We can't just feed like 1 and then split it into 2. So we need a way to get 125 times 2. We need 250 on every belt coming out of here. And then when we get over here, we'll split that 250 into 125 equally. Or something. We're always going to have a little extra left over, but we have 3 points coming here. How does this work? Let's see. Each one is 195. If we merge 2 of them, that would give us the max rate of 360, and then we could split that max rate into 2 that are each 180. Okay, so let's say we merge these 2. That would give us an upper limit of 360 with a leftover. So 360, yeah, so that's 195 plus 195, which is 390. So we would have 30 left over. So it would be 360 with an excess of 30. If we merge 2 lines, we would have too much on that line. So we would need to split 30 off. Okay. 30 a minute. Ooh, bingo, 30 a minute. The filtered inserters are 30 a minute. So if I use a filter inserter to move it from one line to another, that will, every minute, be pulling 30 off, which would take the excess off and put it onto the other line. So we would end up with one line. Oh, God, belt balancing sucks. So we would end up with one line that's 360, and then the other line would be 195 plus 30 to get 225. My brain. Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting closer. So 195 plus 30 is 225. Okay, that's 225. And then that, so one line would be 225, the other line would be 360. What I'm trying to get is two lines that are that we need to feed like 75 into here. So if we could peel 75 off, that would work. We could use two fast inserters to pull onto this line, which would be up to 80 a minute, right? So then that's basically your 75 right there. Right. Yeah, so maybe using the inserters to balance the belts is pretty smart, yeah. Instead of trying to split them evenly. Because in Satisfactory, you split them evenly. In this, you just, the inserters are more of a key. Because that's why Satisfactory, the math works out so much, because you don't have inserters to do belt balancing with. You have to do everything by hand. You have to have conveyors running at a certain rate with certain amounts of splits and merges happening in the line. That's what balances it, the splitters and mergers. Where in here, the inserters are going to be our key to this. I got to start thinking inserters, not conveyors. Alright. So if we have 195, we basically want, yeah, we want to peel, we need to peel 75 off of a certain line, and then the other ones need to be 125 each line here. So at that, we need 125 lines 4 times. That's 500. So then we have an additional 85. So let's do this. Let's try and balance this out a little. So we have 3 lines. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get funky with it. So we're gonna use this area over here to start changing stuff. So you are gonna go this way. You're gonna come this way. Right. Here's what I'm gonna do. These are both 195. I'm gonna split this, and then that 97 that gets split, it gets split into 97.5. So 2 lines that are 97.5, I'm then going to throw those onto the other 2 lines to make this simpler. Right? So we'll do this. We're gonna put this into a splitter. God, I hate doing math. The splitter is actually going to be right here. So that will equal to 97.5. That will equal to 97.5. So you're going to come by and pick this up. And you're going to come by and pick up the other one. So now they're both like that, right? So you guys can see what I'm going for here. So now, this line, which was 195, splits to 97.5, adds into the other lines, which means that those 195s are now each worth... Right, hang on, let me make sure I got that right. 195 divided by 2 is 97.5. Add that to 195, you get 292.5, which each of these belts can actually carry. So we have now balanced it to where these 2 belts are working within their capacity. So then, what we want to do is we want to send it, we want to maybe split it again, do something. Because we could send, so basically we're going to have some excess running off this. So what we're going to do is we'll take these, run these, split them here, and there. So like 1 and 1. I'm actually gonna do something different here. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make this the shit line. I'm gonna make this the working line. Just so it's easier to split between the 2 levels instead of having to go up and down. And then we'll have this one peeling off however much from the excess. So we're gonna run these that way. We're gonna run these this way. Go here, and then whatever's left over will split, will pull off their lines, because their lines will be too much anyway. And then that amount we peel off is gonna go and feed this line. Okay, cool. We figured it out. Nemastimo, we did it. Okay. Let's see. So we need a splitter somewhere in here that will let it go between the 2 lines. So maybe... yeah, we could do this here as like a splitter thing. And then... we need to feed it, so we'll do... Can we go splitter to splitter? Is that possible? Can we go... No, we can't go hub to hub. Okay. Cannot go hub to hub. Cannot go tip to tip. Okay, so we'll just do this to feed this line. We'll do that. And then we'll have the up-down feed into this. And then the other one that gets split goes this way, where it then merges with that line. Okay, so that's the play. That's the play. So, merger, line, split, down, and down. Okay. Now we'll just run one, then the other. Tight, straight across to there. There goes ore line 1. Some might even call this an Orwellian design. I don't know what the joke is there. I'm very tired. I've been doing this for almost 5 hours. Feels like a slow Friday, doesn't it? Yeah. Weird Friday. God, okay, I'm kind of guessing this one. That looks right. There you go. Or line 2. And then what we'll do is, in the back, we'll peel it off. We'll have some other inserters stuff peeling off a certain amount. We'll pull, like, one off one and one off the other, then send it back down. So this one will pull 40 off. Actually, here's what we'll do. We'll use this little space here. I fell down. Need to go back up. Okay, so you're pulling off, yeah? Cool. So pull off one line, pull off the other line, and then that'll end up with some excess. Yeah, because these lines are coming in, and then they're getting split there. So what's happening there is the question. So we have 292.5 coming in, being split into 2. So then 146 is getting here. So then take 40 a minute off that for the speedy inserter. And that's going to be too much being pulled, actually. Yeah. So we're just trying to get to 75. We need to use a certain amount on each one. Hold on. Yeah, the fast inserter would make it 80, but it's not that simple. Unless I want to pull them beforehand. Which we could do that, actually. We could just pull one off one and one off the other beforehand. Just to feed into this line. you know. So we could do a fast inserter off this, and a fast inserter off this. And these both kind of go into that line. I don't need to use a Mark II, but I've been using the Mark IIs this whole time, so I'm just like kind of into that right now. Okay, we'll just do it this way. Oh. Hang on, I think that's too close. I gotta like jump it. Then we do this. And then we could just send this one too into that. Cool. So now what's happening here is that you're getting a 195 belt, which is being split into two. So now we're getting 97.5 and 97.5. We're adding those back each to 195, so now we're getting 292.5. But before it reaches its final destination, it's off by 40 in a minute, right? So that's putting 80 onto this line, and that's leaving 252 to go upstairs and be split into two groups of 126.25, meaning we will have more on each line. We will have a little bit more than is actually used up. All right, now we just gotta get the power balanced. I gotta do power balancing, which is a very hard thing to do if you ever played a card game. Lord knows, hard as fuck to balance those things. Yeah. Actually, I have a card game I'm kind of designing in my spare time. It's one of those things I'm still in the concepting stage, but I like the idea of it. Okay, wait, which way are you? Here, copy that, and then just... No, you... What? Oh, it's because of the direction of it. So it's like, that is right, it's just going the wrong direction. Okay, cool. So that's going to be all the seed things that come out. Yeah. So basically we're just pulling this over by a few. I'm going to use the powers on this one, just because it's easier to place all that down. So all the way there, and then you need two on the side. So put all these down that way.
You've built a lot of planters now, Breaker, but we're still far from the endless fields of somebody's childhood. Press on.
The endless fields of somebody's childhood? What is that a reference to? That sounds familiar, but I don't know what she's referencing. The endless fields of somebody's childhood. The endless fields of what? Who made that? Like, somebody made that quote at one point. The endless fields of my childhood. Who the fuck were they quoting? I don't know. Okay. So we want to do... Ironically, if we do this, it'll actually be the right side, but we need more. Yeah, so that's going to take seeds out. Wait, that's going to put seeds in. Like, everything's mirrored here. Yep, clean that up. And then grab that. There you go. And then copy the back side. So at least expanding this is not too hard, because we can just copy everything and then go from there. Oh wait, I did it wrong. I zooped it, didn't I? Yeah, it's gotta go the other way for it to be a loop. See, this is where replacing should come in handy. Again, it's not hard to put this back down, but I'd like the replacer tool to be able to just flip a direction. Still. Okay, so this is... Yeah, that's coming in from there, and then that's seeds. So seeds are going to go out, in, whatever. So we just need seeds to touch each other. We'll do something like this. That works, and actually what we can do is we can take this apart now. I'll just put that there. And then this back one will be where you put the power. Right, and then... go a little bit further here. Might as well just do this out to there, really. Yeah. All the way to the back wall. Get a nice area we can walk around on. And, want a little bit of a side wall here. Yeah, maybe one on this side as well, so you got somewhere to step. You gotta have, you know, walkways for humans at some point in your build. Can't all be machines. That would be kind of a neat one if somebody made a factory game where you're like a ghost inhabiting an old factory and you're trying to build yourself a new body eventually, but you have to build all the, like, you have to figure out how to build all the other little stuff. Like it's some sci-fi thing where, you know, you have all these different machines and maybe you've died and now your brain is stuck inside the machine, so you can move from machine to machine, but you can't actually have a body. So you want to recreate a body, you want to clone yourself a body, but to get to that level of technology, you have to turn on different parts of the facility. That's a really good one. Y'all could have that one for free if somebody wants to make that one. I don't even want no royalties. Just give me a copy of the game for free if you ever make it. And make it good. Just make the game good, even. Yeah, forget giving me a copy of the game. Just make the game good. I'll buy my own copy. I don't care. But if you do make merch for that, you know, send me like a plushie or something. Why not? Okay. See, that's gonna be too close, so we're gonna do this way, like this, and just run it straight behind. And then like that. Oh shit, hold on. Didn't go far enough. There. Damn thing doesn't want to merge. There we go. Oh, you can rotate the mergers as well. It is changing its shape. That's weird. And not that it does anything, it's just a merger slash splitter, so. Okay. So now that's going to go in and around, and then we're going to do it from this other side, too. Actually, we can just do that, and it'll do that. Yeah, that's cool. That's a really good use of that. I really appreciate that, because if you're just trying to fill in this chunk, you don't have to fill in 1, 2, 3, 4. You can just fill it, and it'll keep the gaps where the gaps are. Okay, so we'll just go around like the other way. There you go. And then merger. Nope. Merger. Rotate. So now this thing can go around in a big thing. I don't know if I set this up right. I may have set this up wrong. Hold on. Because this comes up, it gets split, it goes around to this side. It gets sent this side. It goes here, gets sent back down. Yeah, okay, I may have just built this stupid. Hold on, let's unbuild that. That might be a really stupid design. I'm just trying to make a big-ass loop around the top and the bottom floor now. Which honestly is probably easier than I thought, and I'm just being an idiot about it. I mean, they're just two disparate loops. It doesn't really matter. As long as I'm just splitting the seeds off to either one. I just want to make sure everything's getting saturated correctly with seeds. Like, the seeds are ending up in the right line where they're supposed to be. I was doing the visual bug again. Yeah. Good. Damn it. It'll fix itself eventually. I did that before where it looked like a thing was there, but it got changed, but it didn't, but it, yeah. The whole stupid thing now. Yeah. Hub adjacent my ass! Whatever. Okay. Okay, let's simplify this, actually. Let's just delete these two for now. And I got a better idea. Here, just remove that entirely. So I can refresh this. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. We're gonna make this one big ass loop. Ah, shit! Son of a fucking cock whore and mother-in-law. God damn it! Let me back up there. Why do I fall like this? Why do we fall? So we can, you know, get pissed off at the factory game. Oh, good. It took the floor out. That's what I want. Damn it, game! Give me my clone option, jackass. Oh, my lord. Okay. Damn it. Falling down. Okay, so now this is one big loop around here. So the idea is that we're going to make two big loops of each. And then we're just going to have those loops meet later. God damn it. Now this thing's in the way. I got to move that. Stick it back in this corner where it's out of the way. This way. That way. Like that. There you go. So now that's one big ass loop for the seeds. And then the seeds are going to come here. Yeah. There you go. That's fine. So the seeds are going to end up here. They're going to end up on this line. And then we're just going to have one thing go up and one thing go down. To put it on the line and take it off the line. So that it'll eventually find its way back around to where it wants to be. Okay. So this one's going to go up. Yes. And this one's gonna go down. Where are you? You're on the left side. Okay. This one's gonna be a down. Flying up. There we go. So it'll go up. It'll go around town. And then it'll go back down. Actually, we don't need this to be a loop anyway, but... it's cool that it's a circle. Leave it alone. So these are... Wait a fucking minute. What am I doing? Okay, yeah, no. This is where it takes it out. And that... Yeah, that loop takes it out. Right. That loop's going to take it out and send it this way to be processed. Stems are going to go that way. Seeds are going to come this way, end up in the loop. They're both going to go this way to start. They're going to go make the circuit. They're going to split. Some are going to go up there. Some are going to keep going this way. And then eventually it'll come back around. So even if it misses it on a certain pass, it will eventually find its way back to its home. Okay. So we want to do this. We want to plant these, and then I want to take some of my vines, and I want to put 20 vines in here so that there's extra on deck, because there need to be 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh my god. Ugh, what was that about? I think the game was auto-saving. So this should now all work just fine. And our fuel will be set up for copper. And with how much copper we're going to be making, we shouldn't have to think about it that hard for a little bit. And we'll have time to set up some other ones, and then we'll just add them to the whole array at a later date. That should... Nope, go ahead. There. 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 Get all these in here. It's a good chance for us to reset the harvest too. So we got time. We'll just walk over here and we'll split these off. Into like a 20 somehow. I'm just trying to get this down to like 2. That's 20. We're gonna split that into 2 stacks of 10. So 10 in there, 10 in there, and that will put the 10 in the system to be on standby. We'll put 20 in the system, 10 here and 10 up there. So that'll put the seeds in standby mode. Okay, that's sorted. Game's getting a little chuggy on the auto-saving and the frame rate and such, because there's a lot going on in the factory. On this floor, at least. Other floors, there's less shit going on. Okay. So we got some iron coming. That's pretty good. It's not fueled all the way because the new fuel hasn't shown up yet, but we'll get there eventually. And like I said, I might end up putting multiple here eventually. Like putting a little extra in it, but I think it'll be fine. I think we'll have more than we need to actually fuel the entire thing. Like, between this and this, we'll end up with a little bit more fuel than is actually necessary in the system, so it will actually back up, theoretically, at some point. Okay. So that's set on copper. Copper production should be good. There it is. Yep, we are producing, so that's good. I'll go ahead and get this moving out. Yeah, cause we're producing, what, 138 per? It's like 6 by 23 that we're using. Yeah, so we got like 138 on this line. Alright, get that, and we'll move it here. Just so it's ready to be sent down to our factory whenever we get our whole logistical system set up. Okay, now we gotta look at our rates for these, and we still need Kendall vines for this. Fuck my life. Okay. We gotta set up Kendall vines for this now. I'm mad about it. Wah. We need like 30 Kindle vines for this. We need 36. We need like 37.25 to be exact, but who's counting? One farm will do for these. So we'll just make a farm for that real quick and then go from there. Yeah. Yeah, because that'll give us the 30 we need to supply these, and then The computer chips are gonna go from here. The electrical components, that's what I mean. Electrical components, and then your iron and stuff here in a minute. I don't even know what you're doing. You're making power floors that you're not even making right now. Okay. So you're gonna back this up a little. There you go. Okay. You got plant matter going into these frames. Output's full, of course, so. Yeah, so one thing I gotta figure out is what the hell am I gonna do with all this plant matter? Oh my god. Shit. I'm out of drink. I need to go get more drink. Zona del Mini! Hola, senor! Welcome back in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Been a minute. How you been? I'm losing my mind over this factory. It's taking a minute to figure out, but yeah. Good boy. Alright, you know what we'll do? We'll take this. We'll make a thing for each. So we'll like... Yeah, we'll just put that in there. Don't put those in there. So that way there's a little bit of overflow going. How much plant matter are you making in a second? You're making like 30 minutes, so... Yeah, you're making 30. I don't know why I've got this thing on a fast insert. Like, fast inserter will be enough to keep up with that. Here, we'll just put another fast inserter for the fun of it. Just so it goes quickly. Nope, other way, dumbass. There we go. Okay, cool. Cool. We got our copper starting to go. Oh, yep, thresher farm's active. Here comes the fuel. Yeah, baby. Eventually it'll be enough. Eventually. So we got these. We gotta make a thresher farm for this. I'm thinking right over here we'll just put a new thresher farm in. We're gonna need 10 planters, right? We'll do that. That'll feed straight into there. Problem with that. Oh, no, there's no problem, right? Because I'm thinking of the extract again. I did that yesterday too. Where I was thinking that we're gonna have plant matter fiber as a byproduct, but we won't. It's just seeds and stems to start with. If you do the extract, if you extract from the stems, then you get extract and you get plant matter fiber, which is not good. But this will be fine. We'll do. Okay, what's our setup here? Because we can put the threshers next to it anywhere. I'm just trying to figure out what our overall setup was. 6x16, I think is how much it's supposed to be. So we got to pick an area 6x16 here. So we'll coordinate in with some cubes to start. How deep are you? You're not 16 deep. So we'll go 6 by 16. Should be right. Well, actually, I think you're making that 7, aren't you? Yeah, no. You gotta go in one more. So this is 6 by 16. Gotta include some. There you go. So that should be 6 by 16. That should be the right amount, yeah? For a single, yeah. And then we can double it up later if we want more power. Which, honestly, I could just make one more shelf here. I got room for it. I could just make another shelf and then, bing, we're done there. But then that's on that line, and I gotta then move that over there somehow. I gotta put another thresher in here. Well, actually, if I put another thresher on this line, I can just have that thresher's output go over to there to feed those. I don't need it to be there. I mean, I'm gonna have to put it on a thresher and 10 of those anyway, so I'd rather do it over here, and then we can maybe expand that later upward if we want more power. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Okay, so yeah, it is 6 by 16, yeah? I'm just trying to get my ratios right on my blueprints. Oh yeah, we're backing up with some fuel now, baby. It's getting there. Wait, why aren't you getting fuel? Oh, did I never plug your fuel back in? Oh, I was going to, and I couldn't decide on where I was going to put the thing. Oh, no, I did. Then why aren't the top tiers getting fuel? Follow the fuel. I knew this was too complicated for its own good. The fuel is going up. The fuel is getting to the second level. I think maybe it's just not saturated the third level yet. Or is there... Did I not put in a way for it to get to the third levels? Like for the upper levels? Did I not do that? No, it's just staying on the first level. It's gotta go up to the other levels. Oh my god. Yeah, it's going down here, but it has no way to go up to the other ones. I'm stupid. Why am I stupid? Here, we'll just add it, like, over here somewhere. Okay, we'll do, like, a down into here. Okay, and then here we'll have an up. Use a fixed line. That would explain some things. Like, for instance, why my shit's not working. There, we'll just split it off that way. So you're gonna come up, you're gonna go in, you're gonna get on that line, and you're gonna spin around this way. The fuel will go this way, it will go in here, and then it will get up to the second. Okay, it's because I hadn't... I connected the third and second level. I connected the first and the source, but I did not connect the first to the second. That's why it wasn't getting anywhere. Now it's getting somewhere. It's coming in. There you go. Alright, so that should work itself out. Eventually. Yeah, that's the problem is... Why aren't you guys fueled up? Oh, you're fueled. You're waiting on your ore. Wait, why aren't you getting ore? You should be getting ore. There's ore on this line. Why aren't you getting ore? Oh, this is ore going into that one. Right, because your ore line is from the other levels. That one's from the lower level. That's what... Okay. It'll saturate eventually. Alright. Alright. So yeah, let's see. What's the size here? Well, I think I extended it a bit, but it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the bare minimum you need to set up a double-decker thresher farm. Okay, so we'll do this. We'll just go, like, put a back block here. How tall is it? I don't know, as tall as a planter, so. We'll just put the first planter down on the back end here, so. Like that. Cool, and then we make it slightly taller. Okay, and then we just make this certain size. That's 4, 5. 6, is that right? Did I do that right? I don't think I did that right. Yeah, because this would be 6. I gotta move these forward 1. I put them too close to the sand. Okay. So, not there, but here. I go right in the middle. Okay. And then this thing right now is by... So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6 by 16. Oh, I've got 17. What? What do you mean 17? What, I have an extra one? Why do I have an extra one? Could have been 6 by 16, but I don't fucking know what the basics are. Whatever. It's the right size. It'll work. Don't question it. I know I counted 6 by 16 before, so we're just gonna shave this last part off. Good. Fantastic. Okay. And then this little part's just to give it power. Need another inserter for this. So we're gonna go seeds in the back. Seeds inserted through the back. Vines taken from the front. I think I'm gonna do this one a little differently because the vines don't need to be in a circle. I did the other one in a circle, so it's a little too late for that, but here I just need them to go forward. So we're just gonna merge them towards the end. Okay, and then this way. Good. And then down this way. Okay, yeah, so it should be 6 by 17 then. Because you could technically do it 6 by 16, but it's better if you don't have the floating conveyor belt. You don't really need that to be a thing. Okay, so now that's all one continuous loop. And we'll just put this in here. There you go. So now they can join the line. Join the conga line there. Alright. And then we're taking you out. To here. And then that. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put a merger there. There we can just have our. Oop, I'm scrolling the wrong thing. We're gonna have it down, going from here down to here, like that, and then same thing here. There you go. Now we just gotta throw the thresher up here somewhere. So we're gonna link that so that the seeds go right in. So seeds go out. Vines go in. And fuel comes out to join the line. Perfect. Okay. So you want the stems. Where are the damn sticks? I always forget they're on the left side. I always miss them. I don't know what my deal is. Okay, so we're gonna start planting these. That should work. Everything should be hooked up right. Okay, and then we'll throw an extra 10 in the system. Just to make it work. I'm gonna put this down here. Make it easier. Split 10. There you go. And throw 10 in there. So that way we'll have them on deck for the seeds at all times. Okay, how's the saturation going over here? Y'all peaked yet? Oh, I got second floor going. No. See, are any on the third floor getting it? Is it working the way I think it should work? No, this is all still backed up, which means it's not. Yeah. So I connected them to go back down, but I don't think... It doesn't look like I actually managed to connect them to go back up. I'm stupid. Okay, let's go to the third floor here. Yeah, because that goes up to that floor, but that doesn't actually connect. So we gotta do the same thing. We gotta plug it in from this side. That's fine. We'll do that. It's all going to the same place, so it doesn't really matter, but it's just... Yeah. Just... Yeah. There you go. And then that needs to go up. Like that. That's going to be an up as well. There you go. Cool. So that's supplying the second floor, that's supplying the third floor. But then the second and third floor also have downs on the other side. So they're going to go back down into the system to keep it fully saturated at all times. I mean, the ones that are getting supplied are being supplied beautifully. We have a lot coming out. So that we know the system's working, it's just not fully saturated yet. It's not plugged in completely. And then once this kicks off, that'll give us our... Oh wait, no, you're not supposed to go in that line. No. You're just for these. Yeah, you're just for those two over there. Okay. Yeah, so that's where you're gonna go. Well, not in these. I'm gonna move this floor plan around a little bit, but now we know we have what we need to fuel these. So, actually, why don't I copy this and I'll just put them near it? That might actually be the best idea. Just feed them directly here and then output their things elsewhere. There you go. So now we know what they're making and what they're doing. Okay, so I might as well start doing that. Like that. That'll work. So you guys need, like, I mean, this is gonna do 30 minutes, that's gonna do 30 minutes, so that'll be fine. Power, 9 kilowatts out of 10. Oh, is our power wrong? Oh, our power's wrong. We need to go fix power. Uh-oh. Yeah. So we've been plugging in quite a few machines here, obviously. Our power is a little bit fucked right now. So let's go upgrade our power situation. I'm taking an extra one of those because I'm gonna need to build some stuff with it. Also gonna need some copper. Alright, to the hydro level. We gotta build new power plant. Gotta add to it. Okay, so we already have 2 cranks, which is a good start. We're gonna need another water wheel though. Actually, yeah, so we can put what, like 10 here or something. Let's see how many's here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's 10 out to there. Yeah, we need to knock this. We actually need to knock this back. Is what we need to do. So that we have room for more crank generators from the river. Works. And then we're gonna delete this. So the factory's going to shut down for a second because that's not connected. But I'm cleaning this whole thing up to make it better. Glasses were coming off. One problem with glasses. Try to wear a headset, and they always sit at a weird angle, and then, you know, start sliding off the news eventually. Okay, cool. So now we just gotta basically do this again, but we're gonna do it down here. I'm one short. Oh, I'm one short because of the stairs, right? Okay, so here's what we do. Actually, we'll take that out because stairs are gonna be right there. Gotta link this up proper. Okay. Cleared all that space out. Now we can do crank generators all the way down the line, which is nice. There you go. We going again? Well, no, not really, because our power was only working for a while because we had the accumulators holding on to, you know, however many charges, and so, yeah, the batteries were filled, but our power was actually not producing enough. That's why I didn't notice, actually, because everything was running just fine. Okay, let's see, we need more platforms out for this, so probably use just power for that one. Let's see here. Flatten all that stuff real quick. So there's nothing in the way later. There you go. We can flatten that out later, but right now we just need this area. Okay, so we're gonna need, how much power are we drawing? We're drawing like 13,000, but we're supplying 9,900. So, yeah, we're only off by a little bit. We need about 5,000 more kilowatts, I'd say. Well, yeah, to make it about 1,500, that ought to future-proof us. And each one of these is at 150 each. Meaning every row of 10 I've got here is, yeah. Every row of 10 I got is, let's see. That's 10 by 150. Well, 10 times 100 is 1,000, then 10 times 50 is 500, so 1,500 on each? Am I right? Is that what that is? 150 per times 10 is, yeah, 1,500 power off of each. So we'd need, what, like 3 more rows to get what I want? About, yeah, 4,500. So, okay, so we need 30 more cranks. Oh, look at that. I have 2 in my inventory, and I have 28 that I can make. That's convenient. We're also going to need the water wheels, though, so I got to go get more parts. But it's cool, because I don't have to leave this floor, since the iron and stuff that I need is going to be in the shared storage. Well, the iron's getting put into... yeah, actually, no, the iron's not going to be in shared storage. So we have to go back to Victor. Because I set up that box, remember, that holds on to excess iron ingots. Which is good, because then I can just go over here and pick up a couple. And we'll have some for the future. Copper, though. I swear to God, I had a thing of copper somewhere. Did I actually go through all the copper? Like the excess copper I had? Or did I put it somewhere? I don't know. I need to put it around my excess limestone, though. I'm starting to get down from 4 stacks of things to just 3 stacks of things, because that seems to work better on my weight. You know, my weight to crafting ratio. Where the fuck did I put that copper? I swear I had that copper. Maybe I used that copper for a bunch of components to make miners and stuff. Could have swore it was around here somewhere, though. Okay, so I got the overflow here still working away. It's trying as hard as it can to just move all that over. The overflow. Let's see. Could have swore I had some copper stacked up somewhere. We'll go get some more from Lima Station. I haven't visited Lima Station in a minute. Yay! Hi, Lima Station. How are you, buddy? What the hell is this? Oh, this was the thing that I was making mining charges with to play around with, right? Right. That's free. Alright, I'm gonna take all those out of there. Because it's got a backlog anyway. So we'll just take the excess. I'm gonna make a loop here for funsies. Yay, loop. I love the loops, man. I love the loops. Fun. Loops are fun. Yeah, your thing's actually not fast enough. I need to replace you with some fast inserters so we can get up to capacity here. Oh Christ, I'm making all those, I forgot. Yeah, I'm making all those damn hand crank generators. Technically water cranked, but who's, you know, I would say who's counting, but yeah, it's not counting, that's asking. Who you? Who's asking? Alright, let's take the excess purples out of here. How many extra purples do I have is the question. Okay, headsets. Quit freaking out. Give me my audio back, asshole. Hello? Thank you, dumb shit motherfucker. Leave the thing on the side of the desk like that. Maybe that'll help. I was actually watching Lord of the Rings the other day with my buddy, and when I plugged it straight into my keyboard, it seemed to work better. So I don't know, maybe there's something wrong with the extension cord that's doing something up. Are you guys saturated? I gotta reset you guys. I have got to reset you guys where you have spares on deck, because it's gonna be stupid otherwise. Okay, what is our excess on these? 1,613. Now, is that counting the ones in my inventory? Because I have some in my inventory. Let's see. Put that one down. 1,614. 1,613. Okay, it's not counting the ones in my inventory. So we know that there are 1,614 excess inside of here. So we need to basically pull all those out into storage so that I can then go and craft them into blue cores, because they're excess cores anyway. They're not really helping anything. I mean, there will be more purple cores in the future, but it's so much easier to make a purple core than it is to make a blue core. So I'd rather use the ones that have excess right now to do blue cores. Plus, it'll free up space in here. So, like, when it says 1,614, that means that basically, let's see, 1, 2, 3. How many rows are there? Like, I know the capacity is 2,000, but 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's probably like 20 rows. So basically, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the only ones that need to be in there. The other 16 rows above it are useless. That's crazy. Okay. Oh, I can hold and take resources from this? I think. Let's see. No, that didn't work. Okay. Yeah, we actually have to use inserters to get this out of here eventually. Let's do a box. We'll just have this run in the background. It doesn't need to be particularly fast. It just needs to... Pull him out, asshole! What are you waiting for? Oh, I guess technically the thing's not powered, so you can't go taking anything out of it. What? Take it back out. Got to delete the entire thing, just do that, because that'd be really stupid. Might actually be easier, though, just to delete this, put it back down, and then have this put the 400 some odd that it needs. Yeah. Maybe. Again, it's probably the power thing, is that, like, this isn't technically being powered, so it can't be used. That's all right. We'll set this up anyway. So limit storage to, what is it, like 500 apiece? So we can get most of them going at least. We can just do like that much. So if it's 500 per core, yeah. And then if not, we can always just switch the thing back around, have it put back in however many's left. Yeah, we can fix it later. Okay, you guys seem to be working pretty good now. Still waiting on the power cranks. There are 42 items in queue for crafting right now. So our power is going to be fucked for a little while. That's alright, we'll just go back to, what can we go do right now? I'll go back to Victor. We're waiting on those, and then we'll, get that going. Get her going. Alright, yeah, we start setting up the rest of this while we're waiting. So, what do I actually need here? You guys are going to be making that. We'll start pumping you full of that. So 18, so yeah, we just need one for each. So is this thing gonna work, or is it gonna wait for the power? Because I think it has a little bit of power, so it's gonna work, but it's not gonna work as quickly. It's gonna move slower. Yeah, so it's not gonna move at full capacity. That's what Sparks said early on in the game. Ooh, I like that little hot plate thing. That's cool looking. It's a very simple thing to do. You just put, this gradient emissive texture on it, and then you slowly scale up the animated squishy blob until, that. There you go, and then you can put that one item on there. That's fun. Okay, we actually don't need to go that far. That works. Okay. So we're going to have these come out the back. Lay down the regular track. Okay, we got our frames coming, and the frames are going to go into where? The frames go into the processing unit. So we need these 5 to be somewhere. I think they're in a good spot, actually, so I'll probably just leave them there. And, make a little loop for their inputs. If I think if I just did one loop input, then it would get enough. Like, I don't need one for the chip and one for the thing. I could merge those two, and it'll still move that amount per minute, I guess. Yeah. This needs iron, needs copper wire. Yeah, we gotta figure out the copper wire situation. Well, let's see. Assembler says what for copper wire? What's the copper wire ratio? Copper wire ratio is 2.25 a minute. Ingots for 13.5 a minute on that. So basically we just need 1 per. So that's 13. So if we did 13.5 and 13.5 is 27 a minute. So that's exactly the right amount to do this. So that works. And then 225, all to get, 3 of these is 675 a minute on iron ingots. So we just need 2 assemblers to be making copper wire. And that can be split then evenly between all that. So we'll just put these here. Set them up for the copper wire we're going to need. So the total we're going to need is 5 a minute Well, actually, no. 4.5 a minute. Had to do some quick math there. So, 4.5 a minute copper, which this is making... Whatever the fuck, I gotta figure out what I'm doing here. I mean, we're making a ton over here, so we'll take some off there and just to get it started. And then we'll change it up later. Let's see. Yeah, so we'll just use what's here. So we'll take this, and we'll put it downstream towards the copper. So that this can pull from copper. Okay, so we'll just put that, like, right there, maybe. Like, right there-ish. Yeah, that'll work. Put these two down. Alright, and then simple in, simple out. And we'll start running this over there eventually, wherever we're going to go with it. That should make it up real quick. Alright, that's something the copper can start doing. So that's our wire situation sorted. How you guys doing? You filled this box yet? Work fast, you pricks. Actually, I'll just take it all out. This will work just fine. There. Because they weren't going to take it all anyway. Alright, so now we got some more room in that storage. And then if we need more, we could just, like, move over to another box eventually. Actually, what we'll do is we'll lay down this box for the plant matter. That has nothing to do with it. Yeah. And then we can start moving all the excess in there. There you go. Yeah, that worked. In there, and then all that. Yeah, all that in the excess. You in there, and then I'm gonna take. There you go. So now we got all that. So the excess is there eventually. So we basically cleared this whole box out. Again, I could have done that by hand, but it's nice to have these set up for this. So now, if we want to add another one, we just move them over and then fill another box. Okay, so copper wire is going. Our plant matter frames are going. So we just need to get our iron to go over here. So we need iron and wire to combine over on this side to fill all of those. You actually don't need. So these three are going to then make that, which goes into here. So plant matter frames there, that there. That's actually a good spot for both of those. How much total do we need? 6 by 5, that's 30 a minute. Alright, so we'll use a regular thing. Yeah, like I said, what we could probably do is we could actually merge these two onto the same line, because this is putting out at 30 a minute. That's putting out at about 30 a minute as well, but the belt can hold up to 120. So it's fine if these two merge, because they're all going to the same place anyway. Yeah, just merge at that point right there, actually. That's a good spot. Then we'll have a little loop, maybe, that comes back around. Keep it all in here. That means that's got to get moved by one, because the loop won't fit unless I do that. Damn mergers. That's the problem with it being a merger and splitter in one. It's convenient, yes, because you don't have to think about, is it a merger, is it a splitter? But then you can't have them right next to each other. You have to have a gap in between inherently. Okay, cool. And then, pink. So now that's one big old circle. So then you guys need your wire and your thing, so we'll get the wire from over here. We'll just, yeah. The wire this way. We actually run the wire up over this. we'll just do it this way. So it goes up and over this. Come down here, actually. Over to here. Over to there. Cool. And then we can take the iron from here and send it straight through to merge with that line. Then again, circle. Yeah, you got a big circle going on here. And then we'll just take this and we'll just go like this. Plug it into the back. Cool, so now wire's coming, iron's coming. I just gotta stick them in there. So at that rate, it should be putting them in at equal amounts. So we're kind of sushi belting this. This is the first time I've ever done a sushi belt before. Problem with sushi belts is you got to make sure you have the right amount. So I may even end up not doing it this way. Might do it a different way, actually. Yeah, let's cut that there. We're gonna make that the iron belt. Yeah, so that'll be the iron belt, and then it'll just insert these. Shit. Okay. We'd use long extenders here. Yeah, so we use a long extender to send it out. Yeah, then this wouldn't need to be the send out point anymore. Just take that out. Okay, take that away. Take that away. Right when I thought I had figured this game out, I am humbled yet again by the fucking machines. Alright, and then we get a long extender to send it back out. Then we get that to grab that and send it that way. Yeah, actually, yeah, the loop with the sushi belt is a cute idea, but it's not a great idea. All right, let's get rid of that then. We're gonna have a second line because these need to come in at a rate of 6, so we can use extenders for that. Again, loops are really cool until they're not. Alright, so there's our chips, there's our frames. Alright. And now we'll just cut that there. Then eventually the belt will saturate. Okay, you guys going or what? You going? Not going quick enough. We're waiting on the copper wire. Why are we waiting on copper wire? Shouldn't we have enough copper wire? The fuck is your problem? You're making 13.5 a minute. So altogether, you guys are making the amount that I need. The fuck? It's just not saturating properly. Nyeh. We're getting there. Yeah, the iron's definitely there. Jesus Christ. The iron is absolutely there. Okay, we're gonna stop with the cute little loops that are unnecessary. They're cool, but they are so unnecessary. No, not the board, dumbass. That thing. This bug is pissing me off. Cause see, now it's not even like... It won't let me put another one there because it thinks there's a thing there. You gotta remove the entire section just to fix that. Unbelievable. There you go. Alright, so iron's coming in. Copper wire's coming in. Copper wire needs to come in a little faster. I thought I had set it up correctly, but I guess I'll go fuck myself. Again, this is supposed to be taking 27 minutes. Again, it's the power. The fucking power. I gotta go fix the power still. Because with the power lower, the assemblers don't work at full capacity. Anything that's powered works slower. So, yeah, we just gotta go to Hydro and stick down a couple more of these. Right, so we're putting down how many? 30? So we're gonna need a water wheel for each. There you go. Start making those while I walk over here and set these up. Okay, what time is it? Ooh, 11 o'clock, wow. Last time I checked, it was 8. What the hell? Okay, so we'll just click these on. It'll be a lot easier than setting up a new rack. Okay, and then we'll clear this out a little. Okay, and then back here. Keep on going. Go, go, go. Take out all the rocks. Take out all the rocks. We are taking out the rocks. We're taking out the rocks. Fantastic. Alright, now I got plenty of room for all this. Oh, it sucks I can't hold it and have it just add to it. Oh, too many. Okay, so we got another 10 more. Means we'll go ahead and set up another thing, but we don't have the platform, so we'll just do it with the power bricks. Set up a big one, so we got a little room to expand later. This rock's gonna piss me off. It's gonna get in my way, isn't it? Yeah, probably. That's alright. Damn you. Bouncing off the top of these things. The aiming. Okay. So now we need the water wheels. Those in there. Okay. Ah, shit. Okay, and the thing is I extended those, so they actually need a second one on them. So that right there. See that? And then there. Okay, I'm gonna move the other wheels up to this point actually, because they don't need to be down here. I put those up before I realized they can actually be clicked together for their torque power. Like I said, I like to keep things organized. Cool. Ah, fell in. Get out. Alright. Power bay is looking good. Moving along. How's our power now? 13,000? What? Oh, because I only added 4,500. But our tick rate seems to be... maybe. It depends. We have some things that are on and some things that are off. So, Yeah. Okay, we do need a little bit more, actually. Shit. I was afraid of that. Alright. That's alright, we'll just make 10 more pumps and then I guess just enough to where we're at. And while that's queuing up, I'll go check out the rest of our production. Just trying to get the blue cores. I'm in the stream. Get the blue cores going. Get some research out of the blue cores and do that. Yep. Alright, that's good check, Victor. So now the power is mostly fixed. So we're at, what? Yeah, we are at 100% capacity. So, yeah, it's bouncing somewhere between 95 and 100% on average. So that should be good. That's near perfect. Good. How are we doing here? Are we doing it upright, boys? We're getting there. Getting somewhere, I don't know. Here comes the chips. The output's full. What are you waiting on? Oh, you have no output. That's what you're waiting on. Okay. So these are going to go directly into here, I think? Yeah. Yeah. So these are going to go straight into the machine. We could just load them from this side, honestly. What's the total? 6 by 530? Yeah, so we can use a Merc 1. Okay, that'll pick them all up. There you go. And then, what's your input? Your input needs to be 30, so... we'll just put it down to 2 normals. That'll be enough to grab them all. That'll be 40, so... that'll be more than enough to grab the maximum output. Supposedly. Okay, and then we need the cooling and the purple cores. Okay, we have to automate purple core yet. Yeah, I'm trying to make the cooler, though. Okay. Your thing's 120 a minute. Yeah, but you only need 4.5, so you're fine. We'll just put a regular mover there, and that's regular one there. Okay, we need the extract to come from here. So we'll just maybe break a piece of that off. We do this, yeah. And then a down. There you go, and then a normal. Over to which machine? This one right here. Don't merge, don't merge, don't merge. Okay, thank God I didn't merge. Ooh. I'd be mad as hell if the damn merger with the iron kicked off. Alright. Then 1 is enough for this. In fact, 1 is overkill, but that'll be enough. Okay, so now we just gotta get some iron in here. So we'll just do this. And this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna run some extra copper this way. So this will be iron. This will be copper. Just run this and jump it over. And run it behind to this line. Ooh, actually no. We'll do it from here. That way, like this. And bam. There's our copper input for mechanical parts. So mechanical components get made. They get put in here with the extract to make the cooling component. The cooling component gets added in here with the processor, and then a bunch of purple cores. So we'll start making that, and then your output would be 375, so we'll just, yeah, we'll add a there. one to put that in the storage. Cool. Actually, what we could do is have another one. Need a fast inserter. Well, actually, we would need a filtered inserter, yeah. And the filter inserter would pick up purple cores. So we can use this as our storage medium for the purple cores. For the ones we have right now, and then eventually they'll all run out, but... Cool, that'll work. Alright, let's go see if we can't get the other purple cores, and gotta get the power up still. Need enough to fill the batteries. Back the hydro, now that our water wheels are ready. Okay, we need another 10 crank wheels. We're gonna need another water wheel as well. We got our crank generators. We're gonna plug those in, slap on another water wheel, and that'll be the power resorted for now. Next stream, I'll probably come in and fill this whole entire place. Now that we have like iron and copper sort of under control, we can automate the creation of these, so that we can just have like a stack of them every now and then, and just, you know, stick them down here as needed. Oh, those aren't lined up right. Yeah, it's not lined up right, and it's driving me nuts. There you go. See, because those aren't lined up right. These aren't lined up right. These are too far out. I want them, like, tucked in nicely, you know? Alright, how's our power looking now? Alright. We are at 100% production. We are filling our batteries, and it seems our... Yeah, it seems our kilowatt requirement. Okay, so when it says production, this is the amount used, and then this is the amount produced? Because we shouldn't have 13,530. We should have more than that, right? Because each row right now is... Hold on. Right now, each row is 150 kilowatts times 20, because we have 20 things producing that, times 4. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Not times 4. So that's 3,000 times 5. So we should be producing about 15,000 watts right now. Why is it saying 13,530 kilowatts? Maybe because some of that's going into joules? I don't know. Yeah, it should be saying we're producing 15,000. Am I sure I hooked everything up correctly? Oh, yeah. It would tell me if it didn't. Let's see. Also, I want to put down some more light sticks. That way I know which row is which. This is how I mark my 10th spot, so I don't have to count them. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. Yeah, you guys are all working. Everything's working. It, like I said, it should be 15,000. It shouldn't be... Because it's 150 per, and I have 20 on each row, which is 3,000, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows. So multiplied by 5, it should be 15,000. Why am I getting a... Maybe there's like a limit to that? I don't know. Because it's saying 13,530. Maybe because the... maybe the core thing, because the core thing takes power too, doesn't it? Let's see. Yeah, the core composer. Yeah, the core composer actually consumes 750, so we have 2 of those. That's 14. That's 1,500 right there. That's 1,500 there. And then if you look at the power, it's also saying the kilowatt thing. That's powering Victor. Right. And that's... That's 1,000. So we have, what, 2,500 there? Which would put us slightly off on that. Yeah, okay. That might be what it's doing, is it's removing them. That's why it says 0 kilowatts, because it's a constant drain from them. So it's not trying to add it to the equation up here. So it's tapping me out at whatever I'm at. I don't know. Don't ask me these things. I don't know shit. What I do know is we got some power now, so we should be now making blue cores. Which, I guess I'll hand place, or... Well, I'm emptying the other one of the purples, so... Hey, we got our first blue core. Nice. Why aren't you working, you piece of shit? Hello? Output full. Alright, make one. What are you doing? Make the thing? Here, fucking stop doing that. Oh, it's waiting on processor units. Well, fucking make the processor units. What are you waiting for? What the fuck is happening here? You got the chip. Why didn't you have plant frame? Oh, I didn't plug the plant frame back in. I did not plug the plant... Yep. Plant frames are not clicked back in yet. This would be a problem. Yeah, that's what we call a problem. That's a me being stupid type of problem. I was like, what the fuck is your problem? Oh, it's me. Because I deleted the fucking thing and I forgot about it. Oh my god, just let me put the thing on the thing. Here we go, now we're going. Holy crap. Plant frames are back in production. Means they're gonna saturate that. So we are saturated on all our belts. We're just gonna wait for our assemblers to get to it. Then eventually we'll get some more blue cores. I'm gonna go check out the purple cores, see if they're actually pulled out, or maybe I just need to delete the thing, which I don't see why I should have to do that, but fuck me, I guess. Let's go to Lehman and check out the cores. Because I have a storage next to it. You think I'd be able to pull it out from there and put it in the storage. Because now it's like fully powered. You can deconstruct it, you can copy it, but you can't pull from storage. Maybe I could use a filtered one? And tell it to pull the purple core out? No, for some reason you can automate the process of putting a core into this machine, but you can't automate the process of removing it. So you have to delete the machine. You have to then go get your core composer, put it back down, and then you have to automate the process of putting it back in so that it can be in there and usable. Otherwise, if you go to your tech tree, you have a negative income of it. Alright, so we need to add 387 back to it. Okay. I'll just make it a couple different ones, so... That should put those in there pretty quick. I just gotta break up the cores now. Okay, so they do stack to 500. Split. Something like 387, so... Is that right? Yeah, we need 387 to get back in the red. Okay. So 387. Need a 5 here. Need a 1. 387. So we put 387 back in there. And that ought to work. Then we'll have all these spares we can use to build the blue cores. going, but it ain't going fast enough for me. Okay, now it's turning faster. Jesus. I want it done instantly, damn it. I want it super fast. I have the need for speed. Okay. We actually can't accommodate that many. It's a 1-to-1 ratio with these things. There you go. Now we're going. Now we're getting somewhere. The main reason I want these emptied is so I can start using this to empty the blue ones in there and fill it up with blues. And we'll, in the future... Because the reason it filled up in the first place is because I just automated the crap out of some purple cores. And so now I want to fill this with blue cores, and then in the future I'll just build another core composer when I have a bunch I need to put down. Instead of... Like, I had this thing plugged in directly to the core creator over there that was making the purple cores. So that's why it filled with a bunch of extra ones, because I unlocked all the purple core level stuff already. How we doing? Almost there. Empty it out. I want to see it. I want to see it emptied. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Alright. And now we'll go ahead and put down our first blue cores in there. We now officially have 2 blues. We need way more than that. So let's go check on our progress for the other machine. Okay. So did we ever fix this? No, we didn't fix our smelter ratio here. We haven't done that yet. So we have to change up the way our smelters work. Now that we do the smelter tower thing, I think that's what I'll do in here. I'll make like... Actually, there's not enough here to warrant a smelter tower. I'll just redo the way the belts operate around here. And then we'll be good to go. Yeah. We just have to reorient the belts a little. Because the copper should be working. Hang on, let me get my replacer out here. I gotta place these guys still. There you go. There you are. And there you are. Okay. So now these are actually going to be fast enough to get what they need. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. We got our 10 that we wanted, so that'll fuel those. I love that light. I still love looking at that light. It reminds me when I first started the game and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I found a light and I put it down and I'm like, oh, that's cool. Now we have light. The nostalgia of the early game before I started getting stressed about all the fucking inputs and the math. I was just learning things and having fun. I'm still having fun. It's just a lot more friggin' complicated. Entropy in motion, you know? Okay, so we're good there. Alright. So you guys will be loading correctly now, which means we will have a full 36 a minute properly coming through there, which will be enough to fuel our current needs for the conveyor, whatever the fuck, you know. And like I said, again, I might just take the iron, like, add to the smelter array up here, because we only need to add, like, 6 for the amount that we're pulling from down there. But I think I'd rather set up the copper, because the other copper node isn't even being tapped in PT Lima yet. So once we get to that point, then we're good. Can you please fucking make the thing? Hello? Cooling system 6. That's 16. Oh, it needs cores. That's why. Well, you're in luck. I have some for you. So we just need a filter that will pull purple cores. So that's what I was waiting on. I was waiting on me to come back here with the purple cores. Oh, Jesus Christ. Give me the fucking thing, you're too slow. Just go. I need it starting. Okay, there. Now it can... Now it's saturated for a while, and this thing can keep up as it needs to later on. Alright, so we'll be getting about 4 cores a minute out of this thing. Theoretically speaking. Okay. Wow. There's a lot going on right now. Like, a whole lot. But I'm here for it. We're getting there. Alright. Yeah, I'm thinking... I think this smelter array has served its purpose, and I'm kind of over it at this point. Although I do want to be able to make a bunch of power relays as well. But I got this all set up for that. I can just plug that in at any point. So, yep. Thank you, little smelters here, but you are dead and worthless. You served me wonderfully to make all that limestone I needed to make some beams, but now you may fuck off and die. Okay. Speaking of limestone, I want to drop some off. Have to make sure we stay underweight. Plant matter too. Got some of that from mining around in hydro level. Cool. How's our conveyor? We need a little more conveyor here. You guys are still at it. These are still running right along. Getting there. Eventually. Yeah. The problem is this thing stalls out with the copper components. Its #1 thing it waits on is copper components. So we could just do that. Let's see. Yeah, this is only fueling because the other copper. That's why I'm using that on the factory floor because I might need more over there. This one needs 45 a minute. I'm up to 36 a minute. Yeah, so I gotta. Because not only is it like this needs 45, but this needs its own thing just to make the first level of conveyors. So it becomes a whole thing. But the first layer of conveyors is already stacked up, so that causes a backlog. And if that causes a backlog, then what happens is, you know, this takes in 75 a minute. This creates 225 a minute. So even if it works at half capacity, it still feeds this. And if it works at half capacity, then it doesn't need as much wire. And if it doesn't need as much wire, it backs up here. And if it backs up here, then more ingots move from this system to this system, thus compensating somewhat for the lack of ingots. You get all that? I swear this shit gets more complicated by the minute. Alright. Whoa. Okay, that was weird. Overloaded there a bit. I don't know why the fuck. Damn audio, I swear. I don't know what the hell's going on. It's one of those things where I almost want to just, like, pick up my headset tomorrow and have the wire just pop off in my hand. Like, it just... I wake up and it's melted through or something and it's dead. It's done. It's over. Because it's just, like, it works 70% of the time. And then the other 30% just cuts out for a second and then it comes back. It's like, come on, man. It's just silly. Just think it's not working fast enough. Unfortunately, it's not like Satisfactory where I can throw a power slug in it and make it go faster. So you got more blues coming. We could put a composer... No, the composers are too big. We would not be able to squeeze a composer in here. But it doesn't make them fast enough anyway, so we'll just wait and do that. The problem is eventually I'm going to run out of purples. So if I want this thing to continue, I'm going to need to automate purples. So how would we do that is the question. What do you make with purple? You just need mechanical components, which we're making some over here. So we can actually split that off, because we got plenty going there. So you split that off, use some of that for this, and that'll make 1125, and this thing needs 22, so basically 2 of these near here. Actually, we could just put this like this to feed the 2. Alright, who's the dickhead? You make 4 ports, you put 2 ports on the side, So you think, oh, I should just, if I want this to go right into here, we could just plug in extras. No, fuck you. Oh my god. Okay, so it needs 33.75 a minute, so we just need one of each. So we could do like that and that. For some hasty ones. I'm just trying to conserve floor space here. So that and that. There you go. Okay, and you're gonna make purple cores. You're gonna make purple cores. And then this one over here, we're making wire. We could just make some more wire off of this line here. Because we need 22.5, but we want to supply 2, so we actually need 22, 22, 44, 45. We need 45 wire a minute. How much wire do we get from one setup? You're making 13.5, so that's what 45 divided by 13.5 is about 3. So we need about 3 of these assemblers running to make about 45. So we'll do 4. We'll get a little overkill with it. We'll do 4. So we'll do 4 of these, which are going to be the copper coils. Honestly, we could probably just string them along on this, and then just stick them on here, and then split this off. I mean, the ratios wouldn't be quite right, but it will back up eventually somewhere. And we could fly that over this side, just to fill these. We could, but it'd be cleaner if I just put 4 over here. Cleaner, he says, and he doesn't leave room for the fucking inserter on the back. I'm a dumbass. Okay, actually, we'll just put this right along the line because it already exists. So we'll just do this here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we'll just steal from this belt. Wires. Wires. I really should have just made one and then copied it, so the recipe would already be in there. But I am stupid. Okay. That'll make a good bit. There we go, line that straight up. Cool. And then this one needs 1922, so filter would work. And yeah, we can do a fast inserter probably. Here, I want to split this evenly though, so they both get the right amount. I mean, there's going to be way too much on this line anyway, so it'll be fine. So we'll just do this. There, yeah. Actually, with this, we could probably do a loop as well. There you go. Make a nice little loop there. That works. Okay, that'll saturate here in a minute. How are we doing on production here? What is our production rate? For some reason, our shit's not going here. Why are you not going? Hey, dipshit. Why are you waiting on ore? Why is third level still not producing ore? I don't... We have enough fuel going in. It's just not reaching the top. Why is it not reaching the fucking top? I set this up to reach the top. What are you talking about? I put this over here. There it is. The fucking thing didn't merge. The one time I wanted it to automatically merge, and it did not automatically merge. Oh my god, this game is killing me here. You're killing me, Smalls. Alright. That would explain a few things. Okay. We're getting how much out of this thing? 138, right? Let me redo the math here. So it's 6 by 5 by 4 plus what? The top 3 that are activated, so that's like 23. It's why am I doing this stupid ways? 5, 10, 15, 20, 23. 23 by 6 is 138. Okay, I'm just trying to see what overflow we have here. So we're using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to make copper wire here. So that's 12, and then 6 by 25. Let's see. So that's 6 by 2.25. That's going to be 13.5. So 138 minus 13.5. Okay, so we have 124 and a half left after copper wire production. Any other copper being used? Yeah, this is the copper wire that's being produced for that, so that's fine. There's 15 being used directly here to make mechanical parts. So take off another 15. We're at 100 and we should be at 109 ingots a minute at maximum capacity. So we could be doing this faster, actually. But I'm gonna make copper components in a minute here, because, you know, I'm just seeing how much excess I have to play with. Meanwhile, Lima is struggling to get this the amount it needs, so... What's your problem? Cordelia. What do you mean you have... Oh... That's right, the other thing got turned off. Shit. Okay, how much is being used here? This is a 72 line. How much do you need for this? Yeah, you need 90 a minute. I gotta... Yeah, I'm gonna have to plug that back in. Okay, we gotta build another thresher farm to get this plugged back in, because... This is currently fueling... What? You're fueling the mining operation here. This is fueling that. Okay, so I gotta build another thresher farm to supply the miners here with 30. And then on top of that we got this, so... Yeah... Okay, so we need, like, some more. We could maybe fit it in here, add another layer to it, and then pump that layer. Yeah, because that makes 30 a minute, so that'd be enough to run the smelters at least. And then the miners... I think the miners will be left over, yeah? Because the smelters are only at... Well, no, because the smelters come in at 2 a minute. So yeah, one thresher, yeah. One thresher running continuously would be enough for the smelters. Alright, we'll do that. We'll make that. Yeah, because I gotta get iron going too to make conveyors again. 10 of those, and a thresher. So we'll just do it this way. But instead of it being linked to this line... Actually, no, yeah, if we're gonna make its own thing, we might as well just make it its own thing. Like over here in the corner, maybe. Just gotta find enough room to do it. Could expand this line and then split some off. Nah, it'd be fine. We'll tuck it in the back here because we'll put a little. We'll make 2. Yeah, we'll make 2, and that way it runs this and it runs that. That way that line's all taken care of. Where do you go? I have no... Oh, that was when I went to do the chest, right? There was a chest back there. Okay, I'm thinking threshers over here. Yeah. That'd be good. We gotta flatten this out. Start by flattening everything out here. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Leave that the way it is. We could actually do this. Grab this. And then make a big old floor that way. Yeah. Could do that. I'm being taken away by the belt. And we'll obviously make that bigger later, but right now we're just kind of setting up an area for the threshers. Gotta carve out some of this rock. I'll tell you what, when my blue cores, that's the first thing I'm researching is making this molt faster and better. There we go. That's nice and clean. I like that. Pop this open. A little claustrophobic back here. Oop, I'm gonna need more coolant soon. That's alright, we've had our thresher farm on storage level working away, so we'll have plenty of extract for that, I'm sure. Yeah, so you're supposed to be linked up and all that. Alright, yeah, we'll just do this down here. Okay, I gotta remove some of the top bits here. Shave off the top, get it nice and flat. Okay, that's good. And then got some farming to do. Alright, let's figure out our 6x17 space that we need. Make this a little more in the back here. A little further along. We got a little room here, might as well use it. Make the floor nicer, in case we need a little extra room for routing belts. Like what, 3, 4 out? 4 is a little close, we'll go 3. Shave all this off. There you go. And we're gonna go like little past the frame here. Shave off the excess here. Don't lag it. Yeah, not gonna shave that too much. Okay, we're good. Nice and kind of flat in here. Yep. Alright. That's killed some time, so now we have the correct amount of planters to work with. Whoever wants to finish that. Honestly, I don't know why I made the components. I could have grabbed something off the line from the core research, because we're making quite a few of those. I could have, but I'll make it myself. We'll do it live. Alright. Let's see. Honestly, because if I do this, then I gotta stack it up, then I gotta dig more out. So we'll just do a 2-tier system like we did before. So if we have the verticality, we'll use the verticality. If not, we'll just keep it nice and flat. We'll use... Sometimes you have more floor, sometimes you have more ceiling. Just gotta know when to hold them. Know when to fold them. Know when to walk away, know when to run. You don't pay attention when you're sitting at the table. Alright. Actually, we're gonna move this one out just to accommodate the loop. Yeah, because we're gonna seed loop in the middle on this one. There we go. There we go. So... Yep, all the way down, and seed loop, and seed loop, and seed loop. Bingo, seed loop. There we go, and out. Wait, what? What? I thought I made 20. I put down 10. Very confusing. I swear to God, I made 20 of those. Okay. Make a whole bunch in my back pocket just for later. We'll just send these and merge them down this way. a little room there for them to measure on that. Hang on. Just make a line, you dumbass. Because I'm going to put the thresher over this side. My brain was thinking loop, yet again. I don't know, I just like loops. Loops are fun. Okay. And, that'll be a down. There we go. Cool. And then the thresher back in here should fit. Right. And then the so one filter for the seed, one filter for the sticks. Alright, and here, and up. Makes tight. Oh, the music went away, that's weird. Just realized we've been sitting in silence for like a minute. Very strange. Okay, and then this is just gonna go join the belt over here, because it's got to power both the smelter array and this, so we're just gonna sneak this in here. Take this whole wall out. Yeah. So it is kind of a better idea to do bespoke storage until you have maybe a dedicated area for biobricks. And then you can use biobricks and disseminate them to the rest of the factory and just keep adding to that line. Because biobricks work so well that, you know. But, I don't know, it's just one of those things where it's easier to just put up a farm like this in 2 seconds. But yeah, we should have a farming level at some point. I think that would be a good idea. Just max out a belt and then have that belt go into the elevator and then take from there to add to the floors. You know, the various floors as needed. Okay. Go up. Then this is gonna link around here. We're just gonna do this actually. There and there and there. Cool. So now, whenever the fuel starts, it'll just click into that. See, that's just for that. This is a whole other scenario. So I'll have to add another thresher. Yeah, I gotta add like another set. Not like a full set, but I'm gonna need another thresher because this can only handle up to 10 a minute. So if I increase my average per minute, it's not going to go fast enough. But we can increase our amount. So we'll go by like another 5 maybe. Let's see, what's the amount you would need? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 on the bottom. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay, so 25 by 0.6 is 15. So it needs 15 fuel a minute. So then it needs half of the total input. So yeah, 1 row of 5 would actually be the perfect amount for this whole system. So if we just make 5 more of those, and another thresher, maybe? Well, because the thresher, this wants to be fed, yeah, that wants to be fed a certain amount per second. Problem, of course, now is the seeds, because this was just going to be a simple seed loop, and now it's... But I could just have it run from the back here into the next line. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, I'll start setting this up. Yeah, it'll work. So that's that. Because it can accommodate 10 a minute, but it's not always going to... Well, that's the thing is, these grow at a rate of 4 a minute. So when you put one batch in, it's going to go... All 4 are going to pop in 4 minutes, right? And then they're going to go back in. But it's going to take this thing a minute to go through 10 of them. So the average actually works out to... It averages 1 a minute. So that's what keeps it in constant motion. So I think I am going to need a second thresher just to be on the safe side. Alright, in that case, we'll carve this out some more and put another one in. I'm just destroy this whole fucking place. I love it. Demolish the cave with the singularity weapon. Can you imagine being in a civilization that's so advanced that you have a singularity? You have captured a singularity and you put it into a shovel. Like, can you imagine what kind of weapons you would have? Like, at that point, when you're that powerful, war just seems really silly, doesn't it? The idea that something like this to be a weapon, it's like, it could be, but that seems like such a Neanderthal primitive idea. Is why would you make something like this into a weapon, you know? Okay, we're gonna flatten this. That way we can put a flat floor in here. But it needs to be out of the way so we can put the cubes down. It's easier doing this than it is to blow it up, because you might miss blowing it up. The flattening tool in this is actually quite good. I like the flattening tool. Yeah, it's better than the flattening tool in Astroneer, actually. In Astroneer, the flattening tool can be kind of a pain in the ass to use sometimes, because it might flatten on the wrong bit. Because in Astroneer's voxel world, it's an actual sphere. You're on a planet, so the whole thing's a sphere with... so everything is made of little triangular bits to create the hills and such. And in here, everything's a cube. You know, even if it doesn't look like it, it's still a cube. You know, the bare bones of something like Techtonica, at the end of the day, this is basically just heavily modded Minecraft. It's voxel based, you craft things, you can automate hoppers and such, and yeah, it's basically Minecraft, you know? There we go, nice and cleared out there. Gave this bit off. I don't like it. There we go. Flatten this if I can. Okay, so let me get this straight. This part's protected, but this part isn't. Excuse you? Why is there a weird sandbar protected part here? So this part not protected. But this protected. Or not? Can we force this? Not really. Yeah, it ain't going. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Be a dork. I don't care. Get dork. Okay, so we're just gonna stretch that out. Might as well add a nice bit of halfage to that. Wheat. Alright, and we'll just make another thresher. While that's making, we'll put up planters. There we go. We'll take this and put this on a big old loop as well. So this will go out and then back in. So we'll just go like this, and that leaves us room for expansion to the left later if we feel like it. If we do it this way, then we have this going on. What do you mean invalid placement? It's fine. I've done this before. Don't be a dick. Well, it's because I'm standing in the middle of it. It doesn't like that. Ah, horse cock. That's not gonna work, because... Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Whatever, we'll just jump this damn thing. Like Evil Knievel. Fixed height. There you go. Alright, so it goes this way, goes here, loops back around, comes over, goes back into this loop, goes around, and bingus. There we go. So now it is one big loop. Okay. So now we just need to place the other thresher. I'm gonna move that over one, I got an idea. Instead of that, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do... Here, we're just gonna make this all one big block. I don't care. One big old floor block. Because again, sometimes you need this extra block to walk around the back. You know? Sometimes you just need extra. This way. You're too close. Hate that about inserters. Inserters are dumb for that reason. But, I mean, it does kind of tell you that. Like, if you look at the thing, when you go to put it down, it's showing you, like, hey, this zone will not be usable because you have to put an inserter in front. It has a little hazard stripe around it. So if I paid more attention, maybe that wouldn't happen to me, but also, where's the fun in that? There you go. That'll work. Then we just... that. And that. And so somebody gonna get fed something. Yeah, that'll work. So that's all together. That's together. The seeds are together. Yeah. Yeah. Right. And the fuel line's set up already. So we just gotta get this thing cranked up. And this has to be added. I almost forgot this part. Hang on, I'm just gonna copy these. Easier than having to go into the menu and find the recipe. So we got seeds, sticks. We gotta link these together somehow. You are seeds, so we're gonna send you like this. You are sticks, so we'll do a similar thing. Actually, we'll just send you out this way. That works. Alright, time to fire up. Just go plant this, and then we'll throw a couple in the thresher. I'm overweight because I got a limestone on me. Cool. So now we just gotta go over here and throw like 15 in there. There you go. Split this till we get 15. $14, $15. Cool, that'll work. Alright, we'll just throw it all in the... Well, we could just split it, actually, 7 and 8. Make it more even on the timing. There you go, I think it goes fast enough. They got 15 going out there, and they're going to get added to the seed bay for, you know, seedage. Cool. And that should be enough in this system to do that with a little left over, so if I want to add another 10, I could. But yeah, that should be producing 45 a minute which will be enough because that's 30 and that's 15. So that should be just the right amount to fuel the entire thing. And this is already backed up with fuel, so yeah, this is backed with fuel. That's backed with that. It's just waiting on the smelters, so that'll saturate nicely. What are you guys waiting on? Ooh, wow, got 112. Nice. What are you guys waiting on? More chips? I mean, now you're going. It's just, it's too much. This one, there's one too many here. It would probably be better to undersupply this, but that just means we have excess copper wire. Honestly, we have excess copper wire. We could probably just use this line to supply both things. So instead of having two here, I mean, these two are making more than's needed anyway, right? Yeah, you guys are making 13.5 each. So that's 26, that's 27. Actually, no, that's the exact amount. So I couldn't use any less, actually. Well, if you use these three and that, no, because that's it. That's a net 0. That's exactly as much as is needed for that system. So there is no way to make that better. Okay. Yeah, you're waiting on chips. I think the chips are fine now, yeah? You're making enough chips? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6. It needs 6. So yeah, well, actually 16. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 on the belt. And the question is, will they reach it before it pops? Let's see. Because it's oversaturated with cooling units and cores. So that's good. No, it's just a little slow on the processor units. Like, not bad. It gets there eventually. It's just a little tiny bit slow. Not sure why. What's the holdup? So the holdup here is the plant frames. Yeah, because it's not cooking up enough for the plant frames. So what could we do? We could add one row like we did over there. We could add one row here, add one, and that would give me another, what? 30 minutes. That would give me another 15 a minute. So that would oversaturate the thing. Yeah, because it's supplying these, but it's not supplying these fast enough. Because it's going to hit 5. It's got 10, so I don't see what the problem is. 6, 7, 8... No, because I know mathematically it's not correct. 9, 10... No, that one's fine. Maybe this one's too slow. Ah, see, the first one's taking all of it. That's why. Because even if it's an even split, it's only 30 at most on this belt at any given moment. So we'll need to do another line here, yeah. Alright, we'll fix this up, and then I think I'm done because it's like midnight. I just want to get this saturated enough to where the blues are going through enough. And then... Are we gonna do more purple cores though? That's the one problem I'm having, is the purple cores. Oh no, yeah, you're already making purple cores. Never mind. Yeah, you guys are making purple cores. I just haven't set up your outline yet. Okay. Yeah, you guys are good. That's what I set all that up for. Yep, purple cores. Cool. So how do we get them out is the question. Well, how many are you making? 11? Oh yeah, we could use an extender. So we'll just use an extender here. And a regular one here. Then a regular line. Go pick up the extended one. And then we just come over here and put that in. Or we don't. I'll go fuck myself. And it's because I want to jump this, and it doesn't have enough room, so it doesn't want to do the thing. Here, we'll back this up to here, and then we'll use a fixed height or something. Yeah, because how many is getting put out here? 11, and so together it's over 20. So we are going to need a fast inserter or a fast inserter, because why waste the power on a filter inserter when you don't have to? Fast inserter is only 2, whereas filter inserter is like friggin' 10. Yep. So past me is a genius because he was already setting up the thing. Past me was already setting up cores so that future me could be stupid and set up iron. Sweet, here it comes, baby. So now we have fully automated blue cores. Only problem is we got to get them out of the storage on occasion, but it's not going to fill this entire thing. I mean, like let's limit the storage because we actually don't need that much. We could limit it to like 1,500 total. Well, we'll go 2,000 total because we limited. Well, no. Yeah, well, we limited the purples to. We had for the core composer, we had 2 core composers full of purples, and that was more than enough. So that's what, 2,000, I think, and then let's see. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20. So that's 2,000. Then that'd be 1,000 there. So 3,000, I'd say, would be enough because we ended up with like 1,600 after on the purples anyway. So I'd rather not have that repeat. And again, I could always come dump it out if we have too much in here, but I think that'll be good. Like 3,000 plus the 146 I'm carrying, so altogether, not bad. Not bad. So we have automated new copper production. We have our iron production for conveyors back up and running. Why aren't you fueled? Why is everyone around you fueled except you? You're concerning me. Oh, it's because the belt's empty. It's got to get enough in the belt, right? Great. Yeah. Just waiting for more fuel. He needs, yeah. I might just build a second row here somewhere, just to get that higher. I do need to build this one, so I think to make this perfect, we're going to have to oversaturate this. We don't have to oversaturate it. We can just add like 1 planter or so, because we only need a little bit. We don't need a lot, because with this is putting out 30. This needs 30, like, what, 38 or something. Let's see. 1818 I know is 36, but I'm trying to figure out that decimal. And it's been a long fucking day of streaming this. 37.5, so yeah, 38. So, yeah, so 37.5 total, meaning 7.5. You can get 4 a minute out of these. So you need what? Well, you get 1 a minute because there's 4 in there, but they all harvest around a similar time. 1 a minute average here means... Wait, did I do my math right here? Hold on. Yeah, because 1 of these is enough to continuously supply 1 thresher. And 1 thresher is 30 minutes. So if you had half the rate, you had half the rate. So 15. So we need a quarter of the rate. So instead of supplying 2 full ones at 20 planters, we only... Yeah, we have 5, 10. So we want a half of a half. So a half of that is 5, another half is like 3, maybe. 5. Okay, we'll just put up 5. See, this is why doing the math in this game is a pain in the ass. None of the math really maths correctly. It's always like over or under. It's balancing as a bitch. So, you know. Sucks to be me, I guess. You know what? I actually have an idea. We don't need to make... Well, we're trying to make this total. I'm trying to not touch this at all. That's like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh, yeah, but these are going to pop eventually. So we're going to actually limit 2 more spaces. Because when these empty out, then this is going to... Yeah, eventually these will be consumed faster than I'm currently creating them. But actually, you know what? Let's just cut this for now. And that way... It can back up on the belt and have a little in reserve ready, but I want it to go through the ones I have in the backlog. So then it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, so that's 3,000 total. And then, yeah. So we're stacking that to 3,000 total, and then we're just going to load them in later as needed. I mean, I could load them like 500 at a time. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Let's do 500 at a time. So that way, it'll, you know... There'll never be more than 500 in this basket. And that way, I can come here, I can pull 500 out, and I can pull it out in increments of 500. And that way I don't overdo it. but I kind of have a little bit of control there. Okay, need one more of these. I'm gonna steal some electrical components. I don't... Yeah, because, I mean, these are all backed up anyway. Look at this. Look at how many electrical components we got. Well, they're starting to actually kick up a little, so... I'm gonna steal a couple. Gimme. So I actually stole some, so I was able to make a whole planter immediately. Nice. Okay, I do like that loop design, being in the middle instead of going... Yeah, but this one's vertical, so it goes up and down anyway. Not a big deal. So we'll put these down in preparation. And I feel, you know, on the whole, preparation H feels good, yeah. Let's see. Okay. Let's get these going as soon as possible, because the sooner this happens, the more my figures even out on blue research. And the faster we get blue research, the more toys we can play with. Come on. Give me another one. Bingo, there we go. Okay, this will be the... Yeah, seed inserts on the side, so... Still waiting on that. Alright, we'll just wait for that to finish up, and then we'll do that. Alright, so seed insert here. We'll just loop it back to itself later. So we'll make like a loop here. And then we'll cut the loop and send it back into the other loop. Something like this. Send it around to itself so that it comes from the insertion point of the seeds. There you go. Actually, I don't know why I did that. That wasn't even necessary. It's right here. We can literally just do that. I'm a dumbass, man. I really am. I look like I know what I'm doing because I do math on a calculator, but I'm an idiot. I really am. Okay, so that way that's all linked back to the main one, and then the input will be from here. We'll just split this input off to there. So now it's like all one big continuous circuit, sort of. Maybe. Okay. We need some more in this one. Oh, we're gonna need a second thresher, I just realized. Whoopsie. Yeah, we're gonna need a second thresher, or else the line's gonna back up. I'm a fool! Yep. So put these planters down, get them going. Hope my power grid is holding up. I should, I had a little bit in the tank. Maybe? Maybe yes, maybe no, I don't know. It's teetering. Might have to upgrade that soon. But, yeah, it's, I'm going a little hard on this game. Going a little crazy. Some of my stuff's, okay. Then we want to throw what into this thresher? Another 5? Yeah. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. So that way there'll be an extra on deck for those, like it is for this. Alright, that should work, but we just gotta plant the other thresher now over here. Oh, crap. Where are we gonna put this thresher? Could do it this way and then go outside there, but you don't know. Maybe this thresher should be over here, like mirroring it. Yeah, I didn't think this thresher through. That's okay. That is okay. Yeah, so that needs to be inserting what comes off this line. Ah, no, 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 no. Stop. Stop your bullshit. Okay, can I please just get this to be a right turn, you stupid motherfucker? You didn't get stuck, did you? Okay, no, I stopped it in time. Good lord, man. All I wanted that... Why? Okay, so why was that so hard? Why was that so hard? Just make it like that. Why is that so hard? Why do you want to automatically fucking merge every time? I hate that. It's so goddamn annoying. Okay, the seeds are in there. I just gotta get the seed back out. So, we want that to join that, so we'll just do this for the sticks. So we'll have the sticks come right out here. That'll be the easiest way to get it on there. More sticks! Yay! And then seeds, we could actually just get the seeds to go on this line here. Can end up back in the fields. Seeds, and then straight on to the loop. Bing. Nice. Fucking nice. Yeah, see, now we're cooking. Now we're getting there, boys. We got enough now. We actually got more than enough. Actually, do we? Because, like, yeah, that's putting out 15. I needed 7.5. So, yeah, I actually have an extra 7.5 sticks in this system if I needed to use it somewhere else. I could actually link that system to this system and that system to that system, and then we could have even more. Like, just ensuring everything's saturated. Why are you not saturated? Where is your ore? Where is your ore, you whore? I linked you all up. Where's the ore? Are you fucking serious? Because it goes that way, but doesn't link this way? Oh my god. I'm a moron. I'm a moron. I'm a moron. I'm a moron. There. And now we just gotta go bing. Okay, now we're talking. Now that's being supplied properly. I don't think these things are, I swear I don't. I'm just too busy thinking about how fun the loops look. Okay. Now you guys are actually functioning. Why are you not but get in there. Jesus. Alright, so fucking figure this one out. Every time you put a belt next to another belt, and they happen to be going in the same direction, or crossing, or something, the game's like, oh, you want a merger here, right? Half the time I do, half the time I don't. But the 100% of the time when I do want a merger, the game doesn't give me a merger. It's like, oh, you're running this line parallel to another line, therefore you don't. It's like, dude, I had it when I was in the blueprint, putting down the conveyor, I was rotating it towards that thing. So when you get to the end, rotate it in and make a merger. Okay. Now we're going. Now we're cooking. Things are moving. Problem solved. Got a fuck ton of copper going through here. Jesus Christ. I mean, we have so much copper at max capacity that, like, it's not going. It's not working right, man. It's so much copper and so much iron, more than what I'm actually capable of using up. That's the crazy part. Alright, have you put the fucking thing in there yet? Oh, it's because it doesn't have anywhere to go because I told it not to. Okay, hang on. Let's unlimit that. There we go. So one's blue and one's purple. Okay, and then I'm gonna do this. I'll put this here. We'll just start moving these over as needed. No, go the other way, asshole. Okay, and you move in at a rate of what? 22? Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll keep it to where this keeps it just up to date the entire time. This'll work eventually. We'll get there, boys. We'll get there. I'm gonna take some of that with me. Alright. So yeah, we're limiting it to 2 so that there's room for the purple and room for the blue, but not room for anything extra. So that it doesn't accidentally fill something up with either blue or purple. Just sucks I can't set it per ore to be like, oh, this is a purple only slot. This is a, you know, you would friggin' think. I'm gonna take that blue with me. Alright, we're about to go throw these blues into research now that it's all copacetic. Alright, everything's moving again. My conveyors are fine. I still got plenty of power relays. I need to set that up. That's something I can do with the extra copper and iron I've got on my line. Is I can constantly be making more power floors. So I can use those for platforms. Alright, now all we gotta do is go to our super duper awesome filler machine. And then, yeah. Just like, we have this thing as fast as it'll go. Let's see how fast it'll eat 168 blues. It's eating them, let's see, at an interval of what, 6 at a time? Because it's moving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 onto the belt, and then, yeah. So technically it's moving them 8 at a time, it's just that this has to be in your mirror, so it's kicking it down to 6. How are we doing? Do we have enough? Oh yeah, we got enough for some upgrades. Ooh, mold tunneling 3x3. Nice. See, that's what I need for the ores. I need to get it like closer, tighter in, so I can mine around the ore sites. Flattening 7x7. Okay. I don't know if I should get those right away though. Oh, drill speeds. Oh no, that's gonna. We don't need that right now, because we're already at capacity for everything we need off our drill. Like, we need to get everything else sorted, and then we can come back and make our drills better. We don't need our drills to be better right now. As fun as it would be, we don't need more ore. We don't even know what to do with the ore we are now processing, now that we have a proper amount of it. Threshing speed increase would go kind of hard, though. Ooh, shiver neutralization. Definitely want to get that. Up the biodensity, because we're going to do that later. Up the threshing speed. Mark 3 belts. Ooh, height. Extend the height limit of all vertical belts to 100. I have never in my life needed to go 100 belts high. Like, no. I don't need to waste fucking resource cores on that. That is not necessary. The rail rush, so that's increased the speed of the monorail. Yeah, don't forget about X-ray. X-ray's got some stuff. Yeah, flora compression, plant matter brick threshing. So now, yeah, enables advanced compression of flora required to manufacture complex intermediates can be smelted and blast melted into carbon powder. And then plant matter brick threshing. So you can thresh the plant matter brick if you want the plant matter fiber back out of it. So that might be a way to actually, you make plant matter fiber, but you need to transport a lot of it very far. So what you could do is you could set up an assembler to take all that plant matter fiber and smush it down and to store it, to help store it. And then you can unpack it later when needed by threshing it. That'd be fun. Okay, science, what do we got here? Deep mutations, yes. Coolant compression, also yes. Shiverthorn gel threshing. Enables lossless threshing of Shiverthorn gel into Shiverthorn extract. So wait, where do you get the gel? Enables compression of Shiverthorn extract. Oh, okay, so this way we can do it without losing any. Awesome. Very cool. Oh, now we need purple cores, of course, to get the coolant density up. That's right, we'll just go get some, because we're automating purple cores. Nice. Yeah, nice. Is this 2 or 3 or... No, that's 3 bricks. Okay. Yeah, it's 3 bricks. Really want to fix that smelter before I get off, though. It's just, it's right there. I just have to fix a couple of belts, and then we'll know our exact numbers. But again, we're still pushing so much through the system. And again, the iron that's coming from down here isn't even the useful iron. This is just... Actually, no, this is the useful iron. That's the other iron. It's the whole fucking thing. God damn, there's so much here. Okay. Alright, here's what we do. We take this, and then we plug this back in. That way it's constantly filling the packet that's already in there. Let's see, the consumption rate is 22.5. The creation rate is 22.5. Okay. But it won't create a blue core faster than it stacks a purple core. Because the purple cores are coming in at 22.5. They're going out at 22.5. But the blue cores, they take a minute to actually build. So by the time they build, there'll be something else put back into this storage. So it should be fine. It'll even itself out. I'm going to take this. There you go. Alright, cool. So I'm going to use those extra purple cores for research. And, yeah, I do need to set that up right so we know what we're dealing with. We have an awful lot of iron coming from the bottom floor, but... Okay, I think I'm going to limit the storage here to, like, this last row. Actually, let's... Yeah. We'll limit it to the whole thing. We'll just limit it to, like, you know, 3 bricks. Because that's as much as I would need to pull out of it at any given time. I was just doing that to help alleviate some of the problems. How's storage going? I need some extract, actually, if I'm going to make a bunch of coolant. I should set up automation of coolant, honestly. How would I set up automation of coolant? Because I got all this going down here. I might as well use it. So if I wanted to automate the coolant... Okay, concentrated supply of Shiverthorn extract, key ingredient in production of Atlanta mixture brick. Okay. Look at the Shiverthorn here. So we got... Yeah, that's iron components, limestone, and... Yeah, fuck it. No, we could literally just take the Shiverthorn extract from here, pipe it up to Victor. We got limestone there, and we got some iron. We can make some iron components there, and then just make coolant on Victor floor. That could work. Alright, we'll do that eventually. Right now, I'm just here to grab some extract. Okay, yeah, you're fucking full stacked. Jesus Christ. Look at all of this crap. I need more, lemon pledge. Okay, I'm gonna do something here. We're gonna just move all this over. How fast are you getting it? Let's see. How fast would you make it? When it threshes us, yeah, when it threshes for extract, it's gonna do it at a rate of 15 a minute. And you're gonna do plant matter. And then the plant matter's being pulled out, right? Wait, I don't know why I have 2 of these, because the plant matter being made would only be 15 a minute. Yeah. Yeah, the plant matter being made is 19 a minute. Oh no, because I just upped the threshing rates. Uh-oh. That screws up my tables for threshing. I mean, it makes it better, but... Okay. Yeah, I mean, still, 19. You only need 1 of these, because they're freaking... Yeah. You're fine. You only need 1, because it's 30. So that's more than enough. Then this is making that, so... We need what? A fast inserter, or... Yeah, we'll just put a fast inserter down. I'll up the power if need be. Because I do need to up the power anyway. So we'll try and future-proof our power supply. I'm just trying to get it to where the damn plant matter gets out of here. But that's only pulling at 30. God, how much is it going to start making? Well, because it said... Yeah, it's saying 19 there, so I would assume it's the same thing for the Shiverthorn. So 19, so that'll still be fine. You will eventually start pulling more. It's just that this has too much right now. Just double it up. Make sure it's working. Yeah. Well, okay, so the math here is that it's pulling from this crate, which is 30, but it's also pulling from here. So until this stops, it's not gonna... Yeah. That's pulling at a rate of 67, so it needs 135 a minute. It's not getting 135, it's getting 40 a minute. So it's working at about half capacity, meaning it's got 30 coming out, so... We can just throw that on. That'll move it faster than it can even make it. Yeah, it's just the math of it, trying to get all this moved over to the excess, and then... We can use this excess later for biobricks, but I gotta undo it now. Yeah, see, we got limestone here, but we're already piping the limestone up to Victor. So limestone's on Victor, iron's on Victor. So we'll just take the Shiverthorn extract from down here, and then pipe it up to Victor, and then we can, you know, increase our field of threshers and whatnot here. It's just, yeah, because this ain't even the right ratio to begin with. I was just doing it to get some extract, which I have managed to do, so I'm going to take some with me. Oh, I already had some. Oh, okay. Well, we'll do like 1,500. That'll work. And then, throw some of that in there, too. Why not? some limestone. Yeah, limestone doesn't have storage down here. Limestone's just getting piped upstairs, so. To the victor goes the spoils. Okay. What can I actually build now? Because it's saying I got something new to build. What did I unlock? Oh, we got the Shiverthorn Bud neutralized. So, it's the same ratio either way. It's just, do you make more of this and then neutralize that, or this or that? And it sort of helps it zero out on both to where it just swaps both to, you know, one way or the other. Cool. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna go dump off some of this limestone so I can move again. Jesus, need another basket. Too much limestone. Yeah, this is just the limestone corner now. Ridiculous. So much limestone. Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, 1,500 I think is good for anything, really. Alright. So, we could start making power floors and all that, but I'm gonna go to bed. Yeah, purples are looking good. How's blues doing? Because if I'm gonna go down and put some purples in, I might as well put a few more blues in as well. Technically speaking, I could just run the thing out where it doesn't get stored. It just gets put on a line that sends it down to Lima level, and then I can collect at Lima level. Because I'm limiting it to 1 anyway. So, if that's what we're doing, we might as well do it that way. It's just that it's so close to the thing. Well, I could take it back out of the thing. I could filter it back out. Yeah, because it's just being added directly. So if we filter it out, then that'll work. So we can just do this. Follow the iron. Follow the yellow brick road. Literally, because the conveyor is yellow. And then we'll just send this all the way back to here. Oh, you guys are taking to the backspace. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Pause, pause, pause. Over here. And down after that. We'll do a down to make sure that I have ample room for this. Cool. And then we'll set this to go to floor 1, because that's our research. And we'll do this. And we'll do... Cool. So now our blue cores will go straight down, so I don't have to come up here and grab them every time. I can just go over and check the storage. And it'll be limited to 1 anyway. So that's kind of an advantage. If you're trying to limit things to just 1 stack, you can use the shared storage, which is a huge shared storage. It'll hold like everything in the game, but it'll hold just 1 stack of it. Okay, filter, and filter for the blue cores. So it's sort of an intermediary here. Which actually makes me wonder if I fucking need this to begin with, because if it's purple's in and purple's out, like it's... Okay, why aren't you putting the blue core in there? Put it in there, you cuck. Oh, because the purple... Yeah, see, this is the thing. Alright. Stop. We're going to use belts for this instead. There. That way the purples can hold there, but they'll still pull at the correct rate eventually. Okay, and then you're a fast one. Do you need to be a fast one? Yeah, because it's over 20. My power's fucked. I gotta go fix the power again. Oh my god. I need like a power upgrade. I gotta do some research into power. Yeah. Alright, so you can see this is gonna work. It'll just take a minute. Yay, look at it go. Wait, what are you doing? How did that happen? What are you doing? No. No, you dumb dick. Okay, well, they'll just end up in storage anyway. That's fucking stupid. Like, literally, like, look at this, dude. Look, you guys saw it, right? I will wind the stream back, and we will see the part where I took this cable, I intentionally routed it to the left, and it still thinks that it wanted to merge from here into there. It made a merger so that it could join this path. Why? What the fuck? I don't... It's illogical. Like, why? Because there was a splitter on this anyway? That doesn't make sense, bro. Here, just cut that for a second, because we need the splitter here to be able to send it that way, but... Ugh. Yeah, because it had a merger already. Switch the damn thing! Oh, is it broken now? Did we break it? With your stupid little thing where it doesn't exist? God damn it. Hang on, I gotta do this now. No, I don't want the whole fucking thing. I just want this area. I want this straight to here. That's all I want. Oh, this buggy ass game. Okay. Alright, you know what? You know, we're gonna turn you into the splitter merger thing. And then you'll just go up from here. And that will simplify my goddamn existence. There. So now, when I put this down, like, it's just so everything wants to join into everything. Like, why? Why? Just make it make sense. It's simple conveyors. Just snap. Why are things linked together? Okay, that's working. And now it's and now it's on the. Go fucking straight. I should not have to explain this. This should not be this complicated. There's some extract that found its way in there. Unbelievable. I better not have no damn greens finding their way into the thing. I literally can't do this now. I have to, like, tilt this around just to avoid this merge because it wants to merge so simply right here. Like, why? Why do you want that? I mean, again, I could put the merge here, maybe, and then just rotate this. Swear to God, if you... Okay. Absolutely complex nonsense. But I have to double check all of this because I can't trust the fucking game when I lay down a conveyor anymore. I have to, like, look at every single little thing and make sure it's not doing anything wrong. Oh my God. Alright. Okay, I gotta go fix the power. Yeah. This is working, though. This is working beautifully. It's going into the mass storage, which is nice. I'm gonna go get those extracts out that are in the mass storage now. They're not supposed to be. Wait, what? Where'd they go? Did they make it here yet? Well, I think maybe I deleted the belt and it gave it back to me then. Oh no, they got sent to floor 1. I'm looking at floor 2. Right, wrong level. Wrong level, bitch. Bitch, say what? Alright, put those in there. That way it's all together. Cool. Alright, and then... Actually, we could even pipe it straight into the thing, now that I think about it. If we're sending it to floor 1, we can just take it out on floor 1 and pipe it straight to the core composer to fill that up. And then eventually it'll get backlogged, but it doesn't really matter. As long as it's out, you know? Yeah, let's do that. Okay. No. 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 Not like that, you fucking moron. Like that. Again, the simplicity. You oversimplified the system, and now it don't work right. Okay, you're gonna pull out the cores, and then they're gonna go this way. I swear to God, if I go to lay this down and it doesn't turn right, I'm gonna be mad. Okay. Actually, you know what? Let's just go up over this. It'll be much simpler, because it's going the same way anyway. So we'll use the already existing architecture to make it work. And I swear, if it tries to merge some shit, I'm gonna be real mad. Should we go up this? No, I don't want to block the stairs. So we'll just go to this side. that. Alright, we go double check the entire line. I can't trust it. I have to look for bad merges. Oh, that's right. That doesn't work that way. I gotta use an uppy. It seems like this game has a hard-on for the up and down fucking conveyors. Like the vertical conveyors, it just... You're supposed to use that more in tight spaces than just regular conveyors, but it's like, why? Why do I need to do that? Just be normal. Okay. So we got it up here. Up to here. Oh, there we go. And then straight on through the chompers. Okay. We can get rid of all this, that. Because that was my initial idea, was to stack it up and just bring a whole stack and have it eat it. But I can literally just pipe this. Fuck, what did I do? And platform. Okay. There we go. Then we just pipe this over here, like so. Yeah, one will be enough. We'll just have it constantly feeding in, because I'm not producing that many that quickly to begin with. Oh, the problem is I have 2 on me. Oh, that's okay. All I have to do now, if I ever get any on me... Dude, look at them all. Nice. And now all I gotta do if I get any excess on me is go to here and put it in the stack. What am I doing with these purples? I need to add them too. I don't want to... Yeah, because then it's filtering for blue right now. I'd have to set up a filter for purple, and then it would mix them, and I don't want to do that. I'll just put these down, because I need less purple, so I can put these down by hand, and it's not a big deal. Whoa. Where'd it go? Oh, okay. Thing got reoriented. I do have another core composer I could use. Yeah, but then that's another 750 power. Like, that's... No, thank you. No, thank you. Okay, let's see. Where are we going to put 80 of these things? Just put them in the corner here, why not? We'll just stack a... Here, I'll fly up, and then we'll use that as my height for these. Because if it catches up to me on a jetpack, then yeah, it's too tall. I think this is another reason they might not want you to blueprint, is if you blueprint stuff, you could blueprint cores, and then you wouldn't need the core composer at all, because you could blueprint cores in like 5, 10, 20, 100,000. What I got left? I don't know, I put down like a ton of them. Oh yeah, I got 100, so whoop, use those up. Alright, what other things do we need? Well, nothing on Victor level. Wow, this is actually locked behind, like, BioBrick diesel production is locked behind the 60 MJ. That's crazy. So you actually have to get that charge. Wow. Brutal. Yeah, I need that as well for the batteries to be better. So yeah, that's my game's way of telling me my factory's fucked. I need to go fix the power. Oh shit. I think we're good on purples for now. So we'll just leave a purple chest actually. We'll leave a chest of purples, and we can add to this manually if we have any other purples come up. We got like 600 in there. That ought to do it. And then we're automating purple cores, so blues will be coming through here. Yeah, you can see they're slowing down. They're making like 2 at a time. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, we might have to just fix the power next time. because it's 12:30 in the morning. I'm going to bed. Let's see, because how much would I actually need? It wants to eat up about 20,000. I'm making about 14,000. Yes, Captain. Actually, are these all connected and running, or because some of these are on grass? Is it maybe not counting those? No, because they're connected to this. Let's see. Is it because you're on grass? Yeah. So if it's not connected, it's yeah. So it counts as long as it's connected to the system. Obviously, like duh. But I can't take anything in this game for granted. I swear to God. Like sometimes it just this game does really stupid shit sometimes. Okay, so we're gonna need more, a lot more. So yeah, we need to go automate power crank assembly. We need power crank assembly, and I can do the wheels myself. The wheels aren't that bad to make. It's just the power cranks. Because you go here, the power crank is copper components, electrical components, and then the see, the water wheel is all that, but that's not that hard to make for 1 or 2 at a time. But the power cranks, I need to make them in like batches of 10 or 20. So it'd be good to automate those to can have a full stack of those at a time. I should automate both, honestly. I mean, what are their components? Yeah, see, they don't share components, so it's not like I could just make some up and then use them for both. It's that, yeah, it'd be easier just to build this by itself, and then this we can automate. And we definitely got the stuff for it. Okay, but I gotta fix the iron at Lima. Next stream's gonna be a fixing stream. We're gonna go around and fix all the ratios of things and make sure everything's actually where it should be. How hard would it be for me to set up the assembly of this? What would be the ratios on this if I actually wanted to automate power crank production? I gotta automate drills at some point. 1, because I'm sick of making drills by hand. Takes forever. And 2, I need them to make blast drills. So, where's the power crank? Okay. So, the crank generator, it needs 36 copper a minute, 18. Yeah, so our copper, we have a lot of copper. We just need electrical components. Okay, so what do we need for electrical components? Okay, we're not going to do this here. We're going to do this in the corner here. Because we're making electrical components here, so we can just expand this. Just add to it to make up the difference. What's our rate? We need 2 machines to do that. And it's not like I need to be placing down crank generators all the time, so it doesn't need to go faster than the minimum. Okay, so we'll just make some more of this and extend the line. What the fuck are we making? Hold on. Let's copy this. A lot simpler. I need to get in the habit of doing that when I want to expand something instead of trying to find the recipe in the god-awful interface. Just, here's a million icons. Why? Why are there a million? Go E. Yeah, so we just gotta get this extended. So this is really easy. That's why I'm setting this up now. The other stuff, it's gonna take a minute of thinking to get through to fix it. It'll take a second. I just want to set this up now so we don't have to set it up next time. Okay, so copper in, pulls out. If we're gonna pull out, we're gonna put it over on this side. Because we're not adding to that line, we're doing a separate line. Alright, copper, iron's here, so all we gotta do is skirt this to the right. And then insert with that. Okay, cool. And then we'll use the extendos to go out to where we want to be. And what I might do is I might actually just put the assembler on the other side, because it's going to be fed right into it anyway. If I could get these to line up, that'd be nice. Okay, and you're going to make... So electrical components are going in there. So that's the wheel going. We need more copper wire to come through here. But, I mean, it's slowed production on this anyway. It's already going to bottleneck because... Well, you're making the right amount. It's just that the other things aren't... We'll see. We'll see. If there's less, we'll add another thing to it if need be. But if we need a little more, actually, we could probably pull from there. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, you guys are good there. You're good. So you're getting your 8. You're gonna get your 18. We need 36 copper components. So how do we make copper components? Yeah. See, the problem is getting the copper components. Well, actually, no, because we have more copper. So I was gonna say the problem is the copper because we're barely doing this, but we have this, so we're good there. Ooh, 45 a minute. Well, hey, I got a lot to play with, so that's not too bad. So 45 for 22.5. I need 2. What are you making? Are any of you making copper components over here? No. Well, I need copper components for conveyors, so I could use that as a I could use the leftovers from that, like whatever doesn't go in here. So we need 2 to fuel that. Yeah, 2 is the most we can do to fuel that. And then, what do we need to keep you up to speed? I think you're actually a little behind. So, yeah, if we run both off that, then we could run this over here and then leave that copper for just the wires or so. Yeah. Could be. Could be. Actually, what's our copper wire rate over here? Is it a 1-to-1? Let's see. You need 67.5. You're producing 13.5. Yeah, that is a 1-to-1 ratio. Okay. So, if need be. Yeah. Okay. So, it's better to try to use 1-to-1s. Okay, so we need 2 of these coppers. For copper components, yeah, we'll just do them over here. We'll just put copper components, I don't know, here. So copper component, right? And then that's gonna be 90 a minute. Ooh, that's gonna be a lot. Okay. Yeah, that might end up dragging from my other systems just to create this. But again, this is only creating a few. I'm only going to create 1 stack, and then once this backs up, the rest of the system will be fine. I just want to have a stack of this automated at all times, so that if I need to expand power, it won't be that hard. Let's see here. Okay, so you need copper in, and then you need copper components out. So we'll go components out on back here. 22 a minute, which means we are going to unfortunately need something higher. Actually, if we used both of these and got the belts together, we could get 35 out of it. Yeah, but you might as well just use this, because we're going to up the power anyway. So it's easier to just use the little inserters. These little fast inserters. They are some good ones. So that total is going to be actually more than that can handle. So we're going to put in a regular one and a fast one to pick up the slack. So that'll be 60 total. Yeah, because the overall will be like 40 something. It'll be like 45 a minute. So yeah, it's going to be more than it can handle anyway. Alright, so that'll work. And then we'll just put a box next to it. For the storage. Box next to it, 9 a minute. Regular inserter. Bam. And that should do it. We just gotta get the copper hooked up now. Copper comes in at 45 a minute. Holy God. Alright, so this might be where I use the extendo, because, well, it gets... 45 a minute. We could probably just do it with regulars on the side here, actually, because these are 20, so that's 20, 40, 60. And then do the same thing here, 20, 40, 60. 60. And if we made this a loop around, it could supply both of them. Then all we gotta do is run this to it. Okay, that's ugly. I don't want to do it that way. That's better. And then we just take a right turn here. So now we have something to do with our excess. Okay, that's not doing anything with that, is it? Not doing anything weird? Yeah, we just need that to turn. We don't need that to be an intersection. Cool. So then that comes out there, goes into here, gets made, goes in there. Alright, so that'll be the cranks, and then we gotta How much power do we need to add? Well, it wants about 20,000. I need to add more. I don't get it. It should be, my production rate should have already been 15,000. I don't know why it's stuck at 13,530. That's just weird. It's a weird number. Okay, we need more basics. Aren't you getting any at all? Oh, it's because it's lower on that still. Yeah, well, we can use the excess. When that one backs up, we can use the excess that comes out of there to fuel this for the copper components. That'd be pretty cool. Okay, we'll take a stack there, so it's got something to do. Okay. And then, yeah, I'm still trying to figure out why my shit is so fucked on power. I don't get it. What's with the power? Right, it's going. It's doing. All of this is connected. So, what's wrong with this picture? I'm gonna check every single one of these to make sure they're all actually powered. Which I know there are, or at least they better be, or I'm gonna lose my damn mind. Why are you disconnected? Why the fuck are these disconnected? Why are you disconnected? Why is this disconnected? Are you telling me I actually have to have platform under you for you to generate power, even though this crank right here is connected? What is the crank not powered? The electricity can't go back through the crank itself. You have to... That would explain things. Well, that's good. Might be less for me to do, but still. Make a whole bunch of platforms. Try to put that down if I can. Nonsense. Alright, where's the platforms? Again, I could just use the power floor, but with the power floor, you gotta actually move the dirt out of the way, though, because it doesn't want to go down underneath. This will go through the floor, so. Okay, what's our thing here? It starts at this corner, so it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so if we do a piece here, get the fuck out of the way, stupid light. Why does this have to be so finicky just to put this in the ground? Okay. Try and click over as many as I can. Like that. There you go. And then this one. Okay, so now our power should be up. 16,500. Alright, so we have to do less than I thought we did. That would explain things. Alright, so note to self, this whole thing's got to be powered. So, instead of trying to do platforms, because platforms are expensive, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run one power strip through each thing. That way it touches right through the middle. Or at least it should. I don't know why I'm doing this every time from this side. I could just run it out to here and then go, but yeah, it's fine. Here, let's just make a big long thing here. For the meme. Oh my god, it's so long! Where am I trying to go with this thing? How far am I going with this? Here, you know what? You know what? Easier fucking thing. Just do this. There. Far fucking simpler. Just do that. Okay? Just do this. Cover the whole thing. I don't care. These are cheap as hell to make. I can make a million more of them later. And they make very, very quickly. So we're just going to cover the entire floor to ensure that we never have to worry about this ever again. I think that's wrong, actually. There's too much back floor to this. We don't need this extra bit. Trim that up. And we still have 1,100 of these platforms. My lord, man. These are great. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just erase some of this. Well, no, because we'll just leave it. It doesn't matter. It's just floor. Okay, so now we need what on power? Each row is worth 3,000, and we would need like over. Yeah, we need like 6,000. So we need 2 more rows. So we need 40 more of these. That's fine. And then we're gonna need 4 more of the water wheels. There. Get this fucking fixed. Go check on my little automated thing I set up. Maybe it'll have some now, maybe it won't. Because it's supposed to be 9 a minute, and it's been like 2 minutes, so... You know, theoretically. But again, the power is broken, so it's going to go slower than that. The ultimate irony is that the thing that I'm setting up to automate the power kit that I need is not powered enough. And so, it's like losing its mind here. I find that kind of funny. Alright, how we doing? 38, look at that! Oh my god, it actually is working pretty good. I think it's because I connected those other ones. It spiked the power back into like the 80% range, so we got all 40 that we needed. Because it's been like 5 minutes since we've been dicking around down there. So, you know, we've been dicking around for a minute. Ever since we set that up. Fantastic. There's our 40. 40 which we have to place all by hand, mind you. So that's not ideal. But still. God, this makes me yearn for Subnautica when I could just have one bioreactor and feed it fish. Or, you know, then, like, you'd have the nuclear reactor, you just put, like, one rod in it, and it's good for, you know, ever. Okay, we're going to start with these and just connect as we go. That damn thing does not work right. That right? Yeah, it looks lined up. Damn you, you motherfucker. Alright, I need to do it from this side, because walking on those things fucked me up. What happened? How did this get so fucking misaligned? I started spamming it, that's what happened. Okay, what happened here? Yeah, go back. Okay, need more water wheel. Alrighty, boom, we fixed it. 23,100, and our factory at peak is about 20,000. So we got a little bit of room to play with, but we are going to need more. So I'm going to automate power floors, and then the first thing I'm going to do when I automate power floors is I'm going to take the first harvest of that and just across the whole thing here. We're gonna make this work. And then whenever this runs into a wall over there, we're gonna scoot it down a little, and then we're gonna dig that wall back out, and that we can keep adding, you know, the 20 that we like to add. Yeah. What is even down here? Have I explored Hydro properly? There's a lot of chests around here that I don't think I've interacted with. No, there's a lot of chests to be found. There's like an iron deposit up there. I think there's a copper deposit around the corner somewhere. Yeah. We have not done a lot of exploring, because I've been trying to get the factory in order. Exploring is good, you know, because we can scan more upgrades and stuff, but, you know. So, I'm automating those. I might want to automate batteries as well at some point. Just get to that point of, if I need to add more batteries, I can. But it's such a... But again, the batteries take so freaking long, you know, that it's like... it's worth it to automate that. The way it's worth it to automate the wheels. Actually, that reminds me. I need to make sure I set a limiter on the wheels, or I'm going to end up with a box of wheels, which is not going to be good. We just need one. Thank you. And then here's something we can do. We can take the components that come out there. We can actually run this line later. So whatever's excess, yeah, all the excess from this line can run over to our conveyor belt setup for the advanced conveyor belts. We can just throw that directly in there. How so? Like this. Don't merge. Don't merge. Okay, it didn't merge. Thank God. Yeah. Then you want it. And at what rate does it come out? Well, that would come out at 22, but this is coming out in excess. How much are we burning constantly? Well, when this fills up, this is going to be at full amount. So, what? 45? Yeah, that's a problem. Because I gotta... Well, I can just split it off the other side. Yeah, it's 45. Yeah, but you want 37. So I don't actually need to put 35 at a time in there. I don't need to get to the maximum. Because this one's already running. I was like 45, like that would work. I really don't even need this one to kick off. Because like I said, that one will fill up eventually. Like there will be excess from this. And this might run slower, yes, but eventually it will make one whole thing there. Why are you not making? Oh, because we actually ran out of the copper. Okay, the copper's coming down the line now. But the copper has to pass all of these first. Like, yeah, it's getting snatched up here, so we do need more copper on that. Yeah, we could theoretically just take that out, and then that'll work. We don't actually need this to do that. And this could focus entirely on copper production. Or copper wire. And then, what's your excess? Because you're getting an excess, so we could actually swap the excess. So the excess copper components coming from here can fuel this, and the excess copper wire can fuel that. That's so weird. We're trading one for the other. But they're like, it's like a symbiotic relationship. They need each other to keep functioning. Okay, we're gonna just delete this, and we're gonna run it a different way. This. We're going to run along the side here to this one that already exists. That's 45, but we actually don't need that because yeah, we only need 37 actually. So, yeah, no, one would suffice to get the 37 at a time that's needed. Okay, and then we'll just run these. What's your total? 67? Yeah, okay. Here, we'll just cross it back over itself, actually. We can do... Oh, wait, no, you need to be there. We'll just follow the same path back towards the other machine. So we know one's feeding one, one's feeding the other. It's all sort of together. It's the circle of life! Alright, where's the copper? It's gotta go that way. So... Run this stupid actuator thing. Accumulator, whatever the fuck you want to call the damn thing. What do you mean invalid placement? It's fine. Can it not go under this? The other one can go under that? What? You're a dick, game. You are an absolute dick. Okay, hang on. Let's just... Get you out of here. We don't even need you. You can eat my shorts. Put you back over here somewhere. Yeah. You can just fuck off. Goddamn power stepper bullshit. Like, we need it to hook into here, but, you know. There you go. That way it's out of the way. Ugh. trying to keep the floor as clean as possible, so if I can stack these, I will. And then we'll just feed, this one. Let's see. How am I trying to feed? I'm trying to feed these two on the end, right? Because they're the ones needed for that. So we could just do that. And then they'll feed around into there. So now we have excess copper. Okay, we have excess copper wire, which, since my conveyors are stuck up so much, they don't even need it really. But they'll take it first, and then whatever's excess, then we come over here, and the excess is going to find its way to here, where it gets fed into being chips. The chips are fed into here with the excess copper component, with the copper components. But the copper components also have excess, so those copper components feed that. So we sort of just traded the two lines instead of trying to establish more copper production. So then this thing is making this. Can you only get to 26? Or you're waiting on chips? That's your thing. That's why we just did that. So once this copper wire gets over here, yeah, now the excess copper wire is coming this way. So you can see it's still taking some chunks out. It's not a perfect stack. This one will take one or two here or there to fill the needs of this machine. But this machine is full up here. And it's full up. It's getting like half full here. So the only thing it's actually needing to run is this. And it's running it successfully now that we've traded the components. Because it needs 5, and it's keeping up with copper components and shiverthorn extract. Now, the only issue I'm going to see is maybe our shiverthorn extract runs out. Because we're using shiverthorn extract for this, but we're also fueling core research. But core research needs not that much. Okay, what's our production on shiverthorn here? We're producing... but we thresh faster. So we are actually producing more. We just need to... What the fuck happened to the farm? Oh, it's not gone back yet. So we might actually need to add a little more to feed this now. Because it wants 13 a minute, and I'm only giving it 10 a minute. So I actually need to add on, like, 2 more to the system. I don't know how I would add that. This place is so cramped over here. Well, actually, these threshers themselves are actually more exposed. So, yeah, that'll work. If they make more, do I need 2 of them? Well, how much am I trying to supply here? I'm trying to supply this at 37.5, meaning if I supply this at 19 and 19, that's 20. That's 20 and 20, so 40 minus 2 is 38 a minute. So we will have a 0.5 a minute left over if we can keep this fit, which we should be able to. But right now, it's got a little backlog that it's going to go through. So that'll give us time to put up another one. So we'll put up another shiverthorn. Honestly, with the shiverthorn extract, we could literally just pipe it from below. Like I said, we could use the one that's down below, make sure that's upgraded all the way, pipe that up here, and then we had the new thing. What was the other thing we were going to use shiverthorn for? It was going to be... We needed, like, a couple bits of shiverthorn for something. Shiverthorn was going to be used for something. What was it? Am I stupid? I am stupid. What was I going to use the shiverthorn for? I don't know. Coolant? Yeah, we were automating coolant, so that needs 2. So if we pipe the one shiverthorn from down below up to here, which I was going to do anyway, we can make some of that, and then whatever's left over from that, we could pipe into core research. It's all very symbiotic, isn't it? I think that's the idea. So with Satisfactory, you're not supposed to have... Like, all the equations in Satisfactory are perfect ratios. You're not supposed to have an excess. If you have an excess, you need a belt balance and use it for more machines and figure out optimal settings. Whereas here, the math seems to almost encourage that with some of the incremental upgrades you get for speed and efficiency, that it sort of encourages you to have a little bit of extra from one machine's processes, which then feeds another machine, and that machine's processes feeds another machine. And so it's all kind of a symbiotic relationship between your machines. They just do that. Also, why is my iron off? Oh no, it's still going. It's just having a little bit of power problems. Oh, actually, yeah, the threshers here. These can actually support more, so we can make the thing bigger without having to add another thresher. So this is 38 a minute. Fantastic. Could we actually remove one of these then? And just keep... Well, let's see, this is only capable of 35 a minute. This is 38. So we actually do need to add one more row, and if we add one more row, that would be enough to power... Well, that's 13 a minute. And that's 13 minutes, so it's 26 a minute. So that's 10, 20... So we would need, like, a little extra in this system to fully power that. But I think we just add one more row, like, under here, if we got rid of this, because this is extra. Make a little room here. We don't really need this little shit and get out of here. So that gives us room to put more planters, and we can make these planters do that, and then those planters can add to that system, and then we can cut this one thresher because we don't even need it anymore. The only reason I was running both was to get like 45, but yeah, well, actually no, I would need both then because 45, but yeah, that's fine. But it's just that these are threshing so much now that you might want a little bit more. At least the system can handle a little bit more, so you might as well add to it. Again, not really understanding if this is backed up and not going anywhere. That should also be getting backed up and not going anywhere. It's just that this has such a perfect ratio that it's feeding just enough. Just enough. So again, the game is sort of designed in a way that it encourages you to have extra bullshit. You don't... Like, you always have a little extra, and you want to have a little extra on the system as a variance, you know. A little more, a little less, because there might be a little area you need to pick up in. Yeah, but... Not so bad. Getting there. All in all, not bad. How are we doing here? We have hit 50, which I believe is the maximum. Is it? Or you make... Yeah, output full. So 50 is the maximum. In that case, we'll make it a nice 100. That way it's round. And that way, because 100 breaks down into 5 new rows. So if we need to put up a bunch of them, we could just take this at any given moment and go, boom, 100. And that's 5 new rows of power. That's 15,000 power that we can add off of just that one chunk. So, and we don't have to wait for the other 50 to get made to even out, you know, how many we put down. Okay, cool. I like flying around my jetpack. Fun. So, yep, it'll work. It'll work, it'll work, it'll work. How's our research? We've been sitting here a minute. 249. All right. What are we gonna get? What are we gonna get? What do we got? Anything good? Anything good? Anything good? Anything good? No. All right, let's check Victor. See if Victor's hiding anything from me. He is. Diesel. Enables production of biobrick diesel unrefined with a fuel power of 240. Holy shit. Dude, we could basically make one biobrick lab that we could feed to every level, and it would be so much that you could just... Bing! There you go. Like, we could make biobricks, disperse them to every level, and then when they reach those levels, then we just turn them into biobrick diesel at the point of usage, which just makes it go boom. It's just like a lot. That's crazy. Well, we can't get seed pod restoration until we get more accumulators. We need batteries. Yeah, that'd be a good one to get. Yeah, more power. Yes, more battery power. We're good there. Transportation, not really interested in that right now. Belt heights, I haven't run into that problem. Mark III belts. Yeah, that's for Atlantum ingots. We haven't even started making Atlantum ingots yet, so we don't really need Mark III belts. It'd be nice to have because they can hold more, obviously. But yeah, we could work around belt balancing for now. It's fine. And there is actually not a lot of stuff unlocked. I need to unlock more stuff for the blue cores. Alright, let's get the miner stuff then. Alright, so the mole's up. Mining speed, why not? It's going to throw off my ratios, but, you know, we're at the point where we're going to redo a lot of our factory anyway. But in the meantime, it's making me lots of parts that I can use to upgrade the factory. Ding, there we go. Wow, that one upgrade to our batteries actually was enough to get us the power we needed. So now we can hold 480 on just the batteries we have. So we don't have to build as many batteries now. Neato. Yeah, coolant, we definitely got to automate the coolant. That'd be something to automate. Automating coolant and power floors so that we can dig things out and lay down floor better. I think that'll be good. Yeah. That'd be fun. Okay. Any more researches, really? 220 on the seed pod restoration. Rail rush, might as well get that. Might as well get the other one, too. 60. Okay, energies. Nothing on energy. We're clear on that. Construction. Nothing there. Because Lima is basic, so Lima doesn't do any blue core stuff. Mark 3 belts and the belt height. Yeah, we could get that eventually, but we're just waiting on more cores at this point. So yeah, I got everything I really want to get. So now our mole actually can dig out. Let's see. So we have some more options for digging. We have the 3x3 option now. We can get little tiny digs. So we can dig just little tiny platforms. Little tiny chunks. That's cool. So if we want to dig something big out, we dig this out, and then we say, okay, now I want to get really tight and just do little bits, not too much, you know. And then flattening, we have the 5x flatten, or we have the 7x flatten. So now flattening is easier. So we can flatten more ground quickly. Cool. All right, well, we are done. Probably not going to stream tomorrow. You know, that's what I said last night, but... No, because I'm about to go drink a couple beers and chill out, watch a movie. So I'll probably be, I mean, here's the thing, is my logic is I'm going to be asleep till like 3 in the afternoon anyway, so I might as well drink and then be asleep at 3 in the afternoon. Because fuck it, it's the weekend, why not? I haven't had a weekend in a while because I've worked the fucking weekends for the last like 2 years, so this is a proper weekend, you know? Yeah, cool. So, got some purples hanging around. I'll go take those down real quick. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Do that, and then, so next stream, though, like I said, tomorrow, probably not. I'll probably just be recovering from drinking. Not that I might have a hangover or anything. I don't really do hangovers. I'm just, like, I'm chill on that. It's just the, fucking, was it? My brain. It's just the feeling of it afterwards. You're like, alright, we're just chilling today, you know? And again, not a hangover. It's not like, oh, I'm fucking got a headache and all that bullshit. I just like to chill the next day, you know. But I've been streaming a lot, and I want to just maybe sit down and play some BattleBit by myself, and you know, watch some Neebs Gaming on the side monitor. Okay. We have excess here that we don't need, so I'm gonna put them back in the box until we need them. Because at this point with purples, we can just singularly put them down. We don't really need a core composer for them. One left. I'm not going to move it. Oh, no, because I'd be more annoyed seeing it in my research screen than I would seeing it here, because I'm not going to look here that much. Alright, there we go. So now we got plenty of purple cores for the future. So yeah, first things first, we're going to fix these up, because this is... I mean, I think these are fixed up, yeah, on these rates, but it's not being used up at a certain rate. There's a lot going on upstairs for bottlenecks. A lot of bottlenecks going on upstairs. And there's also the other we're going to make. So next time, going to automate power floors, going to automate coolant, probably going to automate miners as well, just so when we go to set up more farms in the future, the miners are easy to set up. Yeah. Then we got to fix this one too. So I think I'm going to start back here. I'm going to save it here so I know that this is the thing I need to prioritize fixing. Because if your ratios aren't right... I mean, what is our thing for miners now? Wait, what? I thought you upped the miner speed. Did we not up miner speed? MDR speed. Increase mining speed of all mining drills to 250% of base. Oh, yeah, it's 25. Okay. So now it's 25 a minute, and the smelter's 25 a minute, so now it's a 1-to-1 ratio. Which actually means I need to upgrade these because they're not fast enough. So I'm going to use the replacer real quick to replace them. Oh wait, they're gonna need. Okay, no, you're gonna need power floors there. So that's more of a chore than I thought it would be. So now 25 a minute means that our ratio of 10 to 6 is now 10 to 10. So now it's actually 1 to 1. Because 25 a minute or 25 a minute smelt. So now it's 21 miner per one smelter. And then the power seems to be the same, yeah? Yeah, the power consumption is still the same, 0.6 and whatever. So the power ratio is now 0.6 and 2, so 2.6 is now the power ratio per each. Alright, and then the result of that in a 1-to-1 is 6 ingots a minute. So now that it's a 1-to-1 ratio, that's easier math to do instead of 10 to 6. So actually, we could turn some of these off, honestly, if we wanted to. Or we're going to need to add more. Because, well, actually, no, we have 10, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, no, because we have all the other ones downstairs that are adding to it. So this was working for it to be 10, but now it's a 1-to-1 ratio. So I think if I have 10 downstairs and I have 10 upstairs, I now need to add, let's see, 6, so that's 12. We need to add another 8 to the pile. So yeah, we probably are going to want to redo the smelting. We might make this area the copper smelting. That might be easier. No, because their things have gone up as well. Ooh. Okay. Honestly, now that it's 1-to-1, and we have flat land here, it might be simpler to put the smelters right behind the miners. And then that way we just pull from the same... Because we're pulling from the same belt anyway after fuel. So we might as well just not even do this big loop of bullshit. We could just load them straight in whenever we can. And then... And no, because having centralized miners is a little easier. Yeah, but then I gotta dig all this crap out. Just to make room for, like, another stack of miners on top of it. No. Yeah, because if we get in the habit of that, that might be easier to just... Here's a miner, there's a miner, 1-to-1, like miner smelter, and have them backed up to each other, right? And so you just go, you know, smelter right back here, you dump the ore right into there, and then to get the fuel... Oh, but see, if you do that, then you won't have a way to get the fuel in, because it'll be right next to it. It'll be on the same line. So, like, this line would be for smelting, and then the smelter would be here. And then that would mean the power line doesn't have a way in, because it needs to go to these. Right, yeah. Technically, I could break the line and just make it to where there's one conveyor belt, which feeds straight into the smelter. And then, with the broken lines in front of these, we could use shorter ones to load the fuel through down, like, vertical conveyors, like vertical down. We could do that, yeah. That could be a thing we do. So then smelter goes ore underneath, fuel comes in from the top. We could raise the fuel line up to go up and over, and that way the fuel loop is tighter, and then it just pulls off as needed. That's actually not a bad idea. Alright, so next time, doing that. So we're going to fix up this whole smelter array. Basically clean up next time. We're going to... We've automated a lot of our stuff. The first thing we're going to do is automate the power relay so we have a lot of platforms. And we're going to automate the coolant so we can dig a lot. Do those two things, and then we're going to come back and start fixing Lima. We're going to go floor by floor and fix our miners and check our ratios. Make sure everything's copacetic. And, you know, clean up all our mining sites to be different now that we... And again, some of them make sense. Like, I think the ones we're doing on Victor are fine. We'll just... Because we have the stacks to do them with. So we can just add more smelters to those lines. And that'll work. We'll use the stackers. But on Lima level, specifically, it's like... They're smaller. They're easy to work with. You just... It's not as tall on the ceilings. So it makes more sense to just do it where the smelters are right behind the miners, and go from there. Still haven't gotten into blast drilling yet. Because blast drilling... Well, actually, why would you fucking bother with blast drilling at this point? Well, because blast drilling creates gravel. You need gravel for something. I don't know. That's probably the only reason I could think to have blast drilling would be to create gravel. But then you have to break mining charges for that. Because now, I mean, I'm sure there'll be a thing where you upgrade the blast drills later, and the blast drills are then objectively better than the regular miners because you can get more resources out of that. And then, yeah. Trying to think with the blast drills, how could I limit that? Because I can't limit the number. Because if I could limit the number inside of a chest, I could limit that exact number to just one at a time, and that way it could only be fed one at a time. But you can't do that. You can get a full stack in there at a time, but like, what will be the loading rate? I need the slowest loader possible because I need, yeah, I need it to put it in one every. It would need to put one mining charge in every 12 seconds, which would be 5 mining charges a minute. The slowest possible inserter I have is 15 a minute. Maybe I could hand it off. Maybe I could hand it off to like one to the other and have it go back around. I don't know, but our smelters are up now, so now we're one miner to one smelter. So that actually decreases our well, it's actually increasing our fuel usage because now it's 1-to-1 instead of 10-to-6. Yeah. So it's going to up our ore, but it's also going to up our fuel needs. We're going to have to adjust that as well. A lot going on. Anyway, that is it for this stream. Thanks to Christian Garcia and Zona del Mini for stopping back. Good to see you again. Been a minute. But yeah, that's it for the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, then do the usual. Like, subscribe, check out my streams, and I will see you guys in the next video. Reaper the Rager, signing off.